Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union.
Minutes. Surfers hold your position. We're about to start in 3 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome down here to the La Union International Pro LQS 1000. Thank you, Megawell, for presenting us with this event. Beautiful drone angle here of the amazing Mona Lisa Point. I'm Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Jerry Deegan. Jerry, good morning.
Good morning, Jess. Very happy to be here as usual. That is a lovely shot just from up the beach from us. Day two. Day
two.
3, and pretty nice waves out there today.
Yeah, we've got similar size conditions, but cleaner conditions all round. The free surf looked super fun this morning, very contestable conditions. The longboarders looked almost more stylish this morning. We're starting out the day with the round of 16 of the men. Heat number 1, we have Danny Widianto taking on June Esquivel, Roger Kasage and Kenta Ishikawa. This seems like a pretty stacked heat for the first one of the morning.
It's incredibly stacked. June and Roger are two of the best 3 surfers here from La Union. Of course, Danny is proven in many different kinds of waves, and he's our Indonesian lad. And Kenta, of course, yesterday, I believe, won in the very last minute on the very last wave with a 6.2. And we had expected him to just cruise through that heat, but he struggled a little bit and got there at the very last second and beat our famous Luke Landrigan that day. So
Yes.
really stacked heat, and that's where we're at. We said it yesterday, but we're in that left-hand white building.
Yeah, so we have had the call for the day. We've got the men's round of 16, 4 heats in this round, 25-minute heats all day, and then we're going to get into some quarterfinal action. So we're going to get the women out there shortly after this, run through their quarterfinals, and then round out the day with the men's quarterfinals, which means tomorrow is finals day. Tomorrow we'll crown some champions.
Yeah, that's great. We did it 2 days ago with the juniors. We'll do it tomorrow with the longboarders. And we've been blessed, really, with the surf. The juniors, it was pumping the whole time. The longboarding, a little smaller, but really nice for this kind of event. And today, way cleaner than yesterday. We woke up with a little on shore yesterday, and it kind of hung around all day. This morning we got some proper glass.
Yeah, this is that morning conditions that we're really used to. And I feel like the longboarders were absolutely lapping it up this morning. They were loving what was going on. I saw a lot of stylish waves being ridden by both the men and the women. And that horn sounds the first heat of the morning. So we're going to have our competitors start to get underway. Yesterday we saw everyone catch a lot of waves in their heat.
We did. It was super busy yesterday, and I guess it's going to be exactly the same today. It seems a little slower watching it this morning before the event started, but that just means they'll move in a little closer, take some slightly smaller ones, get some points on the board. We'll see what happens here, because we've got Rogers way inside. He's looking to get the first wave out there. They don't seem to be fighting for priority like the shortboarders did.
No, I don't think they're as invested in that. They definitely have an eye on it, but for a shortboarder, that moment, that is quite a pivotal moment at the start of the heat to have priority or to have the inside. I feel like that's something everyone always fights for, but yeah, definitely a little bit different here in the longboarders. Yesterday, You know, we saw a lot of great action going down. Obviously, JR, probably everyone's standout of yesterday. He was really incredible to watch. For you, Jerry, who were you looking at other than JR that felt like they were going to be a good match for him?
Obviously Roger. I mean, Roger and he have been fighting for this for a decade, you know, fighting each other each day on the free surfs and in the competitions. So him, but also the younger brother, June, who's out here. Both of those are out here now. There's June right there. I'm looking at local guys, to be honest. I'm thinking they have a real advantage out here. So those two guys in this heat would be, for me, the ones that are going to fight JR the hardest. So I'm sure Danny and Kenta hope to prove me exactly wrong right there.
Yeah. Here we go. First heat of the morning. Beautiful 5 to start this wave off. Just gets a little bit hung up in a weird part of the wave there, and he's going to get out. So that is June. Just getting his heat underway here. 23 minutes on the clock. Roger looking left to go right. So getting into that steeper part of the wave here. There we go. Lovely 10 to start this one off. Takes it through to the inside on this steeper looking wave and gets a finish. So nice start there for Roger.
Beautiful start, beautiful start. That's exactly what he wants. And also we have Kento. He's we didn't see the start of it, but looks pretty good right here. He's going to get a link up, or is he done and dusted? No, he hasn't given up. Going to step up the front there. Just got there. Nice little bit of distance there. That's nice.
Yeah, that was a beautiful long 5 there for Kenta. So that's kind of the free surfing that we saw this morning for a lot of the competitors. A lot of long 10s, long 5s, a lot of time spent up on the nose. He just fell in some very shallow water there. So hopefully he's all right. But scores to lock in. Everyone getting a piece of the action other than our Indonesian surfer, Danny. But I'm sure he will get his campaign underway pretty shortly.
I mean, maybe that's his strategy. Let them do whatever they want. Get priority. It's 25 minutes. There's plenty of waves, and he can pick and choose whichever he wants at this stage. June going for another one. Looked like a pretty decent line, actually, on this one. He knows the wave. He knows what to do, and he's picked this wave pretty nicely. He saw it coming up. Yeah, Danny wasn't interested. Oh, had a little bit of a... I don't know if that was on purpose or he just was a little off balance there, but we'll see what the judges think of that one. But it's a nice wave.
Beautiful style on this one. This has been really mesmerising to watch, actually. Loved how he read this wave, how much grace and style there was in it as a total package. It was really beautiful. Danny getting a great 5 there, and he's making his way around this one too. Going to get himself out and back out the back. So hasn't even got his hair wet yet, Danny Widianto. So we'd love to catch up with the start of that wave, but plenty of scores looking in. Let's look at this one from the start, Jerry.
Okay, he's picked out a fairly decent one. I liked the one previously that June got, and this is a little fat at the back there, a little, bit of time to get to the nose, but smaller wave. I'm surprised he took it, to be honest. I mean, the previous wave was good. He had priority. He got a bit caught up there as well. He's not happy with himself. And we did see him get a decent 5 on the inside here, right there. And he hung on to that for quite some time. So there will be some points there for him, but I'm sure he wants to do better than that.
Well, we're going to catch up with some live action here. Roger, bigger looking set wave. Here's the steeper part of the wave. He's trying to use some speed to get around it, just trimming across this one nicely. Carves it back to the pocket, cross steps up the board. Beautiful footwork here. Lovely 5, wow, and a really great part of the wave here. He's got to be happy with this ride for sure. We'll stick with this
little
one
section
just for this inside track here, and he's going to get himself a finish. But I do hear that John Carby is down the beach with one of our athletes.
Good morning. I am down here on the beautiful San Juan Beach with Sitipong Henry, from our competitor from Thailand. How is the event going so far for you?
So far so good, I would say. I don't know what to expect. It's my first QS, so I was kind of just going in a bit blind, which is nice for me. Kind of calms my nerves down a bit more if I don't think about it so much. But yeah, I feel like there's a little bit of a build-up for me. Got the first round jitters out, so...
Yep, you've been down to La Union before. You're actually travelling with your dad this time. You were here in the 2019 SEA Games, but you were here in shortboard. Why have you jumped over to the longboard?
I thought with JR doing really well, I think that was a big wake-up call for Asia to really maybe we have a chance in longboard as well as shortboard, and just coming from Thailand, the waves there are really suited for longboarding. You can pretty much surf all year round on a longboard. Otherwise, it'd be 6 months of the year on a shortboard with a couple good sets and good swells throughout the year in other times.
Yep, so how's the conditions lining up for you this morning? Is this standard morning for you in Thailand? How are you going to go about today? What's your strategies? And are you setting this to sort of like home?
Yeah, today the waves are much more similar to home. A tiny bit smaller, like 0.5 smaller. And so it's a bit more familiar with me and what the home is like. Strategy-wise, just stay calm, pretty much. Yeah.
That's the longboard vibe all the way through. Stay calm and enjoy yourself, right? Look forward to seeing you in the heat. Good luck and can't wait to see you out there. What heat?
Heat 4.
Okay, stay tuned. Check out Sittipong Henry in Heat 4. Cheers, guys. Back to you.
Awesome. Thank you, John. Thank you, Sittipong Henry. Cool little insight there from our Thailand surfer. 18 minutes on the clock. Let's catch up with some scores of this one. June getting himself a 617. Has a small backup there, but we sure know that that'll filter out in the next 17 minutes. Kenta has a 433 and that 233. Currently has him in second. Roger's first wave, a 5, but he's got that other score to come in for a really beautiful ride that we saw him get. And Danny's wave still yet to lock in. So that 617 of June, they are loving that wave.
Yeah, look, he got it under the priority of Danny as well. He just knew which wave to paddle for. Danny's having a stab right here. Let's see what he can do on this one. Nice little wall, straight up to the nose, hanging onto it. Bit of a 10, nice stuff. 5, long 5, short 10, nice turn back into the pocket there. He's straight back up to the nose. I mean, he's a great surfer. He's got loads and loads of style, knows what he's doing, and he's making the most of this wave, actually. So what's he going to do on the inside? Just finish it off with a nice little closeout Rio there, right on the shallow piece.
There was a lot of shortboard technique in that closeout Rio. You could see he approached it like you would when he was riding one of his shortboards. Like I mentioned, very talented shortboarder. Won the Asian Surf Championships 2 years ago now over there in Thulustu in the Maldives. And I'm sure he'll be back to try and defend his title. Pretty sure the Asian Surf Championships are in Japan this year. So somewhere new for that coming up.
Okay, that's good. It's always good to see them new, like we saw the World Juniors here, which is very interesting. We've got June again, who's in the lead. He wants to throw away his 1.93. You'd have to think he's almost done that already. Back to the nose. Long 5.
Wow.
Bit of a 10, not straight out the front, but I'm going to call it a 10.
Just beautiful the amount of board he has out of the water as well, and how he's able to stay up the nose of that board is really great. He'd definitely be loving this heat of his so far. I feel like he's had the most critical time at the nose of the board in this heat so far.
And he's setting the scene for the other surfers, and I guess he's learnt from his brother. He's surfed from his brother a million times. He's got similar style to his brother, and the other guys are thinking, well, if he's similar to his brother, then we need to do whatever he's doing, because his brother certainly is at the top of his game. Just a quick aside that the Henry who we just interviewed is a student of the art of trim, the wax head, so I think he's getting a lot of advice down there. And here we go again with Roger. Roger's also the best looking dude in town. He's a real happy guy. Every time you see him, he's funny, he's laughing. His lovely wife will be watching at the moment, but he's one of the guys that says hello to everyone. It doesn't matter who you are. He hangs down there at San Juan Surf Resort a lot. Good mate of Luke's as well. He's always walking in and out of there.
Yeah, absolutely. Love the community camaraderie we have down here in San Juan, in La Union. Feel like there's just such a family effect around here. 15 minutes to go though. Roger still with another score to lock in. Danny's first wave was that 4.73, so he's got himself a score that's going to get him in the heat. But I do sometimes feel for longboard judges, I feel like they constantly have their work cut out for them, because so many waves are caught in a longboard heat. And
that's why sometimes, we wait up to 3, 4, 5 minutes for it. We did yesterday in particular for Kenta's wave. We waited, I guess, 5 minutes. It's non-stop action, and they just need to remember what's going on. Head judge has got a really tough job out there. Definitely. Head judge being Tori Gilkison, 2-time world longboard champion. So if anyone knows what it takes to get to the top, it is our head judge, working with an international field
of judges who specialise in both long and shortboard, very well versed. Just looking at some of the heats coming up, feels like we're going to have a pretty solid morning. We've got JR, number 4 in the world, coming up in that next heat, coming up against Rico Dumanguin, Warren Lopez, and Dong Esquivel. So I feel like a bit of a family affair in that last one.
That is a bit of a family affair, and it's certainly a local affair. So bunch of guys that have surfed together for forever. So yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting. I'll have a look at my notes and double check that they are all from here. But I think they are, and I will check that. We'll just see Danny's wave first. That's a bigger wave and a nice looking wall there. Nice little slash there, back into it, back up to the nose. Beautiful wave, so clean. And he's doing a fantastic job there. He's really going to get a good extra score. He needs to beat a 4.73, and I think he's really heading towards that way.
Yeah, no downtime on this wave at all, and he's used the board beautifully. He's used every inch of it. Just
the
coming
curse.
undone. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it's all your fault.
You can see, though, he's on that new board that he spoke of yesterday. He did a quick board swap in his heat yesterday. Got himself a 6.73 on his previous to last wave. So, yeah, like we said, has that 4.73 to drop. He's looking for a 5.74. I feel like he might have got the work done on that first half of the wave to even go there.
I would think so, but I just don't know what kind of penalty comes from a fall like that at the end. It does leave a bit of a sour taste, I guess, in his mouth as much as in the judges' mouths.
Looking at this replay, though, Jerry, take us through it.
Well, he's got to get around that section there, and he does. The longboard is just epic getting around the sections. I mean, well, he's not going to get that around. I thought he was getting around there for sure. Anyway, so that one won't go into anyone's score. But back out there, and Roger has priority. That will be Rico Dumaguin for the next heat. Super keen to get out there, vibing up with some music in his ears, right out the down the left-hand side of where we're at on Urbiztondo Beach, Mona Lisa Point, a spot that he has surfed his whole life.
Yeah, he was saying the people and the place and the food and the culture really make his home his home. I was talking to him about it yesterday after his heat, and he was just loving the fact that everyone could come here and experience it. Obviously, we've had the longboards here for a few years now, and it seems to be quite a great spot to have a bit of competition going on for our longboarders. We're going to have the women out there today for the quarterfinals. So 2 women quarterfinals coming up, and then we'll finish out the day with our 2 men quarterfinals. This man, though, Kenta, has a bit of work to do. Needs an 8.14, so has 11 minutes to try and break that down into 2 right now, because June and Roger just are kind of putting on a bit of a clinic right now. And he's taking this one all the way through down to the inside here. Beautiful use of the board. Trying to make a little bit more. You can see steps on the back there, trying to wipe off some speed so he can get up to the nose here. Little bit off balance, so the judges will take note of that. Danny's last wave coming through at a 5.63. Needed a 5.74, so pretty close. Still chasing that 5.74 though, with 10.5 minutes on the clock.
Okay, and Kent has improved a little bit, but he hasn't improved what he needs. He still needs an 8.14, so he's got plenty of work to do. 10 minutes remaining. That's Warren Lopez. He is a good mate of JR, and he will be probably one of the faves to win. Bigger guy, really powerful, whereas JR's a real light guy. But he somehow finds the power and the grace and all the rest of that stuff he needs anyway.
Here we go, Roger. Up and riding. Roger, he's got himself a 7.5, looking to better that 5 to make everyone else's life that little bit harder. It's not probably going to happen on that wave. Great style. Love the fact that he's taking off so deep.
He's super deep, and you know he's smart enough to know to get off that wave right there. It wasn't going to get around the section. So get back out. I think, don't know if Kenta's back out there. I can't see it on that thing, but we'll see who gets third priority there. And Roger has. So that was a pretty good move. He probably saw Kenta down the line and thought, this wave's going nowhere. There's the hero of the country, really, J.R. Esquivel. He is, and there's, I just saw Wendell in the background there, one of his sponsors, Wendell from Vans. Yeah, J.R., I tell you what, he's just amazing and so quietly spoken. But he lets his surfing do the talking, and he's a really good shortboarder as well, which I don't know that many people know.
I didn't know that.
I saw him in a shortboard contest before I ever saw him in a longboard contest, actually.
Really?
Yeah. I think because at the time, there weren't many longboard contests around, apart from local ones. So the first international one I saw him on was a shortboard one in Shargau.
Has he always been a phenomenal longboarder? Like, is that just a talent he's always had, or is this kind of a recent kind of...
No, he's always had it, but, I mean, everyone aimed at... and there's Roger Kasogo. He was always a phenomenal talent, but at the time there was no international longboarding events. There was basically the Shargau shortboard, and that's the only way people could really get their names seen or become... have a chance to get further in the sport of surfing. But once the longboarding started here, and this is where it really started, and a guy like Roger is just showcasing why they're so good from here, I think it opened up everything for him. So no, that was a long story, short story long. Yes,
I love a short story long.
He was always a really good longboarder, but he was also a fantastic shortboarder. And you find in his trophy cabinet at home, he's got some shortboarding trophies also. So, but he's really found his place in longboarding, and he's just an absolute talent.
Seems to me that Vans is a really big sponsor in this part of the world.
Yeah, Wendell is a very generous man, and he sponsors a lot of these guys personally. For a long time there, he was sponsoring, almost all of the events. I think there are so many events now that Wendell, finds it hard to pay for all of them. So I think some of the events he's winding back a little bit, but not his surfers. He supports the surfers, shortboarders and longboarders. And Wendell loves a game of golf. He is a committed golfer. He'll play 6 days in a row. Regardless of his shoddy hips and his sore ankles, he'll go and golf in the blazing heat every single day.
I love that. Yeah, Wendell also has a few restaurants around here, La Cantina.
I believe you were at one of them last night.
Yes, so delicious.
And he's part, I think, of Kermit's, which I'd love to shout out to Gianni, who has Kermit's here and Kermit's... Well, he used to have Kermit's in Shargau. I'm not really sure what percentage he has down there, but he's down in Shargau at the moment.
I was going to say, there's Kermit's in Shargau, right?
There's a Kermit's in Manila as well. So
is there?
There is. He's quite the entrepreneur and a mad keen surfer as well.
I love that. Kermit's is delicious as well. There's so many food options around here, whether it's Italian, Mexican, Japanese. I had Indian the other night. Really ticked every box since I've been here. Yeah,
I've been to quite a few, and because Susan's here, my lovely wife. Hello, Susan, if you're listening. Hello, Lily, as well, my daughter. Yeah, Susan said she's making me go to other places rather than just the beef brisket place, which I've been going to every single day.
Cheeky beef brisket. 6 minutes to go in this heat. Roger, 7.5 and a 6.47, so slightly increasing on that last one. He's up and riding again here, looking to better his situation. Again, really long time at the nose there. Got a beautiful hang five, and he's going to get out of that one. He is in the lead. June out there with first priorities. In second, has a 6.3 and a 6.17. Looking for a 7.67. Danny Widianto, 5.74 is the requirement. He needs to get up into second and keep moving through the draw for Team Indonesia. The sole Indonesian left standing. And then Kenta needs an 8.14. He's got a bit of work to do here, Jerry. Yeah,
he certainly does. Well, here's Danny. Danny can improve his score. He needs to get, what does he need? A 5.74, which is very doable out here. And out the back we've got, I think that was Roger. Nice little 10 there. Cut back into the power, but there's not a lot of power there. And he's just lost his momentum right there. He's just going to run it through, but we'd had this discussion yesterday about this little inside section. Is it worth spending all that time in here? I mean, I guess he's got a little 10 there on a tiny, tiny little wave. And not being a judge, I really don't know how much extra that gives him.
Yeah, as we can see, June doing the same thing. It's a really long wave if you want it to be, but that part of the reef is so shallow, it's not even funny.
Exactly. Did you ever, when you were competing... and there's a replay of the start of June's wave, which we did miss. Nice looking wave. Heaps of power there. And he's going to get back up on that. Well, he's just going to wait a bit of time there, so just to find some power, because there wasn't in that section, but he's found it here. He's back on the nose. Nice 10. 5, he's hanging on to it. Going to cut back again, find that section, and we saw it from about here before. Yeah, another round, a bit of wasted time, or a bit of downtime. I shouldn't say wasted time. It's never wasted time when you're standing on a surfboard. And here he goes into the shallow. So I was going to ask you, when you were competing, did you ever go afterwards or beforehand to the judges to say, you know, like, is it worth going to the inside section? Is it worth going to the outside section? I'll let you call this one first, but...
Kenta just finishing off a wave here. He's definitely got a bit of work to do in this one. Steeper looking part of the wave here, but cannot capitalise on it. So a bit of frustration there from our Japanese surfer. So scores to lock in for all four. Jerry, that's a good question. No, I don't think I ever did.
And what about a coach? Would you have had a coach that wanted
Yes.
to discuss things with the judges?
They never really went to for a long part of my career, my dad was my coach.
Yep. Hello to your dad out there.
Hey, Dad. I'll get back to this point in a second. Here's Roger looking to extend his lead. Big looking wave here. This is a good size set. A lot of downtime on this wave, though, unfortunately. I am going to pick that point up, Jerry. No, I'm going to say straight away no.
Okay.
Because my dad and I always had a plan going into a heat. We always broke it down into achieving at least 3 things in a heat and just kept it really simple. And it was just a matter of like if I achieved it or not. So it was never down to what the judges thought. Or
Okay, fair enough. That's a good answer.
There was only ever time it was like super big and closing out at the back one day at Redhead, which is near Newcastle in Australia.
Yep.
And then there was this awesome Rip Bowl Shorey. And all the girls had been surfing this Rip Bowl Shorey and getting 6s. And so before my heat, we went to the judges and I was like, if I went out the back and did 2 turns out the back, surely that's got to score better than the 6 on the inside. And just asked them that question. They're like, yeah, absolutely. So then that was like the only time that the plan really changed.
And you went out the back and you
went out the back. And
did everyone in the next heats go out the back and do exactly what you did?
Yeah, so Ellie Harrison and I went together and asked, and Ellie was in the heat before me. And then Ellie went out the back first because she was in the heat before me.
Yep.
And she got like a 9 and an 8. And then I went out the back as well. And I got 2 really good scores at the start of the heat. And then another girl came out and got 1 good wave. And then the next day had dropped off so much, so it didn't really matter anymore.
Yeah,
but there is that point of difference. Like if someone was sitting on the inside here, they're never going to get the 7.5s that Roger's getting out the back. But
no.
Yeah, that's the only time I can think that we ever really went to the judges for anything.
Okay, but it's about strategy as well. I mean, I gather these people's coaches will have told them, look, you want to sit inside with Roger, or they're the locals, or don't sit. I mean, here, you know, pretty much everyone's sitting in the same spot because although Roger did start off really quite deep, but again, you know, Roger and June, they are the locals, and at this stage, they're looking pretty solid. Danny has priority. I mean, he needs 1 wave, set a 5.74, but geez, it's hard to beat the locals here.
Gosh, talking about that makes me want to compete again. That
I'm sure.
was such a good day. Just remembering that day, that was such a fun day. Yeah, I don't think...
It's not like you're 30 years old, you're only
no,
22
I know,
years
I'm 22. I know.
So as far as the locals just dominating here, it's just like the Shargo event. You know, you've got Marama Takong and Peso Alcala. You've got all these guys that have dominated over the years.
Filma, Alpayo.
Yep.
Yeah, the locals are very hard to beat here. Looking at these scores, 20 seconds on the clock, the only person who is really in the mix right now is Danny, looking for his 5.74 with 15 seconds and first priorities, trying to find absolutely anything. That time might just be his biggest enemy right now. There is 5 seconds on the clock and I can't see any movement out the back. So it is going to be Roger Casagay moving through, June Esquivel as well. We're going to see them in the quarterfinals this afternoon. Big farewell to Danny and Kenta. Amazing performances. We're going to go to a quick ad break. We'll be back with the second heat of the round of 16 coming up very soon.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union.
All right, beautiful moments here this morning for the La Union International Pro. This is a LQS 1000. We're starting out the day with a round of 16. Heat number 2, we've already entered second heat. Rico Dumagin, Warren Lopez, JR Esquivel and Andong Esquivel. This is an all-Filipino matchup and a very happy Jerry Deegan to take us through the local affair.
Exactly, and it is a local fair, not just Filipino, they are all from here. Andong is the nephew of JR, so it's also a family fair. Warren Lopez is one of JR's best friends, and Rico is obviously a great mate of theirs. These 4 people have surfed all together for a long, long time. Obviously Andong not as long because he's a little bit younger, but they know what they're doing. And this will be a hard one to pick. It won't be a hard one to pick. I'm going to pick JR. I mean, you'd be mad not to. He's probably, even money to win, but they all know the wave really well. They all watch him. They all kind of copy what he does. So maybe not so much Warren. Warren surfs, he's a bigger guy, surfs slightly different style, but very much local. And this is Andong's first wave. It came in at a 4.17. Really nice 10 to start with. Held on to that for quite a while. Back to the 5, and I think we saw this, and it closed out right here. Finished off nicely. So it's a nice start for him, 4.17.
Yeah, I like that first wave.
Taking it to Uncle.
Taken to the Unk. 417. I really liked that wave. I thought that was a really critical start, especially with that 10. He was up there for a fair amount of time. You can see there's a bit of separation between our competitors right now, positioning-wise. Andong, though, has that freedom of that 4th priority, so he's probably just going to take whatever he can and try and apply some pressure. Here we go. Beautiful 5 to the 10 to start this wave off. Gets back down the board just in time, and he's going to get out of there. And the powerhouse Warren paddling into this one. Goofy footer in this heat. Quick 10. Falls down the face of the wave. Makes his way back up the board for a good looking 5. Here we are with some steeper wall. He's going to cut back here. Is that all she wrote for this wave? Potentially, maybe not. You never really know. They do love this inside section. Getting it up to the 5. Bit messy on that one. But this has been a really great wave so far for Warren. A good way to start his heat.
Absolutely. That was messy, but he powered through that. Here we go with Rico. Rico's on a small one. We haven't seen the start of the wave. He's going to hang on a little bit, get a 5 rod on the inside, and that was the end of that. I'm sure our lovely production team will show us that one again. Oh, what happened then? He had a little bit of a panic. Okay, straight to the nose. 10, nice little 10, back to a 5. And he's hanging on, back to a 10. Plenty of nose time there. I really like that so far. Again. So Rico, he is an absolute expert here. The board looks really loose and light, more so than some of the others. Back up there, this is a great wave. I don't know what happened to him on the inside then. He seemed to have a little panic then when he jumped off the board, so I don't know if we'll see that.
Maybe he was trying to sit up to get over the wave behind it, and it looks like we've got JR finishing off his first wave, so we'll probably look to a replay with that one before we go anywhere else. 19.5 minutes. Let's have a look. JR, beautiful start to this wave. So stylish, so calm, so much steez about his surfing. Comes back to the pocket here. He's really powerful. You can see how strong his legs are. And he's just using this board gorgeously. Really technical footwork. There's a 5. Going to go for the finish here and puts it up there for one last turn. He's going to get out, not wearing a leggy, while we have a quick break because we don't get many of them in these longboard heats. There are so many waves being caught. Camille is with Roger down on the glass.
Thank you, Jesse. Beautiful morning down here at San Juan Beach, and I am here with Roger Kasugay, who has the liberty to change equipment because he does have his own surfboard line, Kasugay Surfboards. So Roger, congratulations, starting the day strong. Tell us about this yellow board now.
Well, this is the original shape of our Gorilla Nose Rider, and this board is for Warren. He's on this heat right now, so I just borrowed it because I don't have any extra from the copy of this one. So yeah, I decided to try this out yesterday, and pretty work on a windy section and everything. So
Okay, so you also did the morning call this morning, and you said that the conditions are a bit cleaner, the wind has died, so this is overall a better day to run a longboard contest. Do you agree?
yeah, I think for sure, because now the wave is pretty good for longboarding and not that wind. I think most of the surfer now is just having fun out there because the wave are just filling up. So.
Okay, one last question. If you could break down the point into 3 or 4 sections, can you, like, how many sections do you think the point has? Because a longboarder potentially can, ride it from peak straight down to the beach.
Yeah, well, if you're lucky to get those longer one, especially if it's sometimes like on the right side it's big and then it's filling out in here on this section. You're lucky if you get the connection. Well, the peak, if it's too big, there's like a 3 section. But if this kind of situation right now, only two section that we have, only one from the peak and in the middle. Because in the big one, it's like they're just in a row. So.
Okay, thank you for breaking that down for us and the whole audience watching us today. And yes, we're looking forward to excellent rides. It's a nice day for longboarding. And yeah, let's get those scores up to the excellent range. Thank you, Roger. Congratulations.
Awesome. Thank you, Camille. Love her interviews. She's so awesome. Asks really great questions. JR up and riding. Long time at the nose on this one, just hanging on there. Literally for the entirety of this wave so far. He's trying to get to this inside section here. And he's going to get out, jump on his board before it's too late. It might wash in along the rocks, but great wave there for JR.
Yeah, it was. Not a lot of variety, just that the whole time. So we'll see how the judges feel about that, but it was long. It was long and he was in control. And I really love the way he got down into this next little section. In the long run, it didn't turn out well for him, but he just powered through that little section. I'm wondering also, Roger said that he had taken the board from Warren. I wonder if Warren's missing that board. He said, I got this board from Warren. He was going to surf it or whatever he said. I'm thinking, poor Warren didn't get the board, didn't get his own board back.
Here we go. We've got Andong up and riding, looking to defend second place here. And he's going to go for the finish. Can he hold on? Not quite. So a little bit of white water kind of throwing him off balance there. Last wave at Fort JR, just a 4.23. I really liked that wave. Judges wanted to see more variety though. So just showing us his skill and what he can bring to the table. Andong is looking for a 5.89 to get back up into the lead. Rico, 2.7, not much to get into second. And Warren looking for a 3.94. Just over 15 minutes to go. Beautiful conditions, just like Camille was saying. I feel like today is potentially a longboarder's dream to run an event like this.
Yeah, it is. And JR's not wasting time. He's realised that there's 10 minutes to go. He hasn't got a big score. And again, he can pick this. He knows what the wave's going to do here. He's really, really experienced, as they all are in this one. And I think he's probably thinking he needs to get on his bike and get some scores. And this is what he's doing now. A little bit of a misstep there. Back to the nose. Bit more variety on this one, but not quite the long nose ride. See if he finishes off with something interesting. Of course he does.
Yeah, it's really cool to see his flair. Wow, big finishing turn here for Warren. He likes the feel of that one. I loved the energy he brought to that end section.
Yeah, and here's the start of the wave. So a couple of little turns to start with, up to the nose. Plenty of style there. Another goofy footer, as we see. There's a lot of goofy footers here. It seems to be almost half and half. Oh, yeah. So it was a fairly short wave, but a nice finish and a good 5 to start with. So, again, not a long one, but a little bit of variety there.
Yeah, love that end turn. That was sick. That was so cool to see. So much power. Those boards would be so heavy and hard to maneuver. And the fact that he got enough momentum to get up over that section. It was a pretty hard section to do a turn on.
I agree, yeah.
And he got his board above the lip too. It was lovely.
Well, it comes back to what we discussed yesterday about the shortboard moves and how much they actually pay the shortboard moves on a longboard.
Yeah, well, right now, last wave for Warren, a 4-point ride, so not too much. We're just still waiting on that last wave score for JR, and then we'll have pretty much a full situation. But Rico being super patient in this one, just the one wave so far.
Yes, I guess he's feeling like there's plenty of time left, and he knows that the judges are going to score a bigger wave, on average higher than a smaller wave. So strategy, I guess. I don't know if that was his plan when he started, or it's just the way it's fallen into place. But, in 13 minutes we'll be able to tell if it was a good strategy.
Yeah, we are almost there to see how this heat is going to pan out. 13 minutes to go. 277 is absolutely nothing. He's being super patient to need 277. If that was me, I'd be like, let's get it. Let's get a 5. Warren back up and riding. He's chasing that first place. He's looking for a 7.5 because last wave of JR did improve. It's a 5.67. This wave's lovely though. Beautiful carve back to the pocket here. Trying to get around this white water. Get himself a bit more points on the board if he can get back up the nose. A lot of footwork, but quite short steps. There it is. We saw him slightly get up there. So great wave all round. Lots of length in it, but I feel like he didn't spend enough critical time at the nose of the board that it might not go up.
Jeff Del Toro, he's in the next heat. Daisy's husband, another full-on local from here. He's been in every longboard comp here in a long, long time. And he's another that went in all the early shortboard comps in the country. Chased around the country, went in all the shortboard comps.
No way.
Yep. Good guy, good surfer.
Was there any of these longboarders that, other than JR, who you were like, wow, they had really great results in the shortboard events?
Jeff had some pretty good results in the shortboard events, yeah. So those would be the two that had the best results. And here's Rico. We've waited a long time for this, and it's a really good start. A bit of a layback as well, or a soul arch, cutting back into it. This is a good-looking wave, so I'm thinking already that it was worth the wait. Back to the nose. It's been a long time on the nose. Just going to find the power here again. He's found the second section. And how's he going to finish? Oh, there's the little double up on the inside. Pumping it. Boom. All right, so I think his strategy so far, I'm thinking, was pretty nice.
Yeah, that was a great wave.
A bit of a flying kiss to you there, Jess.
Thank you. I'll take it. I'll take it. That was a great wave. Just it's that total package aspect that we were talking about yesterday. We want to see really great surfing, a lot of variety from start to finish. That was probably the best shape wave I've seen come through all morning as well.
Yeah, it linked up all the way through.
Yeah, so that patience definitely paying off. That is Shohei getting ready for his next heat. A lot of stickers on that board, so he's got a lot of support from Japan. He's got a wax sponsor, good to see. I was fangirling over the amount of wax that they were using yesterday.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I hadn't noticed it before, but you need a lot of wax there.
I almost wouldn't. Like, if you were a wax sponsor, you'd have to send them a couple boxes to last
a
a
couple
week.
of months, yeah. He's a great sup rider. He's a champion sup rider, Shohei as well. A couple of the Japanese are like full-on sup riders. I'll find out who it is. One of them who's still in the event was Japanese champion sup rider. So they're all watermen. It's like the guys on the shortboard and the longboard. A lot of the Japanese are real hardcore sup riders as well.
I love the watermen and women that just ocean sports
and remember,
produce.
water them.
Water them.
Great wave here from Andong, the young nephew of JR. So again, I've put the mockers on him. Big Roger.
Looking at these
scores. Warren. Big Warren. They had Big Roger in the last one, Big Warren in this one.
Yeah. Love it. Love the power surfers that the Philippines are producing. Bit of a weird imbalance on that last one, but just noticing 2 scores looking in for the last one of Rico. He's going to put him to the lead. There it is, a 7.4. So he's got JR needing to answer back right now. JR needing a 6.58. So big score for that last one of Rico.
Yeah, and it was well deserved. And he waited for it, and he waited for it, and he found the right wave, and it was exactly the right wave. And his strategy is absolutely perfect at this stage. So good on him. And this is a replay of that very wave. So straight to the nose, clean as anything, bigger wave, 10 there, soul arch. I mean, the variety already is amazing. He's already, ticked that box right there, and the waves, he's only halfway through. So back to the nose. Absolutely beautiful wave, that one. Clean as a whistle. He's going to cut back into it here. Yeah, there's, you found the section, didn't even have to cut back into it. And he pumped as well. I mean, what else could he have done there? I don't think he really could have done anything. I mean, he didn't finish off with a big closeout Rio, but there was no closeout there, and he's a happy, happy lad.
I'd be happy with that one too. Catching up with great scenes right now, JR. Really technical work here. Long 10, got a good amount of board out of the face there too. And he likes the feel of that one. This is a real battle between these two. Rico coming back great. Technical surfing, brings it all the way back around. He loves that one too, so we've got a match-up on our hands now, Jerry.
It's a pretty full-on match-up, and here's the start of that wave. Straight to the nose. He was nowhere, and now look what he's done, 2 in a row. Just going to get around that section. I can call it this time because we saw the end of the wave, and I know he did get around the section, so feeling confident there. Quick 10. Yeah, I guess not as good as the first one. Back to another 5. Big cut back into it, and here's where he kind of came off the rails a little bit, but another good score. Needs to be better than a 5, so whether it is or not, and here's JR's, you go for it.
This was beautiful. This is absolutely textbook surfing. So got a quick 10 and 5, moved his way back down, and then just beautiful maneuvers, beautiful footwork. He just used the board up just divinely. This is where we caught up with him. How technical is that? That is so hard to do, and it was so stylish the way he did it too. Beautiful stuff from JR.
Yeah, for me that's the best wave of the heat so far. And he's so quick, cat-like walking up and down that deck. He's so quick to get up and down, quicker than anyone I've seen out here, and it's just amazing.
Oh, he's just phenomenal. He's such a talented surfer. So I definitely liked the 7-4 better than the last wave of Rico. I thought the 7-4 as a total package was better.
Sure.
But RJ, that has to be, JR. Has to be the best wave of the heat for sure for me.
Yeah, that was amazing. That 10 on the inside on the second section. I mean, he had a foot of air underneath his board as well. It was just, how do you do that? I mean, how do you do that? He was gliding. He was flying. Yeah. Exactly.
He literally looked like he was flying. That last wave coming through at a 7.73, so puts him in the lead. 6.17 is what Rico needed on that last one, Jerry.
Yeah, I'm going to say no to a 6.17.
I'm going to say no as well.
So, yeah, we agree on that one. So, we don't know anything, but I'm feeling like it wasn't the complete package, that particular last wave. Here goes Andong. He's got a lot of work to do at this stage. Straight to the nose. That seems to be his go-to. And this wave run away from him a little bit. He needs to cut back in to get a bit more power to go there. He's kind of fighting it a little bit. There he goes. Back to the nose. Quick 10. It's not quite what JR did, but it's very stylish.
Ooh.
There you go. I like that.
Funky.
Oh, and he got his leg rope caught up. Had to drag it back around himself. That's interesting. And again, maybe that's why JR's not using a leg rope. Oh, he's done 2 of them.
Wow, how funky was that? That was really cool.
What do we call that?
I don't know.
Waxhead, send me a message.
Waxhead, let us know what that one's called. I've never seen that before. That was really cool. Just the way he
did it twice too.
Yeah, spun around. JR up and riding now. Quick 5 to 10. Back up to that 10 on the board. You can see he's trying to spend a lot of critical time up the face of this board. Floats this section. He's trying to get around so much speed with this wave. Quick 5 there. Walks back down. Pumps this board here to try and get around this section, and then puts it up for a finish.
Oh, he looks happy. He looks very happy. That so Rico came in at a 6.47.
Okay, I like it. So we needed a 6.14 on that last wave with JR. I thought they were pretty similar waves.
Yeah. I mean, we called Rico's wrong, by the way, both of us. We didn't think he was going to get the
Oh,
number,
good.
That's what we do.
Subjective. Surfing's subjective.
Absolutely. I did like that last wave of JR's. It was a little bit smaller. We're still waiting for Andong's wave as well. Can I just check my phone in case the waxhead is... I know he's out there listening. I know he can't help himself. He watches every wave of every heat of every day. And he knows he's longboarding like no one else.
Yeah, he's definitely a keen surf nerd.
He is a keen surf nerd, and him and Starkey hit Hawaii pretty hard. Some big sunset there for the boys.
Yeah, it's been pretty solid over there in Hawaii the last few days. Rico trying to defend first place here. Oh, he's getting funky with it too. That was really cool. I love the backward surfing. That is really fun.
Yeah.
You can't do that on
I saw JR do
shortboard.
it yesterday. No, you cannot do that on shortboard. Well, you can do it, but you're going down, that's for sure. So there's a couple of waiting on Roger and waiting on Andong, and of course Rico just got a wave. So fair bit of work for Warren. Warren needs an 8.99 and Andong needs a 9.70. Now he hopefully will reduce that, because that last wave he got was pretty nice. So we'll see what that comes in at with his little bit of backward surfing. I was wondering if Rico saw him and thought, I'm going to do that too.
Yeah, I feel like, he's probably just, I feel like you guys would watch your competitors a lot out there, because you'd be able to see what they're doing a lot more because they're that much higher on the water.
Yeah, when you're in a shortboard, what you see is
Spray.
yeah. And you're hoping not to see much.
And you're like, fall, please fall.
Yeah.
And then you see more spray down the line.
Yeah. So JR's gone back into the lead. That last wave of his was a 6.5. So he and Rico are fighting it out pretty hard here. We still don't have that wave from Andong, so it'll be really interesting to see what happened there. Rico's didn't go into his highest. That was just a 4.63. But yeah, they're really waiting on the Andong one. Oh, there we go. It's come in at a... Oh, no, it hasn't. No, it hasn't. I'm sorry, I'm looking at someone else's score there.
Warren up and riding here. Goes to toes to the nose to start this one off. Cross steps back. Trying to get a little bit more damage done on this wave. There's a better looking 5, but just mistiming it. So a bit of frustration there for our powerhouse Warren Lopez. Bit of frustration. 7, 7-3 and a 6-5 has our man JR out in the lead. Rico's put up a great fight, 7-4 and a 6-4-7, so pretty close totals right now between first and second, leaving Andong needing a 9, Warren needing a 9.3. So you'd have to think with 1 minute 45, those two have pretty much run away with this heat.
Yes. I mean, we haven't seen, I don't think, was there a 9 yesterday? Did JR get a 9 yesterday? Okay, so it's a possibility. We saw 110 in the juniors. So maybe we'll see a 10 here in the longboarding at some stage.
You can see beautiful shots of...
There's Mel. Mel is a part of our safety team. She's fixing up any cut feet and blocked ears and all the rest of it, putting her time in. So thanks very much, Mel. There's Luke Landrigan, beautiful wife Danica in the background, and little Lily as well. So
she's so cute.
Yeah, down there watching. So... Luke was in the event yesterday. He is the event director, filling up with
Sai.
Yeah, mate, he's a healthy man. That's all he does. He eats healthily, surfs every day, takes his kids out every day surfing. He's a good man.
He is a good man. I love that. 45 seconds on the clock. Situation still the same. Our man in green, though, has that first priority, so that 9.1 would be most achievable for him, but that's going to be a super specific wave. And then Warren looking for a 9.3 has fourth priority though, so unfortunately I feel like that's probably going to be all she wrote, considering he's got fourth priority and he's on the outside of all his competitors. 20 seconds on the clock, so it is going to be our man JR looking to take this one out. Put up a great fight though. Rico...
Yeah, they really separated themselves from the other two.
Yeah, I don't think he was expecting to be challenged that much in this heat. 3 seconds on the clock, needs a 9.1. Here we go, Andong. Going backwards, hang 10. That was cool, but unfortunately goes down, so not going to happen for our man in green. So it is going to be the man, fourth in the world, JR, taking this run out. Rico coming in second. Great fight from Andong and Warren. We'll see them here again next year. We're going to go to a quick ad break. Don't go anywhere, because Luke and John are going to take you through the next 2 heats right after this.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union.
Good morning and welcome back. Here I am, John Carby, on the talk box with Luke Landrigan.
Morning, everyone. We have Surfer in Red, John Kennedy from the Philippines, Surfer in Blue, local boy Perry Ventura from the Philippines, and in white, Shohei Akimoto, and in green, Jeff De La Torre. So,
Good heat.
3 locals and 1 Japan.
All local affair on that last heat, and now we are moving in with our Japanese competitor Shohei amongst the local boys here.
Bit better conditions than yesterday, John.
Looks beautiful, doesn't it? This is the mornings that we are sort of grown accustomed to down here. It's just the swell that jumps up and down a little bit. Generally glass from 6 a.m. when the sun sort of creeps over those mountains all the way until usually about 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock. So great to see that this morning. Here's Jefferson up and riding on his first wave. Nice nose ride to get things started. He's holding it quite well. Jefferson definitely has this more aggressive style approach to longboarding, and he got the job done yesterday, coming in second place. So good to see him out there again. Nice drop knee turn. Obviously likes to stay busy. He catches plenty of waves and he can read this reef super well.
Yeah, Jeff grew up in a era when longboarders were surfing longboarding as high performance longboarding.
Nice, and you can see it come across in this, and now he's adapted well.
Yeah.
We have Camille down on the beach with Philippine superstar J.R. Esquivel and winner of the last heat.
Okay, thank you so much. I am here with J.R. Esquivel moving on to the quarterfinals in what seemed like a very easy heat because you were with your fellow brothers from La Union, Rico, Warren, and Andong. So yeah, did you feel nervous or was it like a free surf?
Yeah, we surfed there like we did competitive surfing, so no one's talking to each other. So I'm so super stoked because they put pressure on me and they did what I said and what I teach to them. And yeah, they are competitive and I'm so proud of them.
Yes, I remember you telling us a while back that you have been sharing your strategies and sharing just your wealth of knowledge and experience from going on the World Longboard Tour. And so the 3 surfers in that heat with you were actually your students. And are you proud of all of them?
Yeah, I'm super proud of them because they put good surfing and they put a lot of pressure on me. Actually, our heat is a bit slow. There's just a few sets and I'm so stoked that they waited for the good ones and the set. And yeah, I'm surprised that they put what I teach to them, they apply it to me.
Okay, who knows? Maybe in a year's time, one of them would emerge the leader of the heat. So that would be a moment where it will not feel like a loss, but still a victory because still, you know that they're good students and they're listening to you. So perhaps a career as a coach is in the future for you, JR. Is that something you want to do?
Yes, for sure. After my competitive career, I'll be coaching them for sure. And I'm starting to coach them now, so I'm super stoked that they improve a lot. Yeah.
Okay, so good luck on the quarterfinals. Back to you guys at the talk box.
Thank you, Camille, and thank you, JR. I remember watching one of his interviews as live action. We'll get through this one in a replay. I remember during the World Tour, JR actually shouted out, I don't know if it was at Bells Beach or Huntington, where he shouted out that he gets really intimidated surfing against the local guys of La Union because he knows how good they are. So when he goes up against the world's best, he's also got his mind on how tricky it is with this. And we just saw those last two waves and that last one, especially from John Kennedy, how high the level is.
That was a good, super good wave from Surfer in Red.
Talk us through it.
Here we go. One of the sets on the nose, holding it. See how the nose is elevating? That's a really good nose ride. And just a quick turn, getting back to the source, and another long 5 and a quick 10 and a quick tap. And still this wave is going.
What's the barrel on the
And that's
inside?
another
The
drop knee.
stall.
And another quick 5 and another floater. Wow.
That's going to be big.
Wow.
There it is. It didn't take the Dodgers long at all to get a 717 locked in for that. So best wave of the heat. Jefferson opened up with a 4.33 on that opening ride of his and backed that up with a 2.47. I saw him during the break with JR there. He got another quick back up. That's probably, like I said, just staying busy, keeping amongst it. And this is
Shohei from Japan. On the nose, quick tap, quick 5 and another 5, holding this longer, waiting for this section, cross tapping to the nose, a quick 5, bit of a stretch 5, and small turn, and he's out.
All right, the waves are a little bit smaller today.
Here we go, Surfer in Blue, more stylish approach.
It's the hair for me. And the mustache, he's dialing it all together. He's definitely got it all going on. Smaller wave. The waves are definitely running a lot better down the reef today as compared to yesterday. We're noticing there's a lot more. We saw, who was it? It was John Kennedy's wave just sort of double it up, hit that reef form section, which, is that what you're looking for out there?
Yeah, you wouldn't want to be on the set waves when it's about 2 to 3 foot here.
Yeah, it seems like there's some that sort of double up and fold in. They seem to be the one that offer up the most scoring potential. That 717 came probably from that hang 10 on the nose at the start.
For
That's
sure.
definitely getting towards excellent surfing. And if he had got to that second section with another move like that, but he definitely just kept hacking the points up. Jefferson on that 10, holding a 5. And he'll get into those turns. A little bit tripped up there. Possibly on the leg rope, another 5, maybe an ill-timed 5 there, just as that section broke down. But not quite getting there. So just a little off pace for Jefferson, probably from that little 5 that he's tapped on just as it sort of closed out. And here we go.
Here we go, Red on a long nose ride out the outside. And a turn, and another drop knee. Just waiting for this. Waiting for this inside section. Quick 5. Holding it.
Another beautiful wave. So that's going to, I don't think he'll go as high as his original wave, but I think he's going to lock in another very substantial score. Probably shooting him to a clear lead in this heat. He's already holding the lead with his 717. I dare say he's going to go mid-range with that one and be comfortably in the lead, setting a great pace with 15 minutes remaining in the heat.
Yeah, here we go, Surfer in White looking at this. Here we go, Shohei from Japan on one of the bigger sets. Straight hang 5, and he's out. That's what you were saying.
Yep, that's what you were saying. Those wider sets are going to sort of not hit the reef as good as the smaller inside ones. So I was talking to a lot of athletes about the conditions. Everyone was super stoked what they were looking at this morning as we were about to start. The next thing they were talking about was tomorrow. There's a chance it's going to drop off tomorrow. It doesn't bother them, which is incredible because they know that those waves are going to hit the reef a little bit better. And then even if it's half a metre, maybe 1 to 2 foot, they can still get a lot of work done.
Yes, most of them, or some of them, I know JR uses a different kind of board depending with the size. Here we go, Surfer in White, currently in 3rd.
Staying very busy. Still waiting on a few numbers to drop.
Nose ride, holding it on the 5, on the 10, and on the 5 again. Here we go, Shohei. Another quick 5. I'm waiting for this inside. Nice turn. And he's still on it. There you go. Nice stretch 5 to the 10.
Oh, he's taking this
Watch
all
out,
the
your
way
fins.
down to San Juan Surf Resort. What a place to go see buds and get himself maybe a bowl.
Watch out for sea urchins and stonefish
You have them here?
on that shallow part. Yeah.
Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about all the good stuff. This wave was really well surfed. This may rival John Kennedy's wave, actually. He put together a really good sequence. Many up and downs on this board. Nice and slowly, casual to the nose there. Using all that length of board, literally in every transition. Maybe a few missteps there. Holding that 3/4 part of the board, the judges don't love that so much. They want to see that commitment of from the tail to the nose without that stall point to sort of. But this is a really good wave, and he just rode it really well. So it's going to be a great score.
Here we go, Mr. Style Master.
King of Style. So plenty of waves ridden.
Yeah.
25 minutes. What are we up to? We've got
This is Taka in the next heat.
Taka, one of my favourite surfers. Like I said, he brings the element of surprise, rock and roll, and a bit of pizzazz to longboarding. You never know what he's sort of going to bring out there. His passion, his claims, he's got everything. I really like him. He's just a happy-go-lucky kid. So much fun to watch surfing and to talk to out of the surf.
Yeah, so in the next heat, we have 2 Japanese in Masaya and in Taka. Local boy Jomari and a surfer from Thailand. Henry.
Sitipong Henry. I was down there on the beach with crossover early.
Here we go, surfer in blue. Styling through this section. Waiting for it. And quick tap, 2 quick 5s. Nice turn. Just waiting for this section to come up.
Very stylish on those bottom turns and transition turns, isn't he? Really digs deep into it. Oh my gosh. Shohei is staying very busy. He was super happy to get through that heat yesterday. I guess he's probably one of the older competitors that we have here. Maybe him and Jeff.
Yeah, he's been coming back here for many years.
Yeah, he's been here for 20 years, he said, which is incredible. So he's happy to finally start ticking off some results. And at this stage, he's in the red with those scores from John Kennedy dropping in. It was a 6.07 for his second scoring wave.
There's Joe Marie in white, getting ready for his next heat, just watching.
Shohei dropping a 5.57 for his second to last wave, and Jefferson now up and riding. Oh, nice bit of flair from Jefferson there, grabbing the rail during that turn just to add a bit of variety for the judges.
Oh, nice
and a
wave.
nice locked in 5. This is one of the best waves we've seen of the morning. Can Jefferson turn that into, what's he needing at the moment? A 7.10. He's doing well to ask the question. Oh my gosh, it's wave fest out there.
Good luck to our judges.
Yeah, Perry.
Thank God there's replay.
Perry up and riding, Perry off. So we've just had a flurry of waves. I think 3, there we go. That makes all 4 in this exchange.
Here we go, here's red again.
Another beautiful looking wave.
Nice 5, quick 10, and a long stretched 5. Just does a quick turn on that, waiting for this section to build up. Turning. And just taps that. So currently, red has a 7.17 and a 6.07. So let's see if he...
There's some fans down there on the beach.
betters his 6.07 with his last wave. And blue currently in second with a 6.1 and a 5.33. I think there's one more wave for White. But now White is in third place.
Yep, so we have scores to drop in for every surfer from that last exchange. You can see them make their way back out. The judges will be super happy that it's a sort of 2-minute paddle to get back out there, or 1-minute paddle in these conditions on these longboards. But they have the time to lock him in, so straight away John Kennedy not improving on his score. Shohei in the mix with a 5.30. So Shohei now needing a 5.87. But there is a score to drop in for Perry Ventura still. Waiting on that one. He's looking to throw away a 5.33. To him to get into first is a 7.15. That might be not quite what he gets on that last one. And then there's Jefferson De La Torre, who was on probably the best wave of that exchange. But did he do enough to get the score, needing a 7.10 at this stage? So with 8 minutes on the clock, we are getting towards the pointy end of this heat. Oh, there it is. Blue, a 7.33. So Perry Ventura did do the work to get himself into that leader's position with a 7.33. And surfer in green, Jefferson De La Torre, pulling in a 5.93 for his last one. What does that mean, Luke?
Wow.
That means
Just
now
shows surfer in blue doesn't get the nerves. Like red was leading with a 7.17 and a 6.07, and
he
blue just waited patiently.
He needed the 7.10 to take the lead, and he just surfed the eyes out of that wave and ticked the boxes. And that's one of the things, I guess, the difference between longboard and shortboard. That calm, composed nature really reflects in your surfing.
Yeah, plus with longboarding, there's style, grace, and flow. So
yeah, so you need to keep it together to make sure.
Someone out there getting lunch. See those free divers?
Ah, yeah. So what would they likely be fishing for out there?
Most of them get those, what do you call it, like an octopus hiding in the in the small caves.
So octopus is on the menu. We'll talk to the catering later and see if we can get ourselves some fried octopus. So they'd be most likely out there getting the octopus.
Yeah.
That's cool. What a beautiful landscape shot.
Kurita, they call it in Ilocano. Kurita. That's octopus in our dialect.
Posset is also...
Posset is different from octopus.
That's the squid?
That's the squid, yeah.
I'm trying to pick up as much language as I can.
So another beautiful day here in San Juan La Union. Sun is out. 2 to 3 foot waves. Glassy conditions. What else can we ask for, John?
I don't know. Surfing is of world-class standard. JR, local legend, went through in the last heat. At the moment, we have 2 Filipinos leading the charge for this heat. Japanese are representing super well. We've got a Thailand surfer coming up next. So all regions almost displayed here, and we're moving towards the quarterfinals. A priority error, very, very costly for Shohei with 5 minutes to go.
There's Masaya on the red on the next heat, representing Japan. Masaya, he's been here for a few years now.
Yep, he put together a great heat yesterday too, and he's there in his vibe.
Super close with the boys, always hangs out with the boys, like to party with the boys.
Jefferson looks like he's taking this one, fading a little bit on the takeoff just to set up his positioning. Generally, you find that flows. Oh, nice, tall, stylish hang 10 from Jefferson. Unfortunately, maybe faded a little bit hard on that takeoff.
Come on, Jeff.
Come on, Jeff. He already got his Heat 1 tick done, so he can continue to be a part of his coaching team for his wife, Daisy Valdez. So this one's a pressureless heat for Jefferson, but I know he loves to win. He loves to win. He loves to compete.
Yes.
And he's still got it. Round of 16. Great heat yesterday. And by all means, in this heat, albeit a pretty big ask, needing a 7.31.
There you go, Henry from Thailand.
So
Sitipong, what's it called?
Sitipong Henry is what he's known as. Yep. Sitipong Henry Chapman. So Henry in Thailand basically have other names as well. So English names. His dad down there on the beach, I met with him, Mark, earlier. I think he's an Australian who's set up there in Thailand. And Henry's son, he's over here first time competing in a QS event, which sort of amazed me.
Yeah, he arrived a few days
Yep,
earlier, and his board was all damaged from the flight.
Oh, I've seen him here for the SEA Games in 2019 on the shortboard. I've seen him in El Salvador, I believe 2022, for the shortboard event also. And now he's here, and he was inspired by J.R. Esquivel. So on one side of the coin, we have people like Bronson Maedi and obviously Rio Waida, inspiring Asians across the board on the shortboard. And then there's people like J.R. Esquivel on the World Tour,
Longboard
inspiring the Asian side of the...
Here we go, Surfer in Blue, a nice long nose ride on the back, proper hang 10, and
It looks like it was going to double up, but he knows better. 3 minutes remaining. Now, after that exchange, Shohei is back in priority. He is needing a 7.67 to advance, which would be the highest score of the heat. There is waves out there capable of scores like that, as we saw the one that Jefferson was on before. We saw Perry pulling in a 7.
And he's a capable surfer too.
Yeah, and we saw a 7.33. I wouldn't feel safe if I was anyone out there in the water, knowing Shohei's out there, knowing Jefferson's out there biting for these spots. But at this stage, Perry seems quite safe. Here we go.
John Kennedy in red, holding that nose ride. Nice turn. Waiting for it. Another nice turn. Stylish surfer riding a Dandoy. And he's down.
Shout out Dandoy, local shaper over there in Samar. Great boards. A lot of these guys are on his boards because he does do a lot. He gets these boards out to these guys for really reasonable prices. So if you're in town, look up Dandoy, get yourself a longboard. Sometimes a little bit tricky to travel longboards. Get one made while you're here. Pick up a Dandoy.
Yeah, it's a reasonable price too.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, there you go. Shout out to Abdel.
Abdel floating out there in the water.
A water guy.
Also from Samar.
Samar, yes.
He's up there towards Barongan. They hold a national event there each year. Very successful, surfing the city, Barongan. And there's a coastline of waves out there also. 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Here we go. Surfer in white in third and in priority needs a 7.67, and surfer in green in second priority.
John Kennedy, a 4.97 for that last wave. It was a bit short and sharp. A 4.97, good score for that one, but doesn't change the situation for any of the surfers out there. You can see there on the screen a 6.27. For him to get into first, Shohei's needing a 7.67. Huge ask, and Jefferson Del Toro needing a 7.31.
Under 50 seconds remaining.
45 seconds. Ocean looks like it's taking a slight break. Looks like this next one might be a need to go, and obviously Shohei is recognising that.
Shohei looking
what do you
at
think
this.
Of this long section? Is it going to draw out and hold shape, or will that second section fill it in?
Only chance on the nose, on the 5, holding this, holding it, and waiting for this wave. He needs a big score, a 7.67.
On the wide shot, we sort of saw that section coming, and unfortunately,
I don't think that
was a really good 5. If that wave had held up down the beach, it would have been great to see what Shohei could have done with it. Unfortunately, that whitewash ran away, possibly ending his campaign, and it looks like he knows it. So we'll wait for those scores to lock in these graphics. There we are, judges locked in. We'll get it on screen. There it is, Perry Ventura moving through in first place, and John Kennedy Martinez rounding it out. Excellent try to Shohei there, and obviously Jeff, local superstar. We'll be right back after these messages.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union.
And we're back. Heat 4, round of 16.
Last heat of this round. We will be moving into the, there we go, call that out.
In red, we have Masaya Tsukamoto from Japan. In blue, we have Taka Inoue from Japan. And in white, we have Jomari Ibueza from the Philippines. And in green, we have Sitipong Henry Chapman from Thailand. We just saw white got the first wave. And
can't beat this scenery. You really can't. Every time I see that drawn out shot, it looks beautiful. It looks like Taka is on the inside about to take off on this one. Taka, like I said, super dynamic, super fun surfer. He's quick, he's vibrant. He moves unlike anyone else. He's one of my personal favorite surfers to watch on the longboard.
He's so fast.
He's so fast, but smooth. Yeah. So he still keeps that style. He still keeps that grace, even though he's doing things that most surfers aren't doing, even those sort of top-to-bottom turns into his transitions. It makes him a dangerous competitor because the judges see this point of difference in him, which if you're surfing against him and you don't know what he's doing, it's like going up an air guy, for example, in the shortboard. It's tricky. Oh,
there you go, Jomari holding that 10 on the inside. Now Jomari's first wave is a 517. And that's his second wave.
I noticed yesterday Joe Marie built throughout his heat too, so he
he wanted to start strong.
Yeah, which is always one of those strategies. And as coaches, Luke, that sometimes you just, as long as there's a strategy and a plan, knowing that Joe Marie's a sort of guy that goes out there, he needs to get a wave first to settle his nerves, to feel it out, and then he will build on his heat.
Plus, he got inspired too, because the first 3 heats, it's all local boys who got through. So
yeah, we'll watch this wave live and then we'll shoot down to Camille after Sitipong Henry gets to work. Nice little nose tap. He also described this wave as a lot like Thailand. All right, let's get over to Camille down there on the beach with Perry Ventura, the winner of our last heat and quarterfinalist.
Thank you. Thank you. So, yes, that was a very, very fun heat for Perry Ventura, who showed style, grace, and flow. So, you're looking really stoked. You have that glow of, just having a really fun heat. Talk us through the conditions. It seems that the sets are getting a little bit bigger, maybe 0.5 bigger. So, yeah, tell us about how much fun you had out there.
Actually, I'm so fun because the wave, it's good, it's glassy. For longboarding, so I need focus out there. So it's really hard to catch a wave because the condition, it's not consistent. So the set is long wait. So but I made it to the next round. So I'm so happy for that score.
It's interesting to note the long wait for the sets. That's why we have 25-minute heats, which is more than enough. And you showed mastery of the spot. You knew where to sit, and it was a bit of a flurry out there as scores kept dropping in. Everyone caught a wave after wave, and the judges had to really deliberate to ensure that everyone got the score that they deserved. How were you keeping up with all that while staying focused? Could you hear the scores of the other surfers, or did you just focus on your own surf?
Actually, focus. So I said to myself, it's just enjoy there out in the water, so not pressure. Because my family is here also, so watching me, so supporting me. So so I'm so happy to win.
That's amazing. Okay, so maybe you want to say thank you to your supporters, the shaper who's supporting you, and yeah, hi to your friends, family here on the beach.
Una-una sa lahat, nagpapasalamat ako sa family ko sa pag-support sa akin. Especially dito sila ngayon nanonood sa akin para supportahan ako. So thank you so much. And then, of course, to my sponsor, thank you so much sa parating pagsuporta sa akin. Especially sa surfboard ko na gamit, is Zamora surfboard. So thank you so much Kuya Ian, Zamora, and Ate Carla sa pagsuporta ninyo sa akin. So yeah. So
Thank you. Good luck in the quarterfinals, Perry. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Camille. Thank you, Perry. Good look. That was that. What do you call it? A comb over mullet. It's definitely a look.
He can pull it off now.
Ah, he looks amazing. When you surf like that,
Imagine
you
have that, or I have that.
I don't think I've got enough hair to do that anymore. Dwindling.
So yeah, here we have White's second wave is a 6.33.
Things are heating up. Taka opened with a 5.20.
Yeah, like saying earlier, I'm pretty sure Joe Marie got inspired with the first 3 heats because all local boys got through. So it's 6 local boys in the quarterfinals, and whoever wins this heat will go through the quarters.
So
here we go. Oh, they just gave it to him.
4th priority. Once again, if there's a local guy paddling for a wave, I'm definitely considering it.
Here we go.
Oh my
holding
gosh.
this. Plus that was Red's.
Oh,
luckily.
Here's Red though on a wave that doesn't look as quality as the wave, and Joe Marie looks like he's lost his board on that one too. There we go,
Masaya, nice, stylish turn.
Yep.
Quick tap on the 5. Another nice turn.
That downtime at the opening part of this wave may cost him, but he's definitely doing some work on the inside. But that opening sort of first half of the wave was just all downtime. So wave selection definitely going to play into this, and once again, Joe Marie knows this reef better than anybody else out there because he's the guy that surfs it every day.
Yeah, shout out to our Red Bull therapist down there giving free massages, and
we got a nice Red Bull athlete zone under the big tent.
Surfer in blue, quick tap on the 5. Another quick tap 5. Turn, and just waiting for this to build up. 5 and a 10. Here we go, he wants more, and he's out. So 16 minutes, we have a lot of time. After this, are we moving to
We are straight into the women's quarterfinals. So we are running through to the quarterfinals today. The schedule for today is quarterfinals, so we'll follow this up with the women's quarterfinals, followed then by the men's quarterfinals, and then most likely we're going to go off for the day. We don't want to risk the afternoon wind blowing out the finals.
The women's quarterfinals 1 is going to be the one to watch, I would say.
There's a lot of exciting heats coming up. Even the Inui sisters, unfortunately, have been stuck together in the quarterfinal number 4.
Here we go, surfer in green.
Sitipong Henry up and riding. Nice, stylish drive out of that bottom turn into a quick 5. Once again, he was likening this to the wave conditions that he gets over there in Thailand. So longboarding for him made more sense than shortboarding, and he gets to work waiting for that section to stand up. Another nice 5. Maybe, is there such thing as a cheat 10? Where you don't quite get the toes on the nose? What would you call that?
Huh?
when it looks like a 10, but one foot's actually placed back off the nose.
Maybe 10?
Maybe 10?
So Henry, I know, is using a Thomas surfboard, because coming here he damaged it on the flight. I actually have to lend him my board for a few days while it's getting repaired.
Nice. He got it repaired. That's the board that he's on at the moment?
Yes, that's his real board now.
So good to know, a few days and he was back in. That maybe cost him a little bit. Is your board similar to his equipment? Yeah. Same brand?
Same. No, not same brand, but same style.
Okay.
Here we go. Surfer in white currently leading this heat on his fourth wave. Nice. 10 on the outside. Holding it, holding it, holding it, and still holding it. Wow.
Super smooth through that hold. That's basically going to boil down to one move for that wave. So how critical was that nose ride?
Wow.
And where do you think that's going to fall in the scheme? But there is Queen of the
Here's
Point.
Grandma watching. Look at her watching there.
Queen of the Point there is Daisy Valdez. She's one of the definitely well-known surfers of this area.
She's in the next heat, quarterfinal of women's first heat against the in-form World Tour surfer. Top, I think she was top 6 or between 6 and 8 from last year.
So
Natsumi Tuoka from Japan.
So it will be high-level experience versus local knowledge experience. I know Natsumi comes here as often as we have events here.
Yeah, she's been coming here almost every year.
Yep. So Daisy's going to have to tap into that local knowledge of the reef, the waves, the conditions, and hopefully that her local knowledge can be the added advantage to that heat, while Natsumi is obviously going to be relying on her confidence in her ability. There she is there on screen. She's going to be relying on her knowledge. She's been in those big pressure points. That World Tour is no joke. Luke, you've been with JR on several sort of legs of that, and it is definitely level up.
It is, for sure, 100%.
So just the approach. Oh, look at that, some skills there from her crew. Got some pizza spinning going on. Very different to what we saw before. We saw the guys with the headphones on, and who was that? That was actually Messiah with the earphones in before, and she's down there just with the crew, having a bit of fun, enjoying beach vibes. Such different approaches to heats.
Kudos to Daisy though, because just the past, I'd say, a year or two, she's more confident, I'd say. She doesn't get rattled as much as before. It has to do, I think, with how confident is she with her surfboards. Before, you'd see her always rattled on her heats when she's not in control, but the last year or two, she's been so confident.
I believe when we had Waxhead here last year as part of the commentary team and these events in...
Here you go, Grandma.
There's Grandma. She sees the camera. She's the only one paying attention, not on a cell phone. She's living the normal dream, and there they are, probably watching themselves on the screen. Good morning. So over the last year, Waxhead was here, and he is a equipment encyclopedia. And he can literally break down from nose, tails, rails, leashes, fins. Obviously, he'd kill me for saying leashes. He's one of those core no leash during the event.
Yeah, shout out to Waxy. He's in Hawaii now, charging some
I saw him
real
on
big waves.
I saw him destroy a Nathan Florence board the other day on his stories, which is
shout out
Waxy.
Waxy. We actually miss you.
But
down
that's
here.
The fruit of his work and input last year is affecting people like Daisy, who's maybe hit that level of maturity in her surfing and confidence levels. Like I said, it might be because of the board, and there's some more on the beach. Look at that. Just super happy.
Yeah, the Wax Art of Trim, as he calls it. I know he does a bunch of retreats.
Yep, he's got podcasts, he's got CT events, he's commentating, he's literally, follow him on Instagram, he's everywhere.
Yep.
And
we also miss Sam Blickley here this time.
Yeah.
He was here last time. Shout out to Sam Blickley and his wonderful family in Cornwall, I think. Cornwall.
Yeah, and also True Starling.
And True also, yeah.
Who's the sister of Jessie. All these people have come and just fallen in love with Shargao.
Here we go, surfer in red.
Masaya.
On a 5, and he's back on the shoulder, and a nice turn.
Really nice rail game.
Waiting for this. He needs a 5.3.
So Joe Marie, he's had 2 quick waves, and then his second 2 waves haven't been as quality. He hasn't continued to build.
So his last long nose ride was a 3.97, because that's the only maneuver he's
Yep, it was beautiful, but
It was proper though. Yep.
They want to see that linked up with a few other major maneuvers, some turns, back into those transition, walks up to the nose. He spent 90% of that wave on the nose, which was great viewing, but didn't translate to points. 397 basically for a hang 10, which is pretty good. Henry, Siddipon Henry got himself a 4.23 for his wave, so he's definitely in this at this stage.
Henry's from Phuket, is he?
I believe he's Phuket. Yep, I think he's.
Shout out to our Phuket friends.
Yeah, where's Anna?
Jube.
Annie Flynn.
Yeah, Annie Flynn.
Miss you here this year.
Bunch of boys there.
Yep, I think Annie
Good
Flynn
waves there.
is a shortboarder. Good waves. I actually went to Thailand, Phuket, Patong Beach, and the point down there just next to Patong Beach was absolutely firing. It was 3 to 4 foot, and I was caught boardless. Really fun waves down there.
Here we go. Surfer in Blue has priority.
Taka, you saw him do that mode where he sort of stood up on his board. That's just to get himself that vantage point. Looking at Henry sitting on the inside, looking at this one. He's going to be watching Taka, and he's going to pull back as Taka takes off.
Taka, nice long hang 5 and a quick 10, and still on the nose, still there holding it, and a nice 10 just standing up on that nose, and another quick tap, and a hang 10 again, and another one. Wow. And nice quick tap.
Oh, now he starts moving. Jeez, he goes fast. So, and there's Henry. He chose the second one. So the only thing I noticed, oh my gosh, Jean-Marie, this is one of those exchanges that we talk about when the sets come. They seem to be coming in 3s or 4s. Jean-Marie, a nice 5 into 10 combination, back to 5. Waiting for this to wall up again down the reef. Back on the nose. Another quick tap on the 10, and he's going to look for that finish, I'm sure. Onto the scary bit. He's, again, happy. Usually when Joe Marie gives himself that little clap, you can expect a good score. He knows he's not doing that for the judges. He's not doing that for anyone else. He's doing that just out of pure stoke. So if I see Joe Marie clap, I'm going to watch that score pretty closely.
Here we go, Masaya. Paddle for that wave, but he's the only one out there, so he maintains priority.
So yeah, another interesting exchange. I saw Taka's wave. One question I have for you, Luke, is how he was a little bit further away from the whitewash, so not necessarily in the critical part of the wave. Do you think that's going to cost him on the score?
Yeah, for sure. The judges have replay. They want to see where your board is sitting while you're on the nose ride. You can do hang 10 on the shoulder, or you can do a nose ride right in the pocket.
Yep. So
they want to see when your board elevates, you know you're in the pocket.
So your board's buried into the whitewash behind you, basically.
It's actually out on the shoulder, and now it goes to the pocket.
So that would be more critical than Tucker's previous nose walks. Ooh.
And with those,
that's dramatic. He styled through that also. That was pretty good, actually.
First backflip of the event. Yeah, with the lighter surfers, it's easier for them to nose ride like in the shoulder because they're so light.
Yeah.
But the real proper nose ride would be in the pocket,
and what
you're elevating the whole way.
Yep, what we've seen Joe Marie do, we see JR do quite regularly. As I said, there's a 5.33 for Tucker. That would generally be because he was just a little further away from that, not necessarily being a critical nose ride. He held it for a very long time. He just wasn't quite buried, I think, where he needed to be. The other wave scores dropping in. Joe Marie is still waiting on that number. Very interested in that. They're dropping in at this stage. I still feel that Joe Marie may have the best of that exchange. Henry's waiting on a score for him. And Messiah, I don't think that last one's going to change his score either. 4 minutes 25. Not too long to go.
There you go.
So Joe Marie, he did give himself a little clap, and you can see why. A 6.50.
Shout out to Joe Marie, board shaper. He's riding a Ross Concept. 9.4 Ross Concept.
9.4. So you find these longboards in this event usually vary between 8 and 10.
Yeah, he's a tall guy. He's a tall kid.
There
Here
he
we go.
goes. Look at this. Talk us through it, Luke.
Yeah, quick tap on the 5. Waiting for this. And a nice stylish turn. Just waiting for it. Waiting for it to build up. And on the 5. On the 5, holding it. On the 10, on the 5 again. Turning back to the source. On the 5 and on the 10 again. And still going.
So you notice Joe Marie basically never leaves that whitewash. It's always following him. If he's on the nose and he's a little bit far out, the whitewash is very close behind him. So that's...
Plus, when you're using a log, like a proper log, it would be harder to nose ride when you're out in the shoulder.
Yeah.
You really had to make it bite to that critical part of the wave to do a proper nose ride.
Could be the reason why I always just run off the end in the nose box. Because I don't know where to do it. It's
compared with those boards that have edges.
Yeah. Okay, so basically design shape is holding the board, using the friction of the water to sort of to load it in there, whereas on a log you have less of that surface area, so to speak, to hold you on and sucker you to the water. You're using the actual whitewash to sort of bog down that tail.
Yeah, it's the tail and the rail shape has a lot to do with how they nose ride on the wave.
There is, like I said, it's literally a science these days of these board designs. It used to just be get out there and surf, and just the way that everything these days can be broken down into categories and subcategories has helped surfing just go to these next levels, and hopefully we see longboarding in the Olympics soon. There is
Surfer Red Masaya needs a 6.96.
Oh, that's going to hurt.
Slips on that wave.
At this stage, Luke, we're looking very stacked. Filipinos into the quarterfinals. Only one non-Filipino. If they can, I'm gonna throw it out there and say Joe Marie's safe.
Yeah.
With this stage, a 7.5 for Tucker to take over, which means it's a little bit harder for Sitipong Henry and a little bit harder for Masaya to take over. We're going to have all Filipino bar one, and at this stage it will be Tucker. But a 6.2 for Henry, Sitipong Henry, and a 6.96 for Masaya with 1 minute remaining. Here we go. This may be the last swing of the dice for Sitipong Henry. Nice fade takeoff. It's a beautiful, stylish takeoff he has. Straight to the nose, a little bit stretched out. Nice reset there to get onto the nose for a 10 into a 5. This wave is giving up lots of options here. Very nice and in control. Quick little nose tap there and goes for the foam climb. And then Joe Marie in second priority. Scoring these waves under priority, which is a bit of a surprise. He's had some really good scores and priority hasn't really been a thing for him. Getting to work.
Yes, he's a bit out there in the shoulder.
Yep, I don't think he necessarily wanted this wave. He took it maybe to keep someone...
Oh!
That was actually a solid heel hang. And Tucker trying to cement himself into second with priority, so he's not going to better his score. Joe Marie probably won't better his score. 10 seconds. Will Masaya get what he needs with 5 seconds? Camera's not panning out there. That could be it.
There you go. Our only Japanese surfer in the quarterfinals.
And I'm so glad it's Tucker. He's such fun to watch. I love it. Condolences to the other guys, but I love watching Tucker surf. He's an element of excitement and surprise. So we'll watch these graphics come up on stage.
So
as
next we have the quarterfinals of the women's.
Yeah.
In red, Natsumi Teoka. In blue, we have Daisy.
Joe Marie, Ebeweser, and Tucker Inui cementing their spot in the quarterfinals. Condolences to Henry Sitipong and Masaya. Congratulations, guys. We'll go to a break and be back with Jess Starling and Jerry Deegan with the call.
all happening at the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by Yeti. Chionda, where'd he go? He's out!
Katie takes off so deep on this one at backdoor.
Spit through something to jump it. Sesmonese spit and he comes out.
Molly puts her head down, grabs the rail, pipe one super deep. Mamia comes out.
Let's wander the Ilocos Norte sand dunes. If you want to get down and dirty, this paradise is thirsty for adventure. Just choose your ride and rush through landscapes that are always changing. Go where the wind blows, here in Ilocos.
Welcome back to the La Union International Pro LQS 1000. We are into the women's quarterfinal heat number 1. It's Natsumi Tauka taking on Daisy De La Torre. This is a bit of an international matchup. We've got one of the local girls, Daisy, out there trying to do it for our Philippine contingent here. And then Natsumi, she's on the world tour. She probably is the favourite to win this event. I'm Jessie Starling, joined in the booth, Jerry Deegan. Jerry, welcome in.
Thank you very much. And here's Natsumi in a nice little wide one. She's got a 2.83 already. She's going to build on that straight away. And yeah, you're right. She is definitely favoured to win here, although Daisy is a local legend and extremely proficient on the longboard. And again, another one on the shortboard. Very good shortboard. Okay, down for Natsumi there. So now we have man on man, I think we call it, or women on women.
Women on women, yep.
And so they have a bit more time. They've got a bit more ability to pick and choose the wave they want. Less frantic for them. So
yes.
And I believe down on the glass, Camille is ready for an interview with the previous winner. So go for it, Camille.
Thank you, Jerry. Yes, I am here with John Marie and the cutest little baby. Hi, Kai. Okay, so Kai is 1 year old, turning 2 when?
February.
So it's pretty much been a La Union sweep. All 4 rounds of the round of 16. Coming up on top are all locals, and that doesn't come as a surprise because this is their home break. But yeah, dominating that heat is John Marie, who has been on point. Yes, you agree? Your dad has been on point, getting the best waves, getting the best exchange. And talk to me about your watch. You were telling me you had your timer on and everything.
Yeah, this watch is G-Shock Kanoa Igarashi model. My partner gift to this watch. Super happy to advance in quarterfinals, and good luck to all competitors and Elusurf team. Let's go. Sana umabot ng finals, and thank you so much sa lahat ng mga sumusuporta, and sobrang saya na nakapasok ulit ng quarterfinal. Sana magtuloy-tuloy pa to.
Are you looking forward to teaching Kai here how to surf one day?
Yes, we always surf here in the point if the wave is small.
You want to say something, Kai? Okay, maybe next time. But yes, advancing to the quarterfinals is Jo Marie Abueza. Thank you so much, and back to you guys at the court.
Thank you, Camille. I love that all the quarterfinals are now set for this afternoon. So we've got the men and women ready to roll through the quarters. We'll have our semi-finalists all confirmed by the end of the day. Natsumi's first wave, 5.5, backed it up with a 2.83. She's up and riding again now. Like you said, Jerry, these 2 women heats, a lot more potential to be particular with what waves you want. But Natsumi getting a beautiful 10 there. And she is looking to get round this one. She's got such great style, beautiful poise, really long hair. Look how long her locks are. I feel like that could get stuck with her pop-ups, but she's making this wave look so seamless and effortless. Beautiful surfing here from Natsumi, taking that one all the way through to the inside.
Yeah, that was really impressive. She's had 3 waves to Daisy's none at this stage. And again, she's already qualified, so I guess she's out there and she's just going to get as many waves as she can. And I mentioned it yesterday, Jess, that kudos to her for coming all this way for an event she doesn't really need to for her future, but she's coming here to support the Philippines, to practice. And we spoke to her because she loves the Philippines, she loves the people, and she loves coming here. So good on her. There's Daisy out the back, having a dig, moving up to the nose there. Good, nice little tan. Go Daisy. Although I can hear them screaming outside the door actually. Daisy Delatorre, the wife of Jeff Delatorre. Going to get round that section hopefully. So she surfs here every single day. Every day. The family, it's a real family affair. She didn't quite manage to get around there. 37 years old now, Daisy, so she's been doing this a long, long time. Like some of the boys, a very good shortboarder as well. And just back to the guys. So 7 of the 8, I'm told, well I know, are local guys. And one Japanese lad. So yeah, really interesting.
Beautiful local affair here. It just goes to show how special the connection that the locals have with this wave is, and it is actually a bit of a tricky wave to try and figure out the lineup shift and change a lot. We spoke about this yesterday. Coming here and doing a bit of time here before actually pays off a fair dividends in the long run. Take a look at this replay, Jerry.
Yeah, she's just full of style. She's so in control. Nice 10 there. I would say that was a 6 there. I think only the toe of the right foot was on. But yeah, she's just really in control. She's loving her board. Her board looks loose. I guess she's sponsored by Quicksilver there. She's got the Roxy logo on there. And she is, you know, by far the highest ranked female surfer in the event. And here's Daisy's replay. Straight to the nose. Plenty of time there. Daisy's found a decent wave, and I guess that score's already in as a 4, but they're just going to show us the replay once again, and she just didn't quite get round this section, so all the work was done at the start there.
I love how she's matched her swimmers to her board as well. I feel like there's a lot of that kind of in touch with the ladies' side of the draw. There we see...
That's Ashley Lopez. She'll be up against Kayla Jane Delatorre, who is Daisy's daughter. So 2 of the young guns out there on the next heat. So we have the 2 more experienced in this heat, and the next heat is a real fight against the youngsters.
Yeah, well, we saw Ashley yesterday. She's a real competitor. She will win at all costs. Actually went and hassled her sister in the last couple minutes of her heat. So yeah, she's definitely going to put up a fight in this one. So we've got 4 pretty stacked quarterfinalists in the women's division as well, so excited to see all of the ladies get out there. We're going to have Camille, one of our local ladies, come in and talk through the heats going to go down in those quarterfinal 3 and 4 along with John Carby in a little bit later on. 5-5 is the best of this heat so far. That second wave we saw of Natsumi getting her a pretty solid score.
I don't know if that's a snorkeler or a fisherman out the back there. You can just see someone.
Yeah, what is that?
Well, often the locals will go out with a little spear gun and come in with a bunch of fish, so I gather that's what that is, a local guy going fishing out the back. He doesn't care about the event. He's not interested. He's not interested in that great start to the wave there from Natsumi.
Yeah, this is a beautiful looking wave. I love that start, like you mentioned, Jerry. Toes to the nose. She's waiting to bide her time on this one. She's just hoping it steepens up. Maybe a bit of wave selection mistake there. I feel like she saw Daisy was right next to her. She probably thought, all right, if I don't go this, Daisy will. And she's pretty good at converting a score on any wave out there. So I feel like maybe that was actually a bit of a defense maneuver.
Possibly, yeah.
Like we mentioned, great start, but I don't think the end was what she was looking for.
No, but she's certainly not messing around. She's just paddling for pretty much everything. She's had 4 waves already. Daisy's just sitting out there with priority, hoping that something comes her way. As you'll notice, the wind has come up just a little bit. Looks to be from the north, so we don't want it to get too strong, but yesterday it handled it. We've got the rest of this quarter, we got the men's quarters, so we'd like to make it through without it getting too mushy, and hopefully we wake up in the morning, if the powers that be decide, and do the semis and the final in the morning.
Yeah, that would be awesome. I feel like we always get the glacier conditions in the morning here. It does tend to puff up, but then, like we saw in the juniors, it puffed up but then backed off a little bit and then really came on in the afternoons.
It's a funny place, the Philippines. It's, you know, it's a place where the west coast and the east coast get vastly different temperatures. It's not a north-south thing, you know. If you're in Australia and in the south it's cold, and in the wind, here it's west and east, and it's all to do with the wind. So the onshore wind over December, January, February, March is called the Amihan, and that basically is a strong nor'easter that pushes under Japan and over the top of the Philippines and causes the swell down here in the West Philippine Sea. And in the other time of the year, which would be June, July, August, September, you get the habagat, which is the westerly wind. So the westerly wind is really good for the east coast because obviously it's offshore, and hopefully you get some kind of weather system that pushes the swell in. But yeah, it's a real east coast, west coast thing here, not so much a north and south temperature sort of thing.
But swell is consistent all year round.
The swell is pretty consistent here all year round, but certainly the wind can be awful. Say June, July, August, September, it really just straight up onshore. Swell not all year round, and this is a great wave. We're talking about the weather while there's a pumping wave going through. She's doing really well, and she's hung on all the way back to the nose. Nice little wave there from Natsumi, and she's going to keep going. One more tap.
Yeah, this was a great wave from Natsumi. You can see how shallow that reef is getting in there as well. You could literally see it. We see Daisy giving us a bit of a float down the line there. And she's going to try and get out and regain priority.
Oh, I
we
love
might
this.
have a bit of a paddle battle going on between these two ladies. Ooh, they're very close to each other.
They are. Can there be a paddle interference? Is that a thing?
No, not in here. Yeah, it's kind of scrap at this point. It's just
Come on, Daisy. Grab a leg rope.
do it at all costs. I think that is the interference. You can't touch the other person.
Yeah, so while they're doing that, and it looks like Natsumi's just pulling ahead a little. No, there isn't swell all year, particularly on the east coast. You really need a pressure system during what we call the surf season, which would be, say, July, August, September, October, November. You need some kind of low pressure, hopefully not a solid typhoon that hits the country, but that's generally where they get their swell on that coast. This time of year, there's usually a fair bit of swell there, but there's nasty onshore winds, so you really need to find some protected corners to get decent waves on the east coast. Now, we were in Belair last year, and Belair cops the same, so is Siargao, and pretty much the whole east coast of the Philippines. But Belair has mountains directly behind, so you still get an early morning glass off, which you don't get in Siargao, which has no mountains. You get it some places further down in Mindanao, but yeah, generally that pretty strong northeast wind, it can be a pest and brings rain to the east coast as well, and not to the west coast. But it can be a pest for months on end, really. And I used to spend my time in Siargao, but over December, January, February, I'd go back to Australia and enjoy the summer.
Well, I feel like everywhere in the world sort of has that. I'm just going to mention that last wave for Natsumi, an 8.33, so excellent score for that last wave. Got a score to lock in for Daisy. Yeah, I feel like the rest of the world would have that at some point. Like you think about the east coast of Australia, especially now living up on the northern rivers, we have the northeasterlies that blow for good 2 to 3 months of the year.
Correct.
Right at the end of the year. But we
you do get early morning glass-offs, right?
We do, but for a good month, I reckon we don't. You know, so you've got to surf the back beaches, you've got to find those protected corners. But I feel like everywhere in the world would definitely have their seasons. Let's catch up with this replay of Daisy. They're really thinking about this score. Beautiful 10 to start this one off. Holds on for a 5 for a little bit longer. Steeper section here. Works it out. Pumps down the line. She holds on to get around this. We know that she gets around this whitewater. Comes back up. Regains a bit of speed. Just a bit of a snap on that one. Walks her way up the board again for a quick 5. This wave was just the gift that keeps on giving. She ended up getting a bit of a floater here. This is where we caught up with her. So this was a pretty good wave from Daisy. Good answer back.
Certainly better than her first one, and they're taking plenty of time to decide what score that will be.
Scores coming in. It is a 6.43, so she's back in the heat. She needs a 7.41 to take the win off this lady who got a pretty excellent score on this one, Jerry.
Yeah, this was an absolute ripper, and that was a long 5 to hold it. She hasn't lost speed. She's in the power source. Really nice cut back there. Straight back up to the nose. Just in control the whole time. Quick moving feet. And again, this one kept giving as well. Another tap on the nose there, and she's pretty happy with herself. And it hadn't quite ended. Boom, one more. So yeah, no, that was a really nicely ridden wave, and then she did win the paddle battle as well. I think Daisy just went a bit inside, copped a whitewater there, and Natsumi just powered around the outside.
Yeah, she's definitely a competitor. Natsumi, you could tell she definitely did not want to lose that battle. She wanted to get out there. I think she knows the hard task that she has of trying to beat Daisy, especially at this wave.
Well, the proof in the pudding is the locals and the men. I mean, there's 7 of them, you know, and they were against all pretty tough competition, and local knowledge means a lot.
Definitely. 9 minutes 20 on the clock. Great matchup going on between these two ladies right now. We are going to see Daisy's daughter, Kayla Jane, out there in the next quarterfinal up against Ashley Lopez. So another all-local affair, that one. Those guys are probably good mates, I'd say.
Yeah, I think Ashley's 4 or 5 years older.
Oh, there you go. So she's more Mara's age.
Yes, so yeah, that's right. So they will know each other. They will have surfed with each other a lot, and they certainly would be friends. But you know, I'm sure they weren't in school together and all the rest of it. So yeah, so Kayla's just a bit younger there than Ashley.
Let's take a look at those men's quarterfinals that will come up this afternoon. First matchup, Roger Kasagay taking on Rico Dumaguin. That's going to be a huge matchup.
That because they both won their heats, and they
Rico got second to JR.
Oh, he was winning the heat.
But he was
got second,
surfing great.
Yeah, that's a 50-50 flip of the coin, that one.
And then that heat number 2, we've got a family affair. June Esquivel taking on JR. Esquivel.
Well, I mean, June surfed really well, but of course it's hard not to see JR as the favourite there.
Yeah, this is where heat number 3, that international seed comes in. Perry Ventura taking on Japan's Taka Inu. So I feel like that's going to be a pretty solid matchup between those two.
Look, the fact that Tucker's got through at all, not at all, but in the first place means that he's understood the wave, and you know, maybe I'd give him a slight nod there, to be honest.
Here we go, Daisy back to live action. Needs a 7.41, toes to the nose. Beautiful hang 10 there. Coming around this whitewater, she needs to get a little bit of momentum to finish this one just as strong as she started. Oh, but she's come off. A little bit too steep, that section there.
Yeah, she was desperately trying to get around that one.
Then coming back to round out the men's quarterfinals this afternoon, we'll have John Kennedy Martinez taking on Jamari Ebuze. So I feel like 4 quarterfinals. Those first 2, to me, though, they really stand out as the matchups to watch.
I think so. Excuse me. Yeah, local against local is a real hard one. So that last one is a 50-50 flip as well. So I think I've got a couple in there that I would consider maybe faves, but anything.
Couple faves.
Couple of faves. JR, of course. It's hard to not have JR as
fave.
fave.
He's such a fave.
And yeah, so and the Japanese lad, I'd probably think he may be favoured. I mean, he's got a lot more experience, but we'll see.
We'll see.
I'll probably put the kiss of death on all of them there, although 2 are 50-50, so you know, I was hedging my bets right there.
6 minutes 30 in this one. It's just still that 8.33 really. It's separating Natsumi, I should say, from the rest of the field. Daisy looking for a 7.41. That last wave coming in at a 3.8, so not going into a top 2, but it's that kind of start that she really needs on one of these waves to secure one of those bigger scores like that 7.41. I just would love to know what kind of competitor Natsumi is when it comes to rounding out these heats. I feel like she'd be pretty switched on to not let it slip through her fingers.
Yeah, look, she was certainly favoured to go in, even against Daisy, who is, you know, a seasoned competitor and knows the wave like the back of her hand. I think Natsumi will take control. She's got priority. She's not going to let Daisy get the best waves at this stage. She started fast. She started hard. She got what she wanted. And I gather that was probably in the plan to start quickly, and that's what she did, and she's gotten the scores so far. So with 5 minutes to go, Daisy's got a bit of a mountain to climb there, I think.
Yeah, and these points really matter, you know. It's qualification for the championship tour. It really comes into play. Obviously, Natsumi, she's already secured her spot there. JR, he's already secured his spot there. But, you know, they take the first from each region to go up onto that championship tour. It's not very many spots available to get to that top end, to get to that top echelon of this sport. So these points really matter. The rankings really matter. And I definitely feel like either one, I mean, Natsumi's already on tour, but Daisy, she would love to be there. That would mean so much for the Philippines.
Yeah, absolutely. It really would. So, hopefully a decent set will come her way, or there'll be a couple because she's got second priority. And can Natsumi finish it off? She won the Bel Air 1000 last year, so she certainly can finish one off.
Well, looking at the rankings, Daisy, she's sitting in third. So she's not far from being at the top of those rankings. The person who is at the top, Natsumi. Two competitors who are in second and third, tied equal with Daisy, Hiroka Yoshikawa and Katie Inu, so Tucker's sister. Unfortunately, they couldn't make it to this event, but if they're not careful, Daisy could definitely jump them.
That would be very, very interesting. I mean, I'd like to see her get through this one, but, quarterfinal is a keeper. So, hopefully. And Natsumi, she's just got the experience here. It's funny, you've got a 30-year-old and a 37-year-old, and the next one we have a 16-year-old and a 20-year-old. Makes life a little different.
Looking at the men's side, obviously JR right up at the top of those rankings. He is sitting in first. Kai Hamasi, who couldn't come here, in second. Tucker, he's in third. So he's not far from getting to the top of those rankings as well. I feel like this is going to be a really great year of competition here in the Asian longboard scene of things. Beautiful 10 into a 5 to start this wave for Natsumi. A lot of power in that carve back. She's looking to finish this wave off nice and strong. She wants to back up that 833. She knows the challenge of her competitor. That's a good looking 5 there. Just a quick one. Taps the nose there. A little bit out of control on this wave, but she's definitely had moments of greatness. She needs to better a 5-5. Daisy out the back behind her. Nice looking wave here. Walks up the board. Has to walk back to control this second part of the section. Not a lot of nose time, and I feel like there's a bit of frustration in her body language there.
And a bit of frustration with the competitors as well. Sorry, with the people watching also. They knew she needed to do more. She didn't get it. And I don't know that lady, but she definitely knows the locals.
Definitely. She's probably watching on thinking, all right, she's got to do a little bit more. Take us to this replay,
So
Jerry.
if this was from the start, nice size wave. Just gets up there. It's okay. So nice 10, quick 5. And I think she, a little floater there, and here she had struggled to get round it, which she eventually did. But there's a lot of downtime there. Moves to the clean face there, the green face. Small little check cut back. Tries to get up there. As you said, she needed to get the weight back there, so she survived that little section. Gets to here and kind of realises there's nothing there. Sees her competitor and thinks, I'm going to win the next paddle battle.
Here we go, this replay of Natsumi. I feel like the control at the start was so beautiful. That 10 into that hang 5. That was a really nice carve back, but maybe lost a little bit of balance potentially at the end of this wave, Jerry?
Yeah, she did. I mean, I don't know that it's one that's going to go up into her top. It's a pretty close angle there, isn't it, on the cameraman? I've zoomed right in to give us a look at her footwork, but she was just trying to get around that section, and we're still waiting for both of those scores actually, so it'll be quite interesting. Great drone shot from up the top. The two competitors right up the top in the middle there, and the contest scene down the bottom, sort of in the middle. So. Yeah, I haven't seen that shot, and that shows you the reef there. I wonder where our little swimmer is. Is our little fisherman somewhere there?
Beautiful reef too, Jerry. Look at that.
Yeah, and it's funny because it's dark sand. Well, you don't always see the reef here. The water isn't always blue and aqua like it is a lot of the places in the Philippines. But today, considering it's small and the wind's not up yet, the water's pretty clear and pretty nice. So I imagine there's a few tropical fish hanging around on that reef.
Definitely. Talk to me about the fish life, actually. I feel like there'd be a fair ecosystem around here.
There is. I mean, people here have fished for, centuries.
It's a big part of the culture here,
It's a big part of the culture. And most of these surfers here and in other places originally come from fishing families, so that they knew the ocean already. And my expertise is in Siargao in particular, but yeah, almost every surfer came from a fishing family. So their dads who didn't surf knew the ocean, they had boats. A lot of the fishermen now are surf guides or people taking other people out to surf, so that they're making more money doing that than fishing. But it's like any tropical place, you've got your Spanish mackerels and your coral trouts and your grouper and all those fish I love to eat, actually.
All right, 5 seconds on the clock, dying stage of this heat. Daisy needing an 8.8. Can't quite make it happen here, so it is a very happy Natsumi Teoka taking this one out. Unfortunately, we do lose the local queen, Daisy Della Torre. Her daughter, however, coming up in that next heat. We're going to go to a quick ad break. Plenty more action coming up.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union.
La Union International Pro LQS 1000 is in full force down here at Mona Lisa Point. Quarterfinal heat number 2 of the ladies. We have an all local affair out there. Ashley Lopez in the red taking on Kayla Jane Della Torre in the blue. Mum Daisy just got knocked out, so Kayla, I was about to say Daisy. Kayla is definitely want to be getting some redemption for her family. She's got a big task though. I'm Jessie Starling, Jerry Deegan, one of Philippines' finest. Well, Philippine surrogate, would you say? I feel like you're an adopted Filipino.
Yeah, I get called an adopted Filipino, particularly in Siargao. It's the place I spent more than 25 years.
A huge loke dog over there.
So my big shout out to everyone in Siargao. I've got a lot of friends down there, a lot of really good friends. And it's an interesting place and I love it. And recently we moved away back to Australia for varying reasons. And recently my wife went back there and said, yeah, I think I could move back. So
it's on the cards.
Well, our daughter's now in, university.
Come on, Lily.
So, she can fend for herself a little bit more.
Absolutely, she can. Talk me through these women in the heat. We obviously saw a great great storyline between both of these ladies yesterday. Ashley had a heat with her sister, Mara, but, give me a little bit more insight into Ashley.
Well, Ashley's from here, and again, we know she's the younger sister of Warren, and the younger sister of Mara, the older sister of Mara. They're from the surfing dynasty here. The Lopez's, there's another brother as well that surfs. And it's just a given for the Lopez family that this is where they're going to surf and this is what they're going to do. Now, you can't guarantee your children or your siblings or whatever are going to excel, but they have. So, they live and breathe this area. They live and breathe competition. A lot of the people here you'll find when the competition isn't on, including her brother, he's a surf instructor. And this place gets incredibly busy on the weekends.
Oh, doesn't it just?
Yeah, the roads are just packed with people from Manila coming to visit, go longboarding, go to the beach, eat the good food. And so, on a Friday night or a Saturday morning, it's packed coming sort of west from Manila. And on a Sunday night or a Monday morning, the surf is just jam-packed going east back to Manila. And the places are full. And then during the week, it really quietens down. I watched there on Urbiztondo Beach, which is where we are, the other day, I think Saturday evening, And I tell you what, there was thousands of people taking pictures of the sunset. Not
There
just a few
was
hundred
so
people. Like there was
many.
no space
No,
to take a picture of the
no.
sunset.
It's funny. It's really night and day, this place, during the week compared to the weekend. It's quite a cruisy, almost feels like a coastal fishing town. During the week, it's very
Which is what
mellow.
it is, by the way, traditionally.
And then on the weekends, it's bussing. It's booming.
Oh yeah, and there are buses and there are loads of people, and you know the fashion changes. You've got your Manila peeps coming down,
Yes,
bringing their
it
fashions
does,
down,
doesn't
and-
it? There's a lot
yeah.
more that high fashion on the weekends.
And I had a couple of Manila friends of mine, Jeremy and Christine, that came down to visit us over the weekend. So hello to you guys. I hope you're watching. We had a good time, had some nice food, and a couple of swims. Jeremy didn't get out on a surfboard. I think his man handles are a bit too much for it at the moment. Sorry to say that, Jeremy. But you know I'm always going to hustle you. But they came down to visit us, had a good time, and Momon and Mara as well. So Momon and Mara do surf, and they stayed down the road at a different little surf spot. It was Momon's birthday, so happy birthday to you, Mon. It was a great time with you guys.
Oh, Jerry, you're full of surprises, I tell you what. I wasn't expecting that. Let's take a look.
Jeremy was, by the way.
Jeremy was. Here we go, Kayla, having a look at this one. So, bit of a sleepy start. We're 6 minutes into this heat, only one wave each from both surfers. There we go, beautiful nose ride here from Kayla. She's trying to get a little bit more work done. Has to step off her leg rope. Looks like she's holding it in one hand. Not much on that wave. Got that really nice start. Probably didn't get the total package she was looking for.
No, and that's really annoying when you are stepping on your leg rope, shortboard or longboard. It's just, I can't surf, you know, if I'm stepping on it, and then it
Yeah, I
kind of
can't.
ruins your wave. So I understand what happened there. I think she lost her momentum and her desire for that wave because she had wasted a little bit of time doing that.
And tell me, Jerry, obviously we mentioned before you're a big Shargao man. Do they call you Shargaoians or Shargaonians or anything?
Shargaonons.
Shargaons. I'll get back to this point in a second because we do have a bit of a break right now and we have John down there with Natsumi.
Okay, thank you, Jess. And I'm down here with Natsumi. Congratulations. First one through to the semi-final. How did it feel out there?
I feel so good into the semi-final. I know that Daisy, we competing together a long time, and then she's really good surfer. So I'm really nervous because especially here it's her home break. So yeah, I'm waiting, good wave, patient, and I find my rhythm. So I'm so happy.
Okay, so you've been obviously on the world tour. The experience and the knowledge that you bring to this, we were talking about in the booth. Do you use that against maybe Daisy? It's her home break, but what you've learnt on the world tour definitely helps you stay relaxed or keeps the nerves with Daisy?
Yeah, I'm learning a lot of things from competition every time. So I'm waiting, good waves, patient, and yeah, I love Philippines. The wave is a bit different from Japan, but I love here, so yeah, I could catch good one.
Well, you definitely showed that you know how to catch good ones. You've been very consistent throughout this event so far. Moving into the semis next and the finals, hopefully tomorrow. We wish you all the best. Is there anyone you'd like to shout out? Obviously, a Roxy surfer. Shout out to your sponsors and friends back home. Nihongo.
日本で応援してくださっている皆さんありがとうございます。明日がファイナルデーでセミファイナルとファイナルがあるので引き続き応援よろしくお願いします。頑張ります。Thank you.
Okay, arigato gozaimasu, Natsumi, and back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Natsumi. Thank you, John. We love you, Roxy.
He was
I
cute.
can't say
I
that.
love John's Japanese there. He's just almost fluent, isn't he?
Oh, I love. Even Stace did that in the World Juniors. It's so funny because you do pick up bits and pieces the more you travel. I just do not have the guts to do it on the broadcast.
On the broadcast, yeah. Well, John does. John's got guts. He's
Yeah,
a gutsy
he does.
guy,
He does.
It's a bit of a set heading their way here. Is it a bit too wide for our surfer on
Go
the inside,
to
Ashley?
Kayla.
Yeah,
But she's not
no.
going to go that one. Anyways, as I was mentioning, you are a big-time local over there. You spent a lot of time there. When did you first kind of discover or hear about this area, La Union, and did it ever intrigue you to come over here?
Oh, so I had heard about La Union early in the piece, like early when I went to Shargao, because some of the guys that moved to Shargao early in the piece had been up here and also in Captain Duane's. And we'll just have a look at Ashley's wave here. It's a really good-looking wave. She hasn't done. There you go. She's on the nose now. Bit of bump now from the wind, which is going to make life a bit harder. Nice little floater. And I don't know, I can't see the wide angle, so I don't know if she's going to be able to get across that one. Hopefully she can. She's certainly trying. No, she's given that one away. It was a nice start, but I thought that might hold up for her. But yeah, I knew about this area. I'd met Luke early in the piece because he used to come down to Shargow. So, and I'd known about his dad, Brian, who really pioneered this place. Brian and Aki and a bunch of other guys. Yokohama, a bunch of people that came here and surfed here a lot. And I came here about 15 years ago, check it out, with my wife and a couple of friends. But it wasn't until we started doing the comps that I spent any time here, actually.
Here we go, live action with Kayla Jane. Gets 10 very quickly. Puts a quick 5 up there as well. She's going to carve this one back, show us some variety on this wave. She's going to have to pull square. That wave is going to shut down on her, so get out of that one.
I think that's a bit of a mistake. She carved back too far. I mean, on that angle, we couldn't really see how far the wave was wrapping down the point, but from our vantage, it looked like she probably should have raced that wave rather than do the cutty. But again, without the wide angle, it's hard to know.
So nothing too major locked in so far. That last wave being the best wave of the heat was a 4.33 from Ashley Lopez. Waiting on scores for Kayla. She's looking for a 4.27 on that last one. She's got that 3.07. You'd think by the end of this heat, we'd probably see all those scores locked away and moved on somewhere else. I feel like potentially both of these ladies were that little bit more competitive when they had their family member in their heat yesterday.
Well, they were really competitive. It was, yeah, they were really competitive and kind of tough on each other. I not so much Daisy and Kayla, but definitely Ashley and Mara. They were fighting cat and dog.
I feel like Kayla really put her best foot forward yesterday. She wanted to see she wanted to defeat her mum. I feel like she wanted to have that. But look at her. She's got a full paddle going on, but it is Ashley with that first priority, so she did get out the back just that bit before we saw Kayla did.
Yeah, and she sat on the board to show the priority judge that she felt she was out there, and she was. So, you know, she's a bit more seasoned. She knows what she's doing. She's done it before. As our competitor for the next heat, that's Sujin Park, Sue. She surfed in Belair as well. I can look at my notes later to see how she went. She's one of our Korean competitors, and a very nice lady.
Here we go, up and riding. Kayla, bigger looking wave here, has a bit of work to do. Not the start she wanted on this one. She's going to get to some open face here, makes her way up the board. Critical points on offer. The further up you go, the longer you stay up there. Beautiful 10. It's a quick one, but she got one. Carves it back there. Only needs a 3-2-1. No one really getting too much excellent here, though.
No one's really putting the hand up to say, I'm going to take this heat away. So it's really open for anyone. That could well be the wave that she moves into the lead. I think it'll be certainly roundabouts there. So hopefully for her sake it is. But yeah, we haven't seen the scores that we saw in the previous heat as yet. I think it's got a little bit to do with the wind, because that wind is not helping now. And I did say it was north before, but it looks almost west from here. So yeah, it's not the wind we want. And it is the wind that came up yesterday. It died off and it wasn't terrible, but it's just making it a little more difficult for the competitors to get across those sections.
And fill me in politically. So in Shargow, obviously we have the congressman, we've got Bingo, who really pushes and drives the surfing and the events over there. Is there a La Union Bingo, you know, that pushes as much as he does?
Well, yes, there are a couple of people here that push really hard, and it's politics is something I've kind of avoided my whole life in the country. I really support surfing, and whoever is happy to do it, I'm happy to support. But you've got Ronald Singsong and Jeff Ortega, which are two of the real forces behind surfing in this area. Very lovely guys, and Ronald actually does a fair bit of surfing himself. He's from a little bit north of here, but they're two of the mainstay guys here. So yeah, I mean it's very different politically in this country than it is where you and I are from in Australia.
Yeah, very different actually.
Yeah, but what benefit it is, almost all the politicians are supporting surfing.
Yes.
And all over the country now, every area, every region wants to have a surf comp. and it's to support the surfers. I guess with the politicians, a tiny little bit is because they want to put the money and, get more votes. But it seems to be from the heart, particularly where at the places I stay, and that's a nice 10 to start with there from Kayla. So let's hope she can get all the way across this one. But surfing is the real big winner out of the political scene here, because it's really is an up-and-coming sport and everyone's supporting it, which is fantastic.
This is a great looking wave here for Kayla. A lot of variety, a lot of steep sections that she made the most of. 10 minutes to go. She actually got the score to get her into first place, that last one being that 4.6 she was looking for.
Yep, and I'm going to call that one a better score than that.
I think so too. I liked that wave better.
Yeah, no, it was really nice. Yeah, look, there's so many eye-openers for me, and here we go again. Straight to the nose, nice little 10. Kept the 5 for a little bit of time. Had a little bit of a section here, got back on the nose just temporarily. A bit of a cut back here, back into the power. And then found a little bit more form inside here. Nice little slash there. Bit of a walk, didn't get quite to the nose. Knew she was done, she wasn't going to waste any more time in there. And Ashley's having a dig here as well. Love the goofy. Okay, so nothing as yet. Okay, so it was a bit bumpy, bit hard to get around that one. So no value there for Ashley. Not sure where Kayla is as to who's going to get out the back, but it's a lot of different things in this country that opened my eyes when I first came here, and love the place, and some good, some bad, but mostly all good. And culture has changed in these beachside areas. Gone from fisher people to surfers. I know in Shargo in particular, in the early days I would go down and meet the fishermen and became friends with them, and that was how we got fish rather than go to a market in the early days. And I would get flounder and they would basically throw them away. So I'm not sure what a flounder is called, say in the States or somewhere else, but it's the flat fish, with 2 eyes on the top. And the locals didn't like them at all, so I got them for nothing. So for a couple of years I got them for nothing, and then I realised I was using them in my restaurant, and they started to charge me a little more, and no one ate a flounder. Now you'll find it, and Neldy Blancata comes straight to mind, because once she started eating it at our place, it's become her favourite fish. But so little weird bits of culture that have changed. Different fish they eat because we wanted them, and they hadn't ever considered them of value. So that was a classic. And mahi-mahi, exactly the same, or dorado, the third-class fish. And then once all the resorts started opening and everybody wanted dorado, it's become a first-class fish and much more expensive. And in saying that, it's become more expensive for the locals there, which is a bit of a downside for these things. There's good and bad about us foreigners invading other places. There's good and bad, and you can't go back in time, so you never know what would happen if you didn't go. But
there's no harm in opening eyes up to different kinds of fish and new flavours, and the more you travel, the more that these guys have opened my eyes up to new dishes and new flavours that I like to be a part of. I think it's a really cool thing that now that we have these events in these regions, there's a lot of connections being made, experience had, not just by the competitors but the workers, people who come and watch. Ashley, can't get it happening right now.
That was a bomb too.
But Kayla, last wave, 5:07. We got that one right,
We
Jerry.
did. Finally, we got something right. It's a rare, rare day. Let's record this.
Yeah, can we play this back? 7 minutes to go. Priority awarded to Kayla Jane. So this is a good part of the heat for her to have priority. She can start to apply some pressure if she feels like it. But bit of distance right now between her and Ashley. Maybe not the type of competitor to go and sit. You can look at Mum.
Mum is stressed, fully stressed, supporting her beautiful daughter, and she's pretty confident. There's the Inyos sitting down the bottom there. There's the 2 sisters and the brother. I forget the sister's name, but that's Mum with the hat on, the Japanese competitors. But yeah, Daisy's pretty stressed. She'll want her daughter to win far more than she wanted to win herself.
Oh, absolutely. I love watching parents on the beach, especially at surf comps or any sort of competition.
Soccer.
Before I started surfing, I played basketball, and I used to hear my mum louder on the sideline than anyone else, like louder than my coach.
Did you like it, or were you a bit embarrassed as a kid?
I would have been 15 still, so I think maybe...
Mum,
no, I actually thought it was pretty funny, actually, just because how invested she was. I'm very similar to my mum, so I thought it was pretty funny. And then Dad, whenever True and I would compete, I was saying this to Jesse and Paul, you could put a level on the sand that he was standing on and it would be perfectly even because you just tap his foot for 25, 30 minutes and it would just be perfectly level until we came in. And it's so funny, if True was in the first heat and I was in the second, he would then use the flat sand to ride out the ideas for the heat.
Perfect. What's Mum and Dad's name?
Megs and Dan.
Megs and Dan, how you going? Hope to meet you guys one day. You've produced a pretty good kid, 2 pretty good kids. So a big shout out from here in La Union.
Thanks, Joe. Okay. 5 minutes on the clock in this heat. It is Ashley Lopez chasing a score. Needs that 5-3-4. Not a hard score to get, but not a score that you can kind of force.
No, well, there hasn't been one yet in this heat, so, that's proof in the pudding there. So there's Hiroka Yokosawa and Sujin Park. So an all international third heat of the women's quarterfinal here. And I've seen both of these surfers surf before, and they're both super competitive, very graceful, particularly Sujin, if I remember correctly, yeah. 4.5 minutes to go. So Ashley needs to get on a bike and get something happening here. She only has second priority, so it's going to be a little more difficult, but 4 minutes is a long time here with only 2 competitors.
Yeah, 4 minutes is a long time. I feel like both of their families on the beach would be stressing out right now, thinking about it. Ashley, she's the last Lopez in the draw. We saw Warren and Mara fall out of the draw yesterday and today. And then Kayla, she's the last one of her family in the draw too. Jeff, unfortunately, not getting through. Daisy not getting through on that last one. So both of these ladies are the last hope for their family of making it into that final stage.
Correct. And Kayla's in a really nice spot at the moment there to be the one family member to represent. We've still got a couple of Escavels out there, so that's pretty nice. The brothers, which will be coming up in the men's quarterfinals shortly.
Here we go, 3 minutes 20 on the clock. See if this 5-3-4 can be found by Ashley Lopez. She's got the talent to do it. Had a look at that one. Feel like it was a priority change. There we go. So now red, Ashley with first priority. A bit of a mistake there from Kayla. Maybe just her lack of experience in competition kind of forcing a mistake there with priority.
Exactly. I think she was just looking at it because Ashley wasn't, but she just paddled a little bit too hard.
Yeah, she did. Look at these beautiful shots here of Mona Lisa Point. It just feels like this gorgeous little town with the hills behind it, all of these trees, tropical climate, beautiful warm water. And we've got our event site just taking over the beach, really.
Yeah, and it's funny, someone was comparing it. Okay, so there's Kayla up and riding. Toes straight to the nose. Bit of a bumpy little wave. We'll see what she can do. Yeah, it's going to go a bit fat there. She needs to get back down, get back into the power, which she does quite nicely. Not a lot happening so far. And not a lot happening still. So just a little finish off there. And that's her done. Someone was comparing, there's Jeff and Daisy, Mum and Dad. Jeff, go for it, girl, go for it. Yeah, someone was comparing because, in a lot of the other places in the Philippines, there's lots of coconut trees, palm trees, and it's incredibly tropical. Here you've got the darker sand and more of the forests. So someone was comparing it like between Kuta and what's the next one down that's so popular now?
Uluwatu?
No, the other way.
Sabanya?
Further down.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Canggu?
Canggu, yeah. Because Canggu has the dark sand and not so much the palm trees. So one of the competitors said, look, it's like comparing, Canggu and Kuta sort of things, just down the beach. But look at that. That was a terrific start. If she can hold this together, this could be the one.
Yeah, this could be the score she's looking for. 5-3-4. Loved the start. She needs to get the finish. Looks like the wave is going to provide for Ashley. Hasn't got up to the nose again yet. Oh,
well, she might have needed that. It was a really good start.
It was a great start to that one, but I feel like she was going to need that finish unless the judges are really going to reward that stylish 10 that we saw at the start of that wave. Kayla has 45 seconds to get out the back and try and get herself one last opportunity. You saw a bit of tense times on the beach there from
Of the family, of those Lopez
Ashley's
family,
support.
yeah.
So I feel like maybe they knew that it might not come through.
I thought she had it. She started off so well, and then I say Kayla's going for this one. Doesn't matter about the priority because she's the only one out the back at this stage. But she doesn't want to rest on her laurels in case Ashley does get that score.
Oh,
so,
yeah, you want to try and give
know.
yourself one last opportunity. Seems like there could be a wave out the back behind her. You can see my Alapayo there sitting, one of the
Shargal lasses, yeah.
Yeah, Shargals.
Shargalnons.
No, but Shargals. Put an L on the end of it. It's the gals, but the Shargals.
Shargals. Well, there you go.
I love that. Wow.
You've invented
I'm
something.
taking that to the cloud 9 at the end of this year.
Copyright that thing.
Still waiting for this score to come in for Ashley Lopez, but we're going to think it's probably not going to get there. It's going to be Kayla Jane Delatorre moving on through. Plenty more action coming up here for the quarterfinals of the women. Heat number 3 coming up. It will be John, Carby and Camille taking you through the next 2 quarterfinals. Enjoy after this break.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union.
Okay, so a massive twist in the dying seconds of that last heat with Ashley Lopez.
Talk about a buzzer beater moment. We live for this, don't we?
Yep, and she's down there on the beach with JR Esquivel at the moment, and there's Daisy Valdez. They're going to be talking her through the heat. Unfortunately, she did knock out Daisy's daughter, so...
Yes, Kyla Jane.
There's Kyla Jane there. It's a tough loss, and this is when it gets real. Yeah, when you see competitors heartbroken and everything like that. But yeah, Ashley Lopez, she clinched that one literally on the dying seconds of that heat. So,
but I know Kyla Jane will bounce back from this, learn from this experience. She is one of our youngest competitors, if not the youngest.
And she is the daughter of Daisy, so
and
right?
Jeff Delatorre.
And Delatorre, so she's got thoroughbred sort of blood in her veins of the surf community.
Best of the best.
Best of the best. So yeah, she's going to bounce back. And Ashley Lopez, obviously one of the Lopez siblings, doing well.
We are in the third heat of the women's quarterfinals, John. I am glad to be back in the talk box with you.
Yeah, recoin the booth to talk box. We get up here and get to talk surfing and
you coined it during one of the early heats.
I did. I just couldn't remember what we called it professionally, so I just went with Talkbox, which is not bad. So yeah, who do we have out in this heat?
In red, we have Hiroka Yoshikawa, and she's a 6 times Japanese longboard champion. And in blue is Soojin Park, who is a 2-time Korean longboard champion. So we kind of have a regional championships in our heat at the moment.
Yep, I've seen Soojin's been off. I remember her from the Korean wave pool event that was held a few years back, and I've also seen her at some ISA events representing Korea. So
Yeah, very interesting in that wave pool event. In one of the interviews, she mentioned that in Korea, everyone kind of wanted to longboard, but the wave park kind of taught them to shortboard. But now scratching away is Hiroka with the first, or her first wave, and look at that grace and style.
yes, they are contending now with a bit of a south wind, which puts a few ribs down the wave, and we'll see these girls in particular sort of generally a bit lighter than the men. They'll sort of hit these bumps a little bit harder, so they're going to have to get in between these moves, as Hiroka is doing at the moment a great job of it, setting
Just
the standard.
couldn't finish it.
Yeah, so a little bit tricky with this sort of cross shore as it's blowing up the face of the wave. You'll see these ribs sort of moving through the wave, can make the conditions a little bit tricky, but we'll
Yeah,
see.
I do love this one turn coming up in the replay. I'll show you. She goes all the way back to her tail, and really, that's the kind of longboarding that I think the judges are looking for. There
it
you
is.
go.
Dropping all her weight straight, and then she gets back up to the nose. So Hiroki using all the length of the board, a little bit of down trim time there, but then back to the nose for a quick 5 dip to sort of finish this wave off, and another one just going over the handlebars on that last one. So wave of the heat so far with 5 minutes gone. There'll be a wave dropping in for Soojin's obviously got one too. Here's Soojin's attempt. This might be her first wave or her second wave. Second wave for Soojin. No, that might be her first wave. That might be her .83.
Not much there, but let's not write her off because
Nope. So there'll be a wave dropping in for Hiroka and one score, so that may have been her second wave. There it is, a
We got the
217 for
score.
Soojin's, that small wave there. She had a small up and down on her first one, and a 4.83.
4.83 for Hiroka, who is now in the lead with 20 minutes remaining.
And that will be sort of setting the standard for this heat. We can see the way, you can see there on that panned out version, just how those ribs are sort of moving up the lineup. So the south wind, which is from the left to the right of the screen, is causing a little bit of a ripple to sort of form across the wave, which means they have to be super selective when they're doing their fives because they don't want to bog those nose. A small half-a-foot chop is enough to sort of send your nose under the water into a nosedive. But if they can use them to their advantage, they can also get some really good-looking foam climbs or some good turns using those sort of side ribs as leverage to sort of turn that and whip that board around, and getting on the tail like Hiroki did on that last one might be the key to making those turns look super smooth.
You think the tide is also changing?
The tide is dropping out. We might be at the bottom. So now we have Luke Lendrigan down on the beach with that buzzer beater, Ashley Lopez.
Hi guys, I'm here with Ashley. So Ashley, buzzer beater, napaka-exciting nung finishing ninyo. What was your strategy going into that last minute knowing that you needed a low 5?
So, yung una is pinakalma ko muna yung sarili ko doon, coach, para mas makafocus ako sa kung anong gagawin kong maneuvers sa inano ko na score kay Kayla kasi 5 lang po ata yung kailangan ko. So, parang dapat kalmado ko sa time na yun kasi parang 3 minutes na lang din po yung naiiwan that time. So, nung narinig ko din sumipol yung kuya ko, nagpaganto na, tapos yun nga, nakita nila na medyo may parang set siya yung nakuha ko, coach. Tapos yun, ginawa ko na lang din yung makakaya ko para makuha yung score na kailangan ko.
Nice. Ano naman ang feeling na you're here competing in front of your home crowd with your family here, your dad's here, all your brothers are here, all of your relatives are here. Ano yung feeling at saka ano yung advantage as a competitor na nandito ka sa home break mo?
Unang-una happy ako, coach, kasi dito ulit ginanap yung LQS and yun nga, dahil home break din, sanay din kami kung yung sa alon natin ngayon and alam din namin kung saan po pwesto, coach.
So you're into the semifinals na ng women's longboard Meron ka bang gustong pasalamatan na sponsors or mga shapers mo?
Unang-una po, nagpapasalamat po ako sa sponsor sa Pilipinas Surfing sa UPSA po and kay Kuya Marcos po sa paggawa po ng maganda kong board and sa family ko. Kay Kuya JR po na laging tinutulungan kami bago kami lumusong sa tubig. Sinasabihan kami kung ano mga dapat namin gawin and yun lang po.
Alright, there you go. Straight to the semifinals and good luck. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Luke and Ashley. And let me just quickly translate the conversation they had on the beach, John. So basically, Ashley was saying that in the 3-minute mark of the heat, she was getting nervous and she was already feeling dejected. But then from the beach, she heard her brother Warren whistle. And we all heard that here too. It's a very shrill sound and it's a signal actually to, set is coming, kind of change your position. And it's very fun that these kinds of things, these kinds of tips or coaching from the beach is allowed in competitions. So it really helps our surfers in the water get the better of the sets. Otherwise, you'd just be lost out there. So that's the story behind Ashley's buzzer beater win. It's actually a tag team help.
Beach assistance from a brother.
Yes,
so
beach
it's common
assistance.
in surfing, even while you're out in the line up in a free surf, if there's someone whistling and it's particularly big, that means paddle for the horizon as quick as you can or get into position because a good set's coming. So it's good that they utilize that here, and obviously the more important thing about the coaching-athlete relationship is that they talked about it.
Yes.
So she knew already if there's a whistle, she needs to look to the beach to see what instructions are going to be done and what information's being relayed, and she obviously reacted perfectly to that and got that wave. Here we go.
Meanwhile,
Hiroka.
it's been very quiet until this wave for Hiroka.
Riding a nice 5 there.
Stays on.
Yep, little bit of a stumble there, but then back to the nose for a bit of work. Again, a quick tap. That possibly what I was
Does not
talking
make
about
it this
earlier.
time.
Just that mistimed 5 as one of those little side chops comes up the wave. All you need to do is submerge that nose. Very tricky to pull that back up.
But nice from that angle, you see the rail of her board doing a lot of work there.
Yeah, and like you said yesterday, it's not always about the nose walks and the stuff on the nose. It's the complete package that these judges are looking for. And we'll see this again on replay. So let's see that rail work. There's a nice zoomed in 5. You can see clearly those 5 toes on with the nose. And that rail is 3/4
there.
of the way under the water there. And another nice 5. And then you'll see as she sets up this next one, she just sort of hits one of those wobbles
Kind of
and
bogs
buries the
down,
nose.
Yes. Would you say these are pinch trails? You're
I
not
have-
quite the waxhead, but you have more vocabulary on longboard.
I noticed she's got quite a lot of rocket in the nose of her board. So being a Japanese surfer, I don't know much about longboards at all. Put me on the spot. I need a wax head dial up at this stage. If you're
I'll
listening,
check my
Waxhead,
WhatsApp and he'll probably
if
share
you
a
if
few
you are
comments.
listening, Waxhead, we would love you to dial in and just sort of say hi and shout out. You were here last year to commentate this event, currently in Hawaii. So, Waxhead, if you're listening, give us a call. We'd love to get you on the chair.
Meanwhile,
as our
did we
third.
get a score for that wave yet?
Yes, we did. So the 417 dropped in for Hiroka. So at this moment, she's sitting in I'd say the lead chair of this heat, only with a 483 and a 417. These conditions might be dictating the scores for these girls at the moment. Tricky conditions. Looks picturesque from here, but there's a few subtle challenges out there in those waves in that wind.
Yes, and Sujin needs a 6.83 to take the lead with only 13 minutes left.
Yeah, so we passed the halfway almost. We're approaching the halfway. So Sujin's going to be super, still relaxed, I'd say.
Yeah, she has to get busy though.
Needing a 683 not necessarily is going to overwhelm her at this point. She knows she has 2 waves. Very sort of easy when you realise you can break it down to 2. She's got a 217, which she wouldn't be happy with. She's going to want to improve on that 217, and then all of a sudden it's not necessarily going to be too much of an ask for her. So if she gets a 4, then all of a sudden it becomes within range because that's just another 4 or 5.
Yes, I agree. A 0.83 is easily a throwaway score.
Yep, so she's got a .083, doesn't want that one, and she wouldn't want that 217 at the end of this heat, and I'd be very surprised. Here she goes. Soo Jin, so a nice little fade takeoff, nice and cruisy, sort of half a paddle.
It's the wind stumbles again, John.
It is those wind stumbles, and it's whoever reacts and sort of adjusts their surfing. This morning in their first heat, they haven't had a heat yet. This is their first heat for today, so this is almost similar to yesterday. Yesterday we had the wind coming from the north, which pushes down the point, which is actually a more preferred wind for these longboarders.
Oh, and Hiroka up and riding again, straight to a quick 5 and 10. Nice cross steps back to the tail, back on the nose again. Does not nurse it too much. Gets the speed she needs to connect this section, and give us that rail. Yes, there she goes. I love this wave. This might be her best one yet, and it's not yet done. Does she get the finish?
Oh, it's just the wave that kept on giving, and that's
amazing.
Not necessarily a part of the criteria, but that finish where she's kicked off the wave in control after doing a series of moves, the judges are really going to lap that up.
Soo Jin answering back.
Okay, Soo Jin having trouble just putting things together at this stage. 11 minutes, she's going to want to maybe paddle back up while Hiroka is on her way back up. This might be a good chance for, and you can see the body language of Soo Jin there.
She did not like that.
At this point, she's going to want to sit down. She's going to want to take a few deep breaths, sort of reset, realize there's still 11 minutes, which is
still
plenty
a long
of time, and make some smart choices, not these panic choices that can sort of fill your mind. So we're waiting on the score for Hiroka to drop in. The judges will probably look at that a few times. For me, I'm with you, Camille. I think that's the best wave of the heat so far.
That got me super excited.
And it was a well surfed wave. She sort of did adjust her strategy to sort of not hold those fives. Here we go, Soo Jin. Let's see if you can get out of this.
If she
rut.
could get out of her head and just surf this the way that we know she can.
And
Okay.
at this moment, I feel she might
Long
be a little
5
hesitant. There
to
we go.
10.
Here we go. She's finding her rhythm now. Again, those wobbles.
Almost.
So I can see she was a little bit hesitant even as she took off on that wave. She sort of gently stepped towards instead of the normal confident
Yes.
cross step that she should have to the nose. So I think
I saw that too, her back a little bit hunched, not really approaching the nose with confidence, unlike how Hiroka did it. And we got the score. It's a 7.67.
so. Hiroka almost verging on the excellent, getting into the very good range. She's going to love that.
And Soo Jin is now in combo land. She needs a 12.5 or at least 2 6s, 2 waves 6 and above to get the lead.
And this is that 7.65. So once again, she isn't holding the noses as long as she needed to, but she's holding them through those critical sections like that where it's getting a little bit steeper, a little bit more critical. She's doing that rail work, which you said, and she is using those ribs to her advantage on the turns. She's just...
And very confident
Yep,
while
and that
remaining
foam climb,
stylish.
beautiful. So, and this kickoff at the end, it screams confidence in there, Soo Jin. Unfortunately...
Still not able to find her flow in
Yes.
this heat.
Here we go. This is a replay of that one. Good that she's catching more waves. Nice rail turn there. Just, yeah, she's not being her normal Soo
You
Jin self.
can really see the ripples on the wave face from this angle.
Yeah, and we'll find when we get to the men, because they're naturally just a bit heavier set, carry a bit more weight. It's going to be a little bit easier for them, but they're going to have to adjust to their surfing also, because these side waves are definitely no joke.
And here is Hiroka up and riding again. Will she better her previous score of a 7.67?
She's on a great start at the
She
moment.
looks like she's enjoying this, like having
You saw that
fun.
smile?
Yeah.
I saw that. Oh, cross
Nice.
step calf. Unfortunately coming out. So she is starting to play with it.
Cross-step carve.
And at this point of the competition, she wants to see where these subtle differences are going to take her into the finals day. Because at the moment, she's well in control of this heat. So she now gets the freedom to start experimenting, start testing the judges a
Yes.
little bit to see, okay, I'm going to put a cross-step turn in here to see.
I like cross-step carvy.
Look
Can
at
we
that.
name
Look
that
at
after
that.
you? Look at the lines coming in.
Corduroy style. out there, Sujin. This one might land on her head, and if this one's on her head, I'm afraid the next two might be, and it looks like those 3 to 4 might be a bit wide. So as Luke pointed out earlier, the bigger sets aren't necessarily the best waves
ones.
out here.
That's true. Roger also pointed that out, that the bigger the wave, sometimes you only get 2 sections instead of the 3 or 4.
Yes, and during these women's quarterfinals, it's unique because we don't necessarily have a local in every heat, which is
That
a great...
is true. This is a fully international quarterfinal heat.
So being out there with a local, you sort of get a sneaky insight of where you need to
Yeah,
sit.
you get a
and-
marker.
And what waves you want to look for. So when you're in priority and you may see the local sort of eyeballing it, then you know you want to go. There we are on the beach. That looks like the Inui sisters are very harsh.
This will be a
heat.
very intense heat for the whole Inui family.
Okay, if you're Mamataka
Only
down there,
one can get through.
if you're Mamataka, how do you go about coaching these girls? I guess this is the point where I think JR said it this morning even, when you're up against his great friends, he's up against
Yes.
his family, it's business out there.
A
and
heat is a heat.
these two are going to go about their own strategies, their own heat. Unfortunately, only one of them will progress.
Yeah, Kaide is the older sister. She's 19 and Sakura is 16. But here is Sujin not liking that one. We see it
Sujin.
from her face.
Sujin at this stage, she's
Shaking her head.
yeah, and sometimes you feel like you can't do anything right. You don't want to have these heats, especially when you're in a quarterfinal of an
Yes.
LQS that has potential to kick you onto the world tour. This isn't when you can't display the surfing. I think we had Hiroka yesterday come in saying she didn't.
She didn't believe it when I approached her for the beach interview. I had to yes, it's you. You won.
Yep, she has a 7.67 at this stage, so this time she's going to be feeling a lot better. And here she goes, using priority, wanting to get up there again.
Jumps off.
Jumps off.
That must have looked like a ledge from her angle.
Yeah, so Suji now has to dig deep. 5 minutes, she's getting to sort of, and you can just tell in the body language everybody's holding their
Don't
faces
give
out
up,
there.
Sujin. Aja. Aja fighting.
That's Japanese, Korean for fighting?
Like, keep your head up.
Yeah.
Keep your head in the game.
That's awesome. Such a multilingual expert. I've got English and I do that poorly. Okay, so Hiroka, her last one, wave, nothing.
It's a throwaway
That's going to change it. For now, she's, like I said, she was testing that judges to see that reaction to the cross step. Unfortunately, fell off on that last one, and 2.90 was that wave before. So she doesn't really get a true sense of where that maneuver was going to land her.
But she's in a pretty good place right now,
Yeah.
so she can be as creative as she wants.
She can, and I'm sure
she's aware of that.
She would have liked to get to the end of the wave to see what this play level sort of got her. Do they want to see me doing a cross step turn? Do they want to see that variety?
What
or
else can she pull from her bag of
exactly?
tricks?
We saw in the men's heat, Joe Maria Buiza done a really solid heels on the nose.
Yes.
He had his 2 heels over, but unfortunately he fell off that. He was doing the same thing. He was in a controlling position of the heat and just trying to find out and figure out and play with the judges. We just went over one of the fishermen out there in the lineup.
Yeah, I thought it was a turtle, but it's a fisherman, okay. And
We had a great little program on the beach the other day, speaking of turtles, where they released turtles
yes,
here.
with Project Korma.
Yep, so they collect the eggs when the turtles lay them, and then they do a
You do
turtle
the
releasing.
release in the same beach where the mother turtle hatched.
Turtles come with very, very strict rules. They'll return... and now there's a priority error from Sujin. Literally nothing going her way out here. You can see Hiroka checking the board to make sure. And Sujin just saying, just give me something at this stage.
Yes. Anything at all. But the nice thing with Sujin, I remember a few days before the competition started, she was charging big point. She was actually one of the only longboarders in a lineup of shortboarders.
And this is the sort of place where literally a swell will fade away and a new one will push in. This is probably the smallest 3 days I've seen for the last 2 or 3 weeks out here.
Okay, Hiroka up and riding again. Here's that fancy footwork she is known for. Good hang fly, back to the tail, and attacking this section makes it.
Ooh-wee.
That is a show of confidence. I like that.
She liked that too. Once again, smiling through the downtime. Will she get to the open face? If she does,
She does.
if she can get a few more maneuvers on this inside, she needs to wipe off some of that pace so she doesn't get too far away, and that's what she does right there. Back to the nose.
Yes.
So that inside section now is hitting the reef and standing up a lot more than it was earlier this morning, and you could see the acceleration she got
Yes.
as she got around that section.
That was the camera couldn't catch up to her.
A very heavy longboard in comparison to shortboard, so slowing down and wiping off speed takes a lot of talent, finesse, and timing. Come on, Sujin.
Sujin,
We're all,
here we
we're
go
all
now.
cheering for you now. Let's go, Sujin. Nice nose walk. Getting past this, Sujin. We're all cheering for you here and not getting around
No.
that. So,
And with under 2 minutes left, I think.
as we say in the Philippines, she will have to put this one down to experience.
Yes.
Which means don't focus too hard on it, don't get too hurt, and maybe learn and grow from it. It's just...
But she has such a sunshiny personality.
She does.
Always smiling.
This is probably the hardest point I've seen her with her body language.
Yeah.
So look at her, and I love that. She's not quitting. She's actually going to go for the paddle battle because she knows she needs one more
It's
wave.
not done. If she could score another wave, that's still another
She's-
wave ridden at the point with just 2 people out there.
Well, she's not in combination anymore.
9.43
So
to
when she
advance.
dropped to 3.70 a few waves back, she got herself out of combination land. 1 minute, a 9, Hiroka not helping with a 6.53, dropping her second best score of the heat.
Improving
So
her
the
second best
judges,
score.
I'm sure, loving that foam climb. It was done on one of the biggest sections we've seen throughout the morning,
Yes.
and it was a lot cleaner and crisper than what she had put together on that 747 she got.
Yes, yesterday she said she thinks she only surfed 20% of her ability. I think we're getting closer to 100% of Hiroka's surfing.
I have a feeling she's still got more to give.
I do too.
I think tomorrow morning when the conditions align and hopefully the wind is less and the waves are clean and crisp, I think she will truly then get to display everything in her.
The story with Hiroka is she's been a consistent runner-up at this event, getting defeated by Natsumi 2 years
Always
ago.
the bridesmaid.
Okay, John, always the bridesmaid.
Well, with the way
Let's
she's
see.
surfing and bringing this to the quarterfinals,
She might get married this time.
she might be the bride.
And that's
Okay.
it for heat number 3 of our women's quarterfinals.
Very quickly there, Hiroka Yoshikawa displaying a really great knowledge of these conditions, going through in first place, and Sujin Park just not getting out of the starter's gate on that one. But I'm sure she'll bounce
Nevertheless,
back.
thank you, Sujin.
Yeah, so we'll be back with the quarterfinal number.
With the Inui sisters
Oh.
from Japan.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union.
Welcome back to this QS La Union International Pro 1000. We have Sakura and Katie Inui, sisters. I am here with Camille Pilar. I am John Carby, and what a great morning of surfing we've had.
Thank you, John. And we just had an action-packed start of this heat. We'll play a couple of replays in a bit. But who do you think got the better exchange of...
Well, I can see it on the scoreboard, so I am going to say that Sakura got the best of it.
Kaide did, apparently.
No, she's got 2 waves already. She has a 3.0 and a 1.33. Sakura got the best of the exchanges. So this is Sakura's, I dare say, it will be her 3.0. Onto the nose here. That would be her 1.33 actually, and this was the second wave which Sakura took.
This is with the turn that I really love.
Yep. This is some smooth surfing, and this is one of the Inui sort of trademarks. We see Taka doing these style turns. The sisters also have them, and we'll have one more quick replay from Katie. This will be her 3.0. Great nose ride to start it, keeping that board buried.
Fully in control.
And then gets that turn in. Same thing, very similar.
Signature move,
very
as
similar.
you say.
Okay, we were going to shoot down to the beach with Jerry Deegan, who is going to be interviewing the last heat winner, Hiroka.
Hi, thank you very much, John. I'm here with Hiroka Yoshikawa, and what a wonderful event it's been so far, and you had a great surf right then. Last year you came second. How do you compare this year to last year?
I think the waves are a little bit different than last year, but I bring the new surfboard for good for onshore condition and good for bigger waves. So, yeah, it's getting better.
Who shapes your surfboards?
My dad.
What's your dad's name? Say hello to your dad for us.
ライブで応援してくれてありがとう。次も頑張ります。
Oh, well, that's great. And your dad shapes professionally for many other surfers also?
For me and my little sisters and some customers.
Oh, lucky you, lucky you. Well, look, you had a great surf. You're now through to the semi-finals. So congratulations on that, and say something else to your family or your supporters in Japan, in Japanese. And again, congratulations.
So she's been invited to the World Tour.
応援してくださっている皆さんありがとうございます。次も頑張ります。
Congratulations, and I hope to interview you again after the semi-finals. Thank you very much. All the best.
She did so well. Like you said, she was stuck in 20%. I hope she's only at 80% at the moment, so she's got another 20 in the tank
for the semis and finals. Hopefully not be a bridesmaid this time.
This is the second wave from Sakura. Numbers dropping in. Nose ride, nice 10, nice and tight. Locked in that critical section.
Ooh, looking spicy out there.
And it's a beautiful board she's got. That
love
artwork
those
is so
turns,
good. So
but
Sakura's
just couldn't finish.
And nice from Katie, having a look out the back. A nice 10. Going to be very tricky for these judges.
They're surfing in
a little bit of a soul arch on that 5. A little bit stretched out, but a little bit of style.
Yeah, but no one can quite make that connection towards the latter part of the wave.
No, and I'm sure that boils down to, once again, we don't have locals in the lineup, so these girls are sort of having to go by what they've experienced in the last probably several days since they've been here. And one of the interesting things here at La Union is no 2 waves are ever the same.
That's what all the international competitors have been saying. It's like they say it's 80 different waves every day.
It is. It's like walking into a restaurant and having a booklet given to you as the menu, and you sort of got to pick which one's your favourite and hope you can understand. Yeah, so there's 58 pages of different wave types out there, and they're just hoping to look for the ones that they're comfortable with, and you can see, obviously, last heat, Hiroka was picking the waves well. Her selection had definitely gone through the wave.
Is definitely high up on the criteria with a spot like Mona Lisa Point.
Yeah, and here we go. Priority sits with Katie on this one. Interesting, because these sisters obviously travel together. They'll surf together in free surfs. They'll train together with Mama Taka.
And their brother.
And their brother. And like I said, you can see familiar
Okay, here's
moves. There we go.
Kaide.
She's got a... Oh, my gosh.
Oh, no.
She's,
I hope she's okay.
and they're fast like the brother as well. Like they do things really fast, really smooth and graceful. That's a beautiful critical
Long
nose ride. A
hit
little bit
five.
stretched out. The judges.
Will not give points
There
for
we
that.
go.
you
There's
think?
a 10 though. They will, but they sort of look at the distance between the front foot and the back foot on those. But this is one of those waves we're talking about,
Oh,
and there's that turn.
beautiful carve again by Sakura. And still not finished.
Still not finished.
Okay, this might be one of her best waves. Let's see.
Definitely best of the heat, I'd say so far.
She's looking very confident in this heat against her older sister.
Yes, and they are so good. So they've got a few threes and.
Well, she
that
only
dropping
needs
in.
a 4.51. Do you want to call it?
I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say that will be into the 5 range. It was a great long critical 5, maybe a little bit stretched out. Possibility of improving that into the next heats or rounds by just pulling it in a little bit tighter. But then she transitioned to a beautiful 10 during that.
Yes.
And then back to the 5, held it long. It was super critical in the... So I'm going to say even could possibly get into the very good range with the conditions
I'm a
that we
bit
have.
biased with the powerful carves and those powerful turns right now. It's the kind of longboarding that excites me.
Here's some more sets coming.
Yes, with 16 minutes on the clock. We have Kaide taking a look at the one at the back and thinking if maybe she should have gotten that one.
Yes, but again, could be a mistake. The larger waves aren't
Always
breaking
the better
great.
ones.
It's causing a little bit of turbulence on the inside because of the previous whitewater, and see our mistake here. Maybe she's now having to go
Yeah.
over them rather than being
She
on.
didn't finish that wave. She could have just made a score.
There we go, getting into the very good range. 6.67 for Sakura on that last wave, putting her
So she
above her sister
advances.
at this
Sakura
stage.
is now in the lead, and Kaide needs a 5.18, which she is fully capable of manufacturing.
Absolutely, and the other thing is these guys know each other's strategies also. So
You think so?
Of course, they train together, they learn together, they've got the same coach in their mother, the same... Literally, they're doing heats together, so these guys would have done will she lose priority on that one? I believe she will. Hear the beach announcer, they're both looking towards...
Are you an older sibling or a youngest?
I'm a younger sibling.
You're a
Shout out to
youngest.
my sister Tanya Carby, who's definitely not watching this, but she's down in Port Lincoln in Australia. So shout out to my sister Tanya and my mum Kerry Carby back home.
Yeah, I'm the eldest of 4 girls, so I have 3 younger sisters. Hi to Mara, Jamie, and Bea.
Bea, I think we have a Bea out in the water, not your sister.
No, but the sister of surf. Yeah, I've known Bea Vega also for a decade now, I think.
And she's one of our on staff. She's out there doing the photography at the moment.
Shout out to the media team as well, Gabs and everyone. Hello, you're doing a great job with the coverage.
Yeah, the working staff throughout our local team here in the Philippines is second to none. Super professional level and bringing all of this, what you see. So
making it happen.
Yeah, my favourite people. Thank you so much for what you guys have done to make these events so special.
14 minutes.
Including you, Camille.
Oh, thank you, John.
True professional.
And right back at you.
Less professional, but here I am.
With your sandy feet.
With my sandy feet.
Good, we're at the beach, man.
We are at the beach. It's a part of the package. Unfortunately, my wife knows that well. 14
Hi,
minutes.
Christine.
Hi, Christine.
If you're tuning in.
If you're out of bed yet, she's sort of on holiday mode. Actually, while running a school back in General Luna. So here we go. Priority Sakura.
Nice looking wave for Sakura. 5 to 10, quick.
Oh.
Trimming the way J.R. Esquivel does, but
Yeah.
she loses it.
So we can see the side bites on her fin there. So she has the center fin and the side bites. With this lineup being a little bit more choppy and the speed on those inside sections, those side bites are going to help her with her turns. And these girls know how to turn, like you said.
That might be the first tree fin setup.
No, I've seen
that
a
I've
few
seen.
throughout this one. I don't know if I've seen them on the women's division, but we did see them the other day. So it sort of helps
I
through the
see.
turns, gives a bit more stability on the back of the tail when you go into those. And these girls do turn on rail, so it just sort of helps lock everything in and keeps it a little bit more stable and gives them that opportunity to get super tight in what we're seeing.
And both of these girls also ride SUP, and Kaide is actually a world champion for SUP surfing.
Epic.
3 times.
And Taka also, so this family is
A family of watermen and women.
Yep. Yeah, and really going at it. Like the Inui family, they're all young, so they have an incredibly long future, and they're at this level already. Tucker was on the world tour last year.
Super exciting to see what else they can bring to the table.
Yep, and Tucker also has the spot in the quarterfinals for the men's coming up next. So the Inui girls, young, I think. What'd you say? You know the ages? Sakura is the younger sister.
Sakura is 16, Kaede is 19.
So all super young. I feel that longboarders...
We see some banter over there, some nice smiles. They're obviously not feeling pressured in this heat.
What do you think, Camille? Would you like to be out there? There's some of our... No, not ours. That's the Tucker and Tucker Mum. So Tucker Mum...
Tucker Mama films.
She films everything.
Yes.
And the coach. And then there's also Tucker filming there. He's obviously taking the apprentice Tucker Mama role at this stage.
They are such a unit. I love it. I want to see more of this in future competitions because there is no support stronger than from your family.
Absolutely. So what do you think? Would you rather be out there surfing against a stranger or up against a family member?
Stranger all the way. I don't want to have to be the one to dash my sister's dreams, you know?
Yeah, and it came up earlier with Luke Landrigan out there. He's coach of JR, one of the coaches on staff for UPSA. Shout out to the UPSA crew, doing a great job building this national circuit, getting Filipinos to a level of world-class surfers.
It has grown tremendously. I've been a writer for the national tour since its inception in 2017.
Yep, and yeah, it's gone from strength to strength. They regularly hit the ISAs, and the fruit, we got Marimata Kong in the Challenger Series a few years back, and JR on the World Tour now for 3, and possibly more Filipinos to follow on the World Tour this year. We'll see.
Here is Sakura again.
Sakura is the one at this moment, I'd say, in control of this heat. Nice clear.
That's half of her foot
yeah.
over her board.
Hang 5.5 on that one.
Does it again. But bogs the rail this time.
Bogs the rail. So she's not going to feel comfortable with a 3.67. I don't know if this wave will get her out of that 3.67.
But she's still in the lead, and with over 10 minutes left, she has time to build on her score.
Yep.
And Kaede
only needing a 5.18. Like I said, I'm
very
not,
quiet at the moment, but
she hasn't hit that. She's sort of following what we've seen in that last heat. One surfer sort of streaking ahead, getting more and more comfortable. The other one sort of holding back.
If we could borrow Hiroka's term, Kaede is showing only 20% right now.
At the moment, yes, and she does have the 5.17, so she's definitely within her means. She's had 2 last waves that weren't so bad with 10 minutes remaining. Once again,
could be another buzzer beater like Ashley and Kyla's heat.
That'd be fun. That would be fun, and we'll stick
but
with it.
This is a nice looking wave coming in. Kaede likes it.
Oh, it's a bigger wave again.
Yes.
Oh, a little bit of hesitation to get to the nose. She's waiting for those bumps. There we go. So she seems to have adjusted her surfing, and there's those turns that you love.
I love it so much.
And then set up the nose ride.
5 to 10. This might be her best score yet, and she's not yet done.
Oh, nice little fade. Didn't go too far. She pulled that together really well.
Remains in control. Sorry, Sakura. It must be what's on her mind right now.
So, Kaede definitely... So that last wave for Sakura didn't change her situation, remaining a 5.18. If I'm Sakura at the moment, I'm a bit nervous because I do believe that Kaede just dropped her best number.
I know, she only needs a 5.18, and
she's checking her watch, and she just doubled down her paddling because she knows that now this heat just heated up, so to speak. Was that pretty bad? This heat just got hot. I could have got another
That's
way.
better. That's better.
That feels better. So we're going to keep our eyes peeled to the screen, and I'm going to be listening for that beach announcer because Dom Cui, because he's going to be doing the same thing as me. This is going to be a clutch score through this heat as we sort of hit the 8-minute mark.
Yeah, shout out to Dom, who's the solo beach announcer for this event.
Yep, and a big shout out to Tim Padden, also back in Shargau. We miss you, Tim. Wish you could be here. But Dom Kui doing a great job.
But
And
hold that thought. Here's Sakura again answering back to her older sister with some really nice footwork and remains in control this time. I love it. This makes me want to get on a longboard and try those turns, John.
me too. I definitely can't get to the nose, so these turns are my...
I know, more.
That's all I've got.
This is our jam.
Alrighty, so 2 important scores yet to drop in. I don't know if Sakura... She definitely bettered her 3-4-7, I feel, on that wave. I
Do
feel
we
that
have the score yet?
I feel that's... No, we're still waiting for...
Scores for both
Blue
of them
to drop in.
drop.
Yep. The judges now are going to be looking at the replays. They're going to be comparing. The 667, I think, is going to be a conversation point. Kaiti's 557, and there we are. Second best score of the heat dropping in Kaiti's bag, a 6.50.
So she's back in the lead.
She's back in the lead. So here's a replay of now the question in place is Sakura.
Is this a 5 though? That's
Is this
the
a 5?
question.
So great turn. That turn alone for me.
I think that's a 5 alone, but that's why I'm not a judge.
It's an exclamation mark, but from the hang 5 into that turn, and then she's continuing the work. A bit of downtime here. I believe she's pulling off the back here. There's a 5 there.
But
it's quality. And watch this. Here's that turn.
Yes, thank you for the replay, guys.
That combination of major maneuvers may get her there.
But Kaida's wave selection has been on point, getting on the bigger waves.
And now look at them. They're going at it. They're both in this heat.
Ooh.
This is going to be exactly what it looked like on paper. It was a little slow start, but this second half now,
Yes,
here we go.
As you said, the heat got hot.
So we have 2 scores to drop in again. Sakura may take the lead back. I believe she's going to throw her way, definitely going to throw her 3.57 away. How much by? Depending on how much the judges like that combination, that 5 into that incredibly critical turn. It was basically the highlight, but it was massive. Up next we have, there's Rico.
Oh, hi Rico, listening to some tunes. What do you reckon he's listening to?
I reckon he's listening to a podcast on how to professionally grow your business. What do you think? Maybe not.
I think something just more light, John.
Okay, my eyes are again fixed, so 2 scores to drop in. Again, important, this heat could flip and flip again.
Just
so
5 minutes left. We
so
have
Katie
the
wants
yellow
to
wave flame.
Katie wants to throw away a 517 to improve her score. Sakura needs a 5. I have to say it's going to be there.
Very close.
I don't know.
Very close.
It's either going to be close or it's going to blow the scale right out because we haven't seen that surfing.
But look at them,
yet.
like taking glances at each other. Like, did you see that?
Super important. So the judges, once again, so this is one of those, she's asking a question to the judges that they haven't seen yet. Nobody, there we are. I think the numbers, they're not starting to drop in yet. I thought they were. But, you know what I mean, that major maneuver, like it was basically 2 moves. It's the same as a 1 massive maneuver air for a surfer's.
Yes.
Shortboarders, sorry. The surfers
Okay,
on the
we have a
longboard.
score. Sakura gets a 5.17, advances to first.
Okay, so he came in that mid-range. Those 2 moves, a 5.17. So now a 5.35 for Katie. What do you think on her last wave?
I think that's a make also. So many lead exchanges in this heat.
Good heat. There's Roger Kasugai on his branded board. Dandoi partnership.
He went with the yellow one, the original prototype.
There we go. He's got many colours and many boards and gets to play with it, which is really good for Roger. And he's a great guy. He won the Fair Play Award internationally, which was put out in France a few years back.
Our first gold medalist for surfing in the SEA Games in 2019.
Yep. So we're still waiting on that score for Katie to drop in. I wonder if we can get that wave up on the screen again.
3 minutes and a half left.
While we've got a bit of downtime, we might be able to see it. There it is. It has dropped in a
And
5,
Kaida
4,
does get
3.
the score that she needs.
So as predicted, the lead is jumping up and down, and there we are. Here it is for Katie. So this is her 5.43, putting her back in the lead. So look at that tail work.
Very
look at those
critical
turns.
turn.
Super smooth, super graceful. So style, tick, grace, tick and flow. She's literally hitting it. That was the first little wobble on this heat.
Style, grace, flow, a bit of power as well.
Yep. So the judges loving that combination also, 5-4-3. So
Okay, younger sis now needs a 5.26 to snatch the lead back from older sis.
and under priority, here goes Katie.
Takes this one again, wants to improve her score. Nice, long 5. Very controlled footwork. Adding a variety with this floater. Does she make it? What
She
do you
went
think?
down. Hands on rail, that's an incomplete
No,
maneuver
hands
on
on
that
rail.
one.
Okay,
so she
noted,
did go
John.
down. She went down completely on that one, so losing a few points there. But
she's in the
I want to
lead.
put Tucker out there and just let them have a 3-person
Yeah,
sort
let's
of-
do a mixed heat expression session.
Because they all surf so well. They're so dynamic and explosive and super fun to watch. Look at those scores at the moment. 11.93 versus 11.84.
And below 2 minutes left,
Yep,
Sakura hangs on to priority.
That just shows how good these girls are, how close they are. They almost can't split themselves. What's that? That is a 0.09 difference between the two surfers.
This heat has been a bit of a nail biter, I think.
So a 3.97 dropping in for Katie's last one. Doesn't change the situation. Wow. What a great heat. This is
It's not done. A minute and a half.
I
What
know.
do you think, younger
Well,
sis?
the slow start to the fast finish for me means there's at least one more exchange in this, and you can see the waves coming. It looks like that second one has that sort of double up looking shape about it on that next wave coming in. Maybe a bit thicker on the reef, which she's
Might
not looking at
provide a
it.
longer ride, but no one gets on it.
Ooh, 1 minute. I'll try to contain myself. Hopefully we get one more exchange. I'd love to see it come down
I know, but
to one more wave each. A
wonder what's on
5.26
Sakura's
required by
mind.
Sakura
Less than a minute left.
with priority.
Is she throwing in the towel, John?
No way.
She's making her paddle to her sister.
Yeah, but she's probably, who knows, are they having fun at this stage, or are they having an argument? What's the dynamics in their family?
But whatever happens,
I'm 100
family is family.
I'm 100% sure they're having fun. Look at them.
Oh, this makes for great TV too.
It
Back
is.
in Japan, the media will be talking about this heat.
And these are the two up there. Like, the Japanese women are represented so well in this event, and they are such a strong force when it comes to shortboard
10
and longboard
seconds.
surfing. I'm going to call this heat pretty much over. There might be one last ditch effort. She's got 3 seconds to stand up on this wave. I don't think she's going to get there.
Does she stand up before the buzzer?
It's a little bit
Does it
hard for
matter?
us to tell with the delay.
Okay.
Nope, there we go. Judges say no. So what an incredible heat from
Okay,
Katie.
our defending champion Kaide Inui advancing to the semifinals.
Thanks, Camille. We'll be back shortly
Thank you
after
so
this
much,
break
John. That was excellent.
with Jerry and Jess.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? a dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union.
Moving into the men's quarterfinals here in the La Union International Pro LQS 1000. Got a pretty stacked afternoon of surfing. Beautiful drone angle shot though. Look at that lineup, Jerry. We're eyeing off a couple waves down the point, aren't we?
We are. Once we're done, we're hoping that the longboarders will head up the point to practice and we get that little peek down the beach there. That could be all us.
All us in quarterfinal heat number 1. Roger Casagay taking on Rico Dumagin. So I feel like these two surfers in those first 2 heats of the morning, they were definitely two of the standouts along with JR. Up and riding, Rico getting this one underway. This board looks super light and lively under his feet. He's hanging 10 there, a little bit off balance. Probably not the flow he wanted on that one. That's a great regain there, super steezy. And he's going to sign this one out. He's feeling it today.
He is, and again, two very different surfers. Rico is much lighter on his feet. Roger is a bit more powerful. So, yeah, they don't have similar styles. Rico's more like RJ and Roger's just more like Roger. So, yeah, looking forward to this again. Two great mates. Roger, 30 years old. Here's Roger's first wave. Could well be his second wave. A couple during the break there. Oh, this is the 2.5. This is his first wave. And this will be a replay of the 3.33 of Rico. So we missed a couple during the ad break. They got into the action very, very quickly, not wasting any time trying to put up a couple of good scores. And the scores are only mid scores, but nonetheless they got some numbers on the board. Ooh, that's an ankle breaker. And this is Roger's second wave. So it's a similar score to the previous one. So we can gauge in the last 2 on that one.
Oh, we're up and riding with live action. It's all happening in this heat. Scores locking in for the last one of Rico, 5-1-7. Oh, this is why you wear leggies in heats. Unfortunately, losing the board, but great start to this wave. This was during the replay we were in, and just really stylish, good-looking surfing here from Roger. Wow, great wave here. Spent a lot of time at the nose of the board. Really beautiful flow, beautiful footwork. Got himself a closing maneuver, but just couldn't quite hold on to his board. Live action, Rico.
It's non-stop. This is non-stop already. 5 minutes in, not even. So Rico's now taking his third wave. Nice looking wave, good wall. A bit slow right there, but he's going to push through. Toes on the nose, very nice. Long. Keep it going. Oh, and a 10. Oh, we love that. That was super cool. We could hear the people outside yelling and screaming for him. Wave's going to do a little more, and he's going to get a couple more points there. Stay on it. Oh, he was a bit wonky, but he managed to hold on. So really good start to this heat, Jess.
Yeah, he's got the best number of the heat so far, being that 5-1-7. I'm thinking that last one of Roger's really going to come in as a good score. Let's look at this footwork on this wave. Great looking cross steps up and down the board. You can see he's really using the entirety of the face of his board right now. Spends a lot of time at the nose here. There's a long 5, gets that 10, really steezy looking 10 there, makes his way back down the board, carves it back to the pocket. So yeah, this is a great wave for Rico. Takes this one all the way through the inside, and he'll be stoked that he's got a leggy on for this one. Unfortunately, his competitor Roger having to do the swim in, which is going to affect the priority rotation, especially in these two-man heats. That's pretty crucial. It
is crucial, and there are a few that aren't using leashes or leg ropes, as we like to call them. And I guess it's because, cross steps walking up, they don't want anything underfoot.
Definitely not.
And that's, for me, that's the first one in the event I've seen who's actually lost his board. So I guess it happens infrequently. I don't know on a free surf if it has a leash on or not, but yeah, it's a bit disappointing to lose it. And again, you're right, the priority is the big issue there.
All right, looks like we're going to cross down to Camille, who has that winner of our last of the ladies quarterfinal.
Thank you, Jessie. Yes, I am here with bigger sis Kaide Inoue, taking that win from her younger sister Sakura. So Kaide, how does it feel to surf against your younger sister?
Thank you. Same heat with my sister Sakura, so very close heat. Yeah, little bit nervous.
So your younger sister put some pressure on you. She took the lead from you a couple of times. She also surfed really well. Did you teach her how to surf?
Yeah.
You think she's copying your style or she has her own way of surfing?
なんて言った今。いや、英語が途中。
You think you and Sakura have same surfing style?
Not the same, but my sister so beautiful surfing. Me, little bit powerful surfing. Yeah.
And that's exactly what we saw. More powerful turns from Kaide, but Sakura is still only 16 years old. So much to learn and improve. And hey, you're the defending champion at this event. You're doing so well. Congratulations. Say anything you want to say in Japanese.
Thank you. 皆さん応援ありがとうございます。さくらと勝ったり点数追い抜いたりとすごいクロスなヒートだったんですけど、次はセミファイナルを勝って去年に続いて優勝できるようにクオリファイできるように頑張りたいと思います。引き続き応援の方よろしくお願いいたします。
Okay, on to the semifinals. Congratulations, Kaide. Back to you guys at the commentary.
Yeah, we have our semi-finalists of the women now confirmed. Great wave here for Rico. Throws his hands up in the air at the end of that last one. Always seems to happen when we're in those interviews.
I know. The timing's perfect. Impeccable timing. This was a beautiful wave. Decent size set, straight to a 10, a long 10 into a 5. Beautiful soul arch there, just ripping, loads of style, hard turn. Nothing wrong with this wave yet. He's killing it. Really quick steps up and down the board. He's going to head back into the power source now and head back up the front of the board. We did see it on the side there before, on the side of the interview. That is an unbelievable wave. That's easily the best wave of this heat, and the best wave I've seen in a couple of heats, I guess. And he is happy. Rico is a happy boy.
He is. This is a great looking wave. Look at that 10. Just so stylish, super steezy. Love that lean back. That would be a great photo for Rico. He definitely had to answer back because Roger's last wave, that was an 8-point ride. So this wave really came into play here. Needed to try and get a 5.24 out of this one, but it's going to be well above that. Beautiful wave surfed. A lot of time spent up the nose of the board. 10s, 5s, carves. We had a lot of flow on this wave, a lot of power as well. Just a beautiful wave all around, Jerry. And yeah, there it is. It's a 7.5. So Rico back in the lead. Roger now needs to answer back, looking for a 4.77. He's walking his way up the board. There's a great 5. Super long 5 here. And you can see just lightly touching his toes. Beautiful flow on this one. Ooh, almost gets his competitor. He's looking for more green face down the end. He's really read this wave beautifully here. Steps his foot on the back of the tail. Gets as much pivot as he can. There's his 5. Just a quick touch. And he's going to get out of that one.
Well, that'll be a pretty nice backup score for him. It certainly won't be the 8 he just had, but I think it'll be up a mid-range score there. 2 really nice waves. Here it is again. Drone angle. Drone angle looks really interesting. It makes the wave, to me, look a little smaller, but the drone guy's doing a great job out there. Oh yeah, almost he lined up his mate, chop his foot off. That'll help you win, that's for sure. Fine, gets back in the power here. He's waiting for it. He knows the wave's going to start up for him again. He's well aware of how this one works. And here he goes. He goes back to work here on the inside section.
Yeah, and then he gets out of that one. Great looking ride there from Roger. Straight back into more action. There's been an absolute flurry of good waves in this heat. Straight to a 5, into a 10, back into a hang 5. Brings this one back around. Love the use of his board. He really is in tune with his equipment. Good looking 5 here. Not a lot of nose out of the water though, so he's going to be looking to get that lift of the nose out of the water again. Quick reflex there to get out just before that wave steepens up too much. Gets up at the nose one more time. He's really loving it. I think he's claimed 4 waves today.
Okay. Look, it's world class. This is really world class surfing here. I mean, we're we're 1,000 QS, so I guess it's not the top guys in the world, but these guys are capable of being there. One of them in the next heat is actually there, and these guys all have incredible skills. That was a great wave.
Looking at the women's semi-finals, they're all locked in, so we'll have them out there again tomorrow. So tomorrow is going to be finals day. Natsumi Taoka taking on Ashley Lopez in semi-final number 1. It's a pretty solid, powerful affair. And then Hiroka Yoshikawa taking on Katie Inu. So 3 Japanese competitors, 1 Filipino. Quite the different story on the men's draw, though.
Yeah, the men's draw is full of local guys, Filipinos and guys from here. We only have 1 Japanese left in the draw, Tako, who will be surfing, I believe, in the 4th quarterfinal. So he's representing the rest of the world. So I imagine the beach will be pretty much on the side of the locals.
Yeah, I would say so as well. So there's just that drone angle shot there of Rico. That last wave of Roger coming in at a 6.07, so heat change again. Wow, beautiful 10 there. A lot of nose out of the water. We love when they look like they're flying. Makes his way back up. A lot of glide, a lot of stees. We'll catch up with that replay soon. He's gone back to the lead. Rico was looking for a 6.58 on that last wave, so I feel like we're going to chop and change a lot this heat. We're only halfway through. Take me through this replay, Jerry.
Yeah, so he's faded left to get a bit more speed going there. Bit of a 5 and really nice, powerful cut back into the source. Not a lot happening, and he's seen straight away there's not much happening. So he's heading straight back out there. Beat Rico back out there, got the priority. So it was a pretty clever move of his to get off that wave, I think.
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely crucial to have that priority when those sets do come through, especially in these 2-man heats.
Yes. Lisa's at home watching him. So, Lisa, congratulations. Your husband's made it a long way. He may well get through to the semi-finals. It's a super close heat, but I know you're watching there with bated breath. And there are our next 2 competitors.
Right now, he's looking for a 6.58, Rico. 1 judge, all judges not giving it to him, actually. So, it's a 6.2, so it wasn't enough. He needs more. There is the family affair. They'll be coming up in that next heat. It's going to be a great matchup.
Yes, absolutely. JR and June, of course. June is his nephew. So, yeah, proper family affair. Yet another family affair. We've had sisters against each other. We've had mum and daughters against each other. We've had cousins against each other. We've had uncles and nephews against each other.
Yep. Yeah, we've definitely had it all. Back to this heat. 6.58 is the score that this man is looking for. Bit of a fat wave so far. I think he knows that unless there's anything on the inside, it's not going to be the case. They just look so beautiful the way they glide across the water.
Yeah, so much style. He didn't do well last year. Rico is 25 years old. He came equal 17th last year, so he's by far beaten that. And I think in that last year, he's improved an awful lot. He's been non-stop surfing. He's been to a couple of the other events. He went to Belair. And he's just been practicing. Isn't it nice to be able to practice something and you love practicing? I don't know, I guess if you're a runner, and you practice, it's not quite as fun as if you're a surfer and you practice.
Yeah, I feel like when you're running as well, you're always trying to beat yourself. So you probably get tired quicker. Where surfing is just it's one of those sports where it does live on past your competitive career. You do it for life, surfing.
Oh, definitely.
All right, here we go. Roger, this is a really useful technique to fade left to go right. Put yourself in the steeper part of the wave. Try and get some bigger points. Long 5 at the start of this one. Great flow. Trying to get himself back onto some green face. Steps that foot back. Gorgeous cut back on that one. He's really using the length of the board here. Just tiptoes up to the nose. You can see how light-footed he is. Long 5 and a pretty crucial part of that wave. The crowd loves it. And he gets a good slash to finish this one off. And he's going to get out of there before that reef gets that little bit too shallow. So Roger looking to better that 6.07.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance of that. That was really nice wave choice there from Roger. He knew it was going to link up. It did link up. He faded to start with without fear that it was going to run away from him. He really rode that wave well. He understood the wave and knew exactly what it was going to do, and it did what he thought it was going to do.
You can see the swell is just perfectly wrapping along this reef here. So the reef face west, when we get these north swells in, it just hugs the reef beautifully.
Wraps around it, yeah. And also as the tide comes up, it helps a little bit here because it hits the reef a little better. It's different when it's bigger, different when the swell's a bit more west, but yeah, the north swell is really what you're looking for.
Definitely. Past that halfway mark, well past it now, coming down to under 9 minutes to go. Waiting on that score, see what judges really think about that last one while we wait. No stopping in this heat. Rico having a look at this one, tiptoes up the board and just holds a 5, gets a quick 10. He's staying there. A bit of berry on the nose. He's got to float this section to try and get around to gain the most here. Big turn and holds on for the finish. He loves a claim.
He loves the claim. He loves the crowd.
Yeah, he's an entertainer, isn't he?
He is.
Yeah, great looking wave there for Rico. It was a lot different to the waves we've seen him ride throughout the rest of the day today. I feel like
Bit more shortboardish, that one.
Yeah, a lot more power in it, I thought.
Yeah, it's a nice finish. We're going back to Roger's wave. Again, that was the cut back into it just to allow himself a bit more face there. Really nice 5 to start with. Finding some speed there just to get around that section, which he does with ease. Really nice cutback there, a little bit of a cross step after the cutback, and finds a bit more power in here. So back to the nose. Great wave. Long 5 on the inside. And not yet done. Not yet done. Oh, they're ripping. They're ripping, they are, and the waves just are perfect for it. Look, it's just relentless, and with the replays, it's double relentless.
Here we
There's
go.
Rico again. So this was a great wave from Rico. Really nice 10. Back to the 5. Long, long, long. 10 again. Back to the 5. This is long. And then he's up, down, and he's going to get round this section, and boom. And he's going to get his arms in the air. Yeah, kiss for everybody. Good on you, Rico.
Last wave scores of Roger did improve, so it was a 7-1-7. So Rico was looking for a 7-8-8 on that last one. Came in under, came third at 6.9. So he's going to have to do a little bit more work than that if he wants to try and take Roger out of that top spot. 6 minutes 40 on the
JR
clock.
and the crew anticipating, waiting for the next heat. Wendell was there. So there's a pretty good vibe on the beach down there, and particularly because there's so many locals still involved. They're loving it. We're hearing them scream from up here. It is only a Tuesday, so it's, the beach isn't packed down there. It's midday or less than midday Tuesday, so a lot of people at work, a lot of people would like to be here. And there he is, the local hero running down there.
The man who is doing things, big things for the Philippines, being the only championship tour surfer to ever get there from this part of the world, but we're going to say it's the first of many because such a wave-rich region.
Yeah, look,
Try
I
and
have
say
no doubt.
that fast. Oh my goodness. But yeah, I just think this is just the start of an ever-growing surf region. And I think over the next 5 to 10 years, thinking of names even in the shortboard world like Noah Arkfeld, Marimar, I think we're in for a pretty good-looking future coming through the Philippines. And
without doubt.
especially with the longboarding world too. Lots of very talented longboarders coming out of this region.
Yeah, for sure. And they're all it's just one guy makes it and everyone, that's their goal. He did it from here. He's a guy from here and he did it. It's like, I can do it. It really boosts the confidence. It gives them goals. It's amazing.
Here we go. Live action here. Roger straight to the nose of the board there. Coming around this whitewater section, wants some more green face and steeper wall to work with. Beautiful carve back. Cross steps up the board. Very technical maneuvers here. He's going to make the most of this inside section. Gets a quick 10. And he's just floating and gliding. A lot of power here. Seeing if he can get more. And he's going to get out of that one. Right behind him, answering back, is Rico chasing a score. There's a 5. Goes for that inside float. And he is going to stick with this one through the inside and get out of there. So see what he did out the back.
Yeah,
He's hungry for the win.
Exactly. And here we go. So a bit of a slower, smaller wave. It stands up nicely for him here. Gets his feet down. Well, both. Decent 10 there. Copped a bit of white water on the edge there. It was a bit unbalanced, but I like the floater he does down the line here. I guess because I myself am a shortboarder and I love to see that sort of stuff. But Yeah, really interesting wave. I can't really tell how the judges are going to see that one, because there was a bit of rail in the water there at one stage, and at the start there was a little bit of a misstep. So I think they'll probably not go as high as maybe his last wave, but that probably guarantees that they'll go higher that I said it. I noticed also JR had no leg rope on, so
Yeah, he's been running a leggy the whole event.
So Roger and JR choose to not do that. I guess it's not a real long swim in here if that's the case, and usually if they lose their leash, they're quite a fair way in, but if they were to lose it out the back there, they would lose a lot of time.
Last wave of Roger coming in. It's a 7.53, so extending his lead over Rico. On that last wave, Rico was looking for an 8.03. Judges taking their time. He's giving them something else to think about right now, though. 5 toes on the nose here. Not sure if these wider ones are the ones to do it. He's going to try and go heels, hang heels, and then come around, step out of his leggy. It's not going to be the 8 he's looking for, but I love the variety he's showing us today.
Yeah, that was nice. And you know it's not the number he's looking for, because he'd be looking at the cameras, looking at the crowd and saying, yes, that was me. So, you know, he got off quickly. He's heading back out there. He's got enough time to do what he needs to do. Did his last one? Yeah, I mean, his last, that came in at a 3.0. The previous was a 6.87, which just wasn't quite enough. So he still needs an 8.03 to overtake Roger in the lead. Plenty of time left. Roger is out there with priority, so I guess there'll be some cat and mouse out there now. You know, Roger knows how to do it. Roger knows how to hold on, but there's a lot of waves, so you can't necessarily just semi-block him out. I think Roger's going to have to take another wave and leave Rico out there. So there's plenty of waves, although he can wait till pretty much Rico gets all the way out there, which is what I would do, but maybe that's not what he's going to do.
He's going to take this one potentially. This is a pretty good looking wave, but I think he's getting smart with his tactics. There's 2 minutes on the clock.
Yep.
Like you mentioned, Jerry, this is kind of the make or break moment of a heat. He's got to be smart with his decision making. We saw, you know, Ashley Lopez, her heat against Kayla Jane, it flipped at the very end. So it's truly never over until it's over. 1 minute 45 to go. If I was Rico, I wouldn't be taking these wide inside ones. There's no 8s on those waves. You've got to be getting them from out the back.
I think you're exactly right. And Roger realises that he's not taking them because he knows that Rico needs to get out there to get the length of ride, to get the variety, to get the score. So, yeah, pretty smart there by Roger. And pretty good that Rico didn't take that wave. A minute and a half, a lot of waves have been coming through. There's certainly still a chance.
Yeah, I feel like if Rico hadn't have taken his last wave, he would have been out the back, and there was 4 set waves that came through then. Roger would have had to pull the trigger on one of them, which would have gave Rico one last opportunity on a set wave. So a bit of a mistake there. He'll go back, rewatch this, learn from his mistakes. He's going to give it one last crack here. There's a 10-point ride. A lot of nose in the water, though. Is up there again, so hanging there for a while. Comes back, uses a bit of flow to bring this one back to the pocket. He's got that board on lock. It looks super strong and super whippy, but wave height's going to let him down on this one.
Yeah,
and I think he knows it.
Yep. Yeah, he's well aware, you know. Yep. He is well aware, and again, you're right. I think that was his mistake. He shouldn't have taken that inside one because there were 2 or 3 sets. With 30 seconds to go, he's not going to get out the back in time. And Roger's going to take it away and move on into the semi-final.
Yeah, this is a big result here for Roger. Going to be back for finals day tomorrow. Still 20 seconds on the clock, but yeah, Rico, it feels like he knew off the end of that last one that it wasn't going to be his day today. Roger's been one of those informed surfers all event, though. He's definitely been a great rival for JR, who's coming up in the next heat. But coming down to the very end, this wave isn't going to come of consequence. It is just before the hooter, actually, so slightly is. Beautiful 5 to start this one off. Glides through. And he's going to take this one all the way to shore. As Stace Galbraith would say, it's a perso. This is just a personal wave here for Roger. Great surfing. Great competitor. Smart. Yeah, all round, this has been a really great heat for our surfer in red. But with that ends our first quarterfinal. So Roger Kasage is going to be moving on through to finals day, the semi-finals tomorrow. We're going to go to a quick ad break and come back with world number 4, JR, taking on June Esquivel. Don't go anywhere. More action coming up.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union.
We're back with a brother v brother matchup right now for quarterfinal heat number 2 of the La Union International Pro LQS 1000. June Esquivel taking on older brother JR Esquivel, number 4 in the world. So this is a pretty interesting matchup. We've had mum and daughter matchups, cousin matchups, nephew, uncle, sisters, and now we're going to see a brother v brother affair. I feel like this is where we see the most competitive side of any athlete come out when it has anything to do with family.
Oh, I've got 2 brothers who are pretty competitive over the years. So, yeah, this will be pretty good. Certainly, JR is coming forth, was 4th in the world. He's already qualified for the Longboard CT. So he will be favoured to win this. But his younger brother, who's only 20 years old now, has around 7 years to catch up. So he's got plenty of time. And if he could knock off his bro now, again, it wouldn't matter so much to his bro apart from local pride and family pride, because he's already qualified for the Longboard CT. So he's got a lot to win, June, and JR doesn't have so much to lose.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't. This just seems to be an event, you know, when you're at home, you just do kind of throw your hat in the ring, you decide to compete. He doesn't need to do this event as such, but I feel like especially when you have such a long time off, sometimes it just feels nice to get some reps in the Rashi.
Yeah, look, it's his local break. It's his event. He loves it. He wants to win it pretty badly, but, you know, his younger brother's out there, so I guess if he's going to lose to anyone, that's not a bad one to lose to.
All right, we're going to cross down to Camille with the winner of the last heat.
On to the semifinals is Roger Kasugai with his son, Rio. Rio over here. Oh, yes, surfing indeed is a family affair here in San Juan, La Union. And man, talk us through that heat, Roger. That was some intense back-to-back exchanges you had with Rico Dumagin. So you got the better of the exchange with an 8.0 and a 7.53. The waves just really worked out for you out there. How did you feel about your heat?
After the round 2, a round of 16, I was sitting in front of the beach and watching all the set coming in, and I just figured out the first wave of the set doesn't really gonna work, so I decided to go on the second one, so it's gonna clean the water first, and then I decided to go to the second one as always.
Okay, that's an excellent strategy. The first wave of a set may not always be the best choice because you're lacking a bit of water to really create that wall you need to make those powerful turns and those excellent nose rides. And Rio, hi. Earlier you were just speaking Dutch to your son, Lisa.
Yeah. How old is Rio? 2? Okay.
2 years old. Excellent, Rio. And in the future, you will also be surfing with Rio. Are you already doing that?
We try 3 times, but I think right now the wave is pretty big for him, so we just try to play on the sand and enjoy the salt water, I guess.
Thank you, Roger. Would you like to say anything in Dutch to Lisa's family who may be watching you right now?
To my vrouw, Lies, dankjewel for everything. En ik hou van jou en de family from the Netherlands. Lies, kom good. Geen de Filipijnen. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. Back to you guys at the commentary.
Awesome. Thank you, Roger. Thank you, Camille. What a great interview. That was cool to know that there's some Dutch family
Threw the
in there
pressure
as well.
Threw the pressure on Roger there, speaking some Dutch for us.
So not an easy language either.
I certainly don't know any of it. I think Dunker was thank you, but that's
Is
German as well,
Dunker
right?
German?
Yeah, you'll find some of the words are the same.
Yeah, So 19 minutes on the clock. I'm just looking at, these events, these points do really count towards that CT campaign, which is where we see JR, little brother, up and riding right now, though, getting a little bit cross-step, so just flicks his board out there. JR out the back behind him. So beautiful hang 10, good-looking set wave here. He's just so composed. Quick 5, walks his way back down. And he is looking to get back to some green face, holding on to try and get around this one. There's a lot of downtime on this wave. Judges would note that. He knows that. He's going to get out of there. But all of these points mounting up for the CT, the Championship Tour. First one, 4 events. First one being at Huntington Beach. That will be in the late July. Then we'll head over to Bells Beach during September for event number 2. Abu Dhabi will host the 3rd event in October, and El Salvador rounding out the 4th event in November. So these guys are trying to battle out to get on that tour, and sounds like a pretty great tour for waves.
Sounds really good. I mean, thought of Bells in September is brrr. And I know Roger went there last year and found it pretty cold, but certainly Bells gets some good waves at that time of year. The rest of it seems like a pretty warm weather, nice places to be. And not the Bells isn't, don't get me wrong, people from Bells out there, but it's cold.
It is cold. Wow, great ride here from June. Beautiful hang 5. Makes his way back up the board, gets a quick touch. And a little bit off kilter for that last one. It's a lot of board to try and get out of a wave on. It's just a lot to handle. So yeah, you can see it's just got to be strong. You've got to be in control of your equipment. But that's going to be a great wave. Looking at JR's scores right now, 7.33 and a 4.17. So has little brother currently in combination. But you've got to think that last wave for June was actually really nice.
It was nice. He just had a few missteps on the inside there. But you would think he'd get out of combo right there. He's only holding a 0.67, and June's total score is only 11.50. So, he doesn't need much, and he'll definitely be out of combo. And there's a lot of time. There's 16 minutes, but these heats seem to go incredibly quickly. 16 minutes is nothing. We're 10 minutes in already. Previous heat had about 4 or 5 waves each at this stage. They were just quick fire. These guys are a bit more discerning, or maybe there's just a few less sets in this particular heat.
Yeah, that last heat was really busy for waves. Actually, there was a real flurry of action. Last wave scores for June coming in at a 5-point ride, so now needs a 6.51. Just like you said, we're 9 minutes into this heat. That's a good way to crawl your way back in. So these guys, I wonder if they're chatting out there. I wonder if JR's going to give him a little bit of info and insight, maybe some heat IQ to try and help him. But when you're up against your brother, probably not. Yeah,
I think if Camille's listening and you're going to speak to them afterwards, ask that. Whoever wins, ask if they helped. Do you help your brother, or do you hinder your brother?
Here we go, JR having a look here. Such beautiful grace and flow. Nice hang 10. Has to go back to a 5. There's the hang heels. Brings this one all the way back around. He's just doing circles on that board just there. There we go, hang 10. It's a quick one, so a little out of control. Brings it back round to the pocket, trying to find this inside section. He knows this wave so well. Just so light on his feet on this wave. He's going to get back up there. Wow! Hangs the foot off the edge and then gets up there for one last hang 5. He's really showing us his skill set to be able to do that with both feet and go up for the finish on quite a shallow part of the reef.
Yeah.
So
there was no way he was landing that because his fin was going, so he knew that was an amazing wave. And talk about variety. Is there any other manoeuvres that he didn't do? I mean, he didn't get a closeout re-entry. That's about the only thing. That was just an amazing ride, and that's why JR is JR. He can still surprise us every wave. These waves are pretty. Well, they're long and people are doing some pretty good stuff, and he's still surprising us every wave. It's just amazing. You
can see why he is on that next stage, because he is that just level above. He has that wider variety.
Look how long that wave was. Look how far out his bro is.
Yeah, you can see that he is a championship tour surfer, and it makes sense that he's there. It makes sense that he's 4th in the world. coming up
And a
next.
big shout out to all those other championship tour surfers that are probably, well, definitely watching this to see what kind of competition they've got coming up against. I mean, he was 8th, then 4th, so, he's on an upward trajectory, which we did mention yesterday, so, we'll be cheering him on to finish even higher.
Yeah, I mean, how cool to potentially have Philippines' first world champion in just a few years. You never know what could happen, so would love to see JR achieve that, not just for himself, but, for the Philippines as well.
Look, Asia is exploding. We just crowned our first Indonesian junior world champ, so, Asia is just turning it on. The surfers are coming out just polished, professional, and getting better and better every year. It's amazing. I can't believe it, considering when I first came here, how few local surfers there were. I mean, you could go to any beach, any surf spot, and there wouldn't be more than 1 or 2 surfers, locals anyway. Now they just dominate and they're ripping.
You would have watched a lot of these guys grow up, thinking of JR, thinking of Marimar, Filmar.
Oh, I've got pictures of Marimar at 3 years old, I mean, yeah, Filmar, I've known their dad, but I guess almost since before they were born. That little town, Katangnan, yeah, I knew everyone there, and it's great to see them grow up. It's a bit disappointing for me because it just means I'm getting old, but it's wonderful to see them grow up and be so confident and winning, absolutely winning, changing their lives, and on such a beautiful sport, so healthy, so things can go the wrong way with the youth, but the surfing keeps them in check.
Taking a look to the ocean right now, long hang 5, very in control, got a good amount of the board out of the water there as well. Needs a big score, needs a 9.7 because the last wave of JR came in at a 7.37. That's a good way to answer back though. It was a really beautiful, in-controlled, great ride there from his younger brother June. Maybe just didn't have the variety.
No, he just couldn't get around that section. Maybe it wasn't the greatest wave choice, or maybe he just thought it was going to hold up and it didn't. There was just too much pushing through the white water, I think, and it did start really, really well. There's Tucker, ready to roll, representing the family. There'll be 2 of them. One of the sisters is still in, so Mum must be pretty proud there.
Yeah, definitely. Feel like it's always so nice to have your family down there at the beach supporting you, and obviously the sisters came up against each other, so they wouldn't have wanted to meet so early, but it was the older sister moving on through. She'll be in the semi-finals tomorrow. 11 and a half minutes to go in this one. Scores to lock in for June. There it is. It's a 3.93, so it does slightly improve his total. Doesn't eclipse his best ride, so he's still looking for that excellent score of a 9.7. JR at this point in time has him in a pretty good headlock right now, but June still with plenty of time to crawl his way out of it. If you were mum or dad, you'd be feeling pretty uneasy right now.
Oh, look, it's the catch-22. You win and you lose, but at least you do get a win. I mean, you'd certainly rather them meet each other in the final than a quarter-final, and the Inyos, mum must have felt the same way. But I guess you do get one of them, one of them's making it through. But it'd be nicer if it was later in the draw, and June's going to pull the trigger here again.
Having a look at that one, it didn't quite eventuate. He needs a bigger wave.
I think he needs to wait with his bro. I mean, the sets have been coming through. They're not getting the scores on the smaller waves. JR's well aware of that, and he's not taking the smaller ones. So I think June, with 10 minutes to go, just over 10 minutes, would be well worth waiting for a solid set.
Yeah, definitely.
It's only man on man, so it's not like, there'll be 2 or 3 waves per set. They're not coming in ones, mostly. So there's plenty of potential for him to make it through and to get a decent score, or at least to start building a bigger score to catch up to older bro.
I feel like at this point, when you have that much of a lead on your younger brother, surely you just lend him a little bit of advice.
My older brother would never, John, are you listening? He would never give me advice if we were surfing against each other. He would be just drilling it in further. He would be doing whatever he could.
I so would.
I know. That's what you do. That's what your brothers and sisters are for. They're the ones you're most competitive out of anyone.
Because obviously June, there's a lot of emotions for him right now. He seems quite frustrated. He seems quite frantic. He's turning for a lot of waves that aren't going to have a 9.7. He's not looking at the bigger picture of like, okay, I need to score that big. Because even if he wanted to break that down in 2, he's still going to need at least 2 7s.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. I agree with you totally. He's a little looking, well, he's sitting now, but he was looking a little frantic, whereas JR's just looking out to sea, enjoying the view, waiting for a set with priority.
Just under 9 minutes to go here. Bit of a lull. We haven't seen the ocean be this quiet in just a few heats' time, so...
Yeah, it's a shame because it's really cleaned up a lot as well, so I wonder if that little onshore is pushing less swell in somehow. We always make excuses for why there's lulls and not why there's... I had a friend, Johnny Sheehan, in Cronulla, and he used to swear by the sunset and sunrise sets. Guarantee, he said, there's always a set at sunset and there's always a set exactly on sunrise.
Really?
Okay. I never really
I went to
bought into it.
Indonesia once, and we had this real lack of waves for the trip, the time that we were there, and I was in Bali, and we couldn't figure out, there was no swell coming, it was so unusual, and we ran into this beautiful old Indonesian man who said the ocean today takes a breath in and tomorrow it'll take a breath out. And that was something I've always taken with me, like when the waves are small or when it's lulling.
Okay.
The ocean's taking a breath in and soon it'll take a breath out.
Yeah, well, it ebbs and flows, doesn't it? So that's a wise old man. Maybe now that I'm an old man, I can use that somewhere.
Do it.
Problem is I'm that old, I've forgotten it already.
No. You're like...
Hello to Susan if you're watching, and Lily. I know I say that almost each heat, but...
you got to do what you got to do.
You got to do it. Susan is here with me in town, so we'll be seeing her quite soon.
7.5 minutes to go in this heat. Little bit of silence from the action. Here we go. Younger brother here looking to answer back. Gets a 5, gets a 10. Stays for a 10 for a while, has to shuffle back to a 5. A lot of back and forth on this one. Needs to show us a bit of variety here. That's a quick 5, brings it back, looking down the line a lot. So we feel like he's predicting the wave rather than giving us that. And it was a lot of great moves, but nothing too really in control. So trying to force a score there.
He tried a little too hard at the end there. It probably would have been more acceptable or more attractive to the judges had he finished the wave off nicely rather than just losing all momentum with, I guess, what was a bit of a foot kick or a foot hang or whatever they call it, because the end of the wave didn't look great. But the start of the wave did look good. It was a smaller wave. I don't know. Well, he needs a 9.3. We know he's not going to get that. Will he beat his 5.67? I think it's 50-50 at best.
Yeah, I am not sure. Actually, no, that score came in. That was a 5.67.
Oh, that was the one.
Yep.
Okay, that came in really quickly.
His score. So judges saying it's his best wave of the heat. Chips away the requirement a little bit. 9.03 is what he's chasing now. So you can see that beautiful blue ocean ahead of us. Quite quiet. The surfers in the next heat starting to make their way out slowly.
Perry Ventura there. No leash. Don't notice he had no leash as well.
Yeah, it's pretty small. It's not too far to go and get them if you need, but I think smart getting in the ocean quick. I feel like the wax would melt pretty quickly if it wasn't straight to the ocean. Couple of set waves starting to roll through now. Little bro, June, having a look at this one here. Wants to break down this score requirement again. Just gets a bit of the nose stuck in the water there. A little out of control. You can see he's really trying to force this one, but he just needs to regain his calm right now. JR is looking great. Super poised. Wow, beautiful 10. A lot of the board out of the water there. Hangs 5 on the edge of this one and holds on. Really cool style here. Puts it up there for a finish. Shows us variety. There's a roundhouse. And he's going to try and get a little bit more score on the board here through the inside. And JR just showing us why he is 4th in the world, why he is on that top echelon of this sport. And he's just looking so in control, calm, collected.
It was a beautiful wave. And again, what happened was that June took a smaller one before the sets came instead of letting his bro take the first good one and taking the one behind it. He just got a bit hurried or rushed, and, you know, he just seems a little impatient.
Take us through this one, Jerry.
Okay, so this is a beauty. Right from the start, really nice 10, a lot of board out of the water. straight back up there, real quick steps back and forward. Nice little cutty back into the power, spins it back around, and he's way back up there again. Look at his style. Stunning. And he's spending a lot of time on the nose in this and really in the perfect position on the wave. Then he just nice weird kind of little floaty thing. Great little cutty, as you said, to add to variety, and he hasn't quite finished. So he's just going to head on through the inside there. Another cutty. Boom, he's done. Paddle back out. That was a great wave. And I think that'll rival some of his higher scores.
Yeah, I agree. And this replay, Jerry, what were your thoughts?
Oh, my thoughts, he shouldn't have taken the wave in the first place. He had a little, dug his nose in a little bit there, and then he was just trying too hard. He figures he needs to have his foot on the nose to get the points, but that wasn't the right place to do it.
Definitely not. Love the fact that he's so determined. I just think he's not looking at the bigger picture and what he's been doing in the last few rounds. Getting those good scores is what got him into this heat in the first place, so just needs to stick to his guns. Last wave for JR, though, it was an 8.5, so highest wave score of this heat so far, now putting little brother in combination land, so 15.87 points. That's not going to feel nice at this point of the heat.
No, I think June will learn a lot from this if he watches it back. I mean, if he watches it back and takes the lessons in, maybe watch it back with your older bro, and your older bro will tell you what you did and didn't do wrong, because he has made some mistakes out here. And I'm going to say right now, it's cost him the heat. I mean, there's more than 2.5 minutes to go. And he's going to get a chance to turn around and take this one. No, he doesn't like it. The one behind, possibly. It would be a minor miracle if he was to beat his bro from here. But miracles do happen, so they say.
This looks like a pretty nice little double up. JR is identifying it, so he's up and riding on this one. Paddles in. There's that flawless style to the nose. Wow, super long 10 there. And he loves the feeling of it, trying to get back out in that open ocean, that green face. Wow, quick hang heel, just that one, and then kicks the foot out. So now it feels like he looks super confident. He's got a lot of style, carries his speed on the waves really beautifully. Quick 5 to the nose. This seems to be just a really great wave for JR. He's looking like he's just really finding his flow here, and he's going to take this one to the shore with just under 2 minutes to go.
They'll be starting the interview before the hooter goes. And I think there's no reason for him to paddle back out at this stage. This must have been while he was on the wave. June's picked up a mid-size wave. Nice 10 to start with. He needs to get round this section. He's kind of been fighting the wave the whole time here during this heat. He just hasn't found his rhythm. Nice 5 there. Holding it for quite some time, and again, the wave just tends to be beating him at the moment. He knows the wave. It's not that he doesn't know the wave. I think the pressure's probably got to him a little bit.
Yeah, I think he's probably overthought the challenge a little bit too much. Instead of surfing for himself, he's surfing to try and beat his brother.
Yes.
He's not looking at it as like another heat. He's looking at it as a challenge, and I think he's getting confused between what this next round means and what it means to beat his brother. So I think he'll take this back. These guys are both so talented. They'll probably have a long career where they'll both face up against each other a fair bit. His last wave didn't go into his top 2. It was a 4.07, so it's hard to say he's going to get 15.87 points in 35 seconds, but I'm interested to see where this last wave of JR is going to go, because I feel like that's going to be a great score.
Yeah, it will be a great score.
20.
Like I said, he's on the beach already. He's already having a say bowl. He's done and dusted, and his bro's still out there thinking, damn, what could have been? There he is. He's going to wait for his bro and say congrats.
Yeah, love that. Love the camaraderie between these two. Waiting for that score to lock in. I have a feeling it's going to be a pretty good one, considering how long the judges are waiting for to lock it in. There it is. Actually comes in under, so it's a 7-point ride. So it will be JR taking it out. You can see the frustration there from his little brother June, but lots to learn. You learn more from your losses than your wins. That is the end of quarterfinal heat number 2. We are going to go to a quick ad break. We'll be back for quarterfinal heats 3 and 4, and that'll round out day number 2 of competition. Don't go anywhere. Plenty more action coming up.
Right, congratulations.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
We're just sort of watching something going on there. Perry Ventura and Taka Inui. Perry Ventura, I'm sure we're going to get a replay of his opening wave. He's putting a statement out there to Taka. I don't think I saw Taka's first wave, but we definitely saw Perry's just on the screen.
In red, we have Perry Ventura. And in blue, we have Taka Inoue, the lone Japanese.
Yeah, I was just sort of down on the beach. Obviously, the home crowd wanting Perry to go through, which make an all-Filipino semi-final, therefore an all-Philippine final. So
we have Roger and JR into the semis, and whoever wins this, and the next heat, here we go. Surfer in red on a set wave. 5 and a 10, stays on it. And a nice, stylish turn.
Beautiful drive out of that bottom.
See, I like it how he goes back to the...
Yeah, he sits in it really comfortable too. Not panicking, not doing too much, just the right amount.
And watch this. Switch. And not just a switch standing up. He's going to do a switch turn.
Yep. And it looked just as good as his standard turn. So he kept the flow, he kept the style. This was Taka's replay. So this is one we didn't see. And this is a pretty good number 2, by the way. So 5 until 10. Nice and tight, Taka. And that's what he's known for. He is so fast with his reaction times that he can go from a nose ride into a bottom turn off the lip like that. So super dynamic, and unfortunately fell off on that one. So we'll see for these numbers to drop in. Tucker's a 4.50. Numbers for Perry dropping in now, but we'll shoot down to Camille. She's down there with homegrown champion J.R. Esquivel.
Thank you, John. Yes, it looks like it's a good day to be an older sibling, as we saw Kaide Inoue take on Sakura and win, and just now JR wins over younger brother June. So I know you believe that a heat is a heat, and when you're surfing out there, it doesn't matter if you're best friends or brothers, you always have to give it your best. So could you add more to this insight?
Actually, it's so... I'm so super stoked to win the heat against my brother, but yeah, I'm so sad. It's so sad for him, but that's what the heat is. That's what the game is, and yeah. I told them every time that during the heat, it must be battle. There's no friend, there's no brother or best friends. You should be focused and give everything you can.
Okay, thank you, JR. And you really impressed everyone with the variety of maneuvers that you produced in the waves that you got in that last heat. So tell me, how do you think of how creative you can get? Like, we saw some hang heels, we saw kick fives. So how do you do these things?
I just want to surf the wave, especially what the waves offer, and try to give everything what I can, and trying to get a bigger score and try to put excellence, and just put everything what I can.
Do you think it's possible that you can create a move of your own, or like a signature JR move?
Hopefully one day.
Okay, that's one thing to watch out for, but tomorrow JR will be surfing in the semis and hopefully all the way to the finals. Do you want to say a final message?
I just want to thank my sponsors, Vans Philippines, Surf Town La Union, Kuya Errol, and Ate Shana. Thank you for always being there for me. And Union Athletics, Alima, And Luffy Surfboards, thank you so much. And sa suporta ng Cemento Surf and sa Salad Stoke dahil libre lagi yung pagkain namin. Maraming salamat, and to all the Filipinos here na nanonood at sa mga sumusuporta, maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. And WSL, thank you so much for putting another great event here in La Union.
Thank you so much, JR. Okay, back to the live action.
Can he get any more professional?
He's getting... Here we go. Taka's second wave. Nice quick tap on the 5. Nice stylish drop knee. And waiting for this wave to build up.
Oh,
another 5, staying there.
Interesting combination.
I think that was... Her sister was using the same board.
Yeah,
The one that won.
That definitely looks like it. This is that again. So straight up to the nose, nice and tight. 10, hanging onto it. Little bit of a soul arch for that flavour. We didn't see this on when we resumed back, so this wave definitely had more variety. It's definitely a big set wave. This is about where we took it up from the live from Camille. This wave is going to be a serious score. So the work on the outside is just complemented by this work he's doing on the inside. A little caught up there where he went for that transition. It looks like he's on his sister's board.
Yeah, that was a good ride.
That was a good ride. One thing JR said in that interview, here we go. Let's again.
Look at that soul arc.
Here it is.
Soul arc. There you go. Stylish.
Tight 5. Critical part of the wave. I feel this is going to be a borderline excellent wave.
For sure. He held it long enough and tight enough right there in the pocket.
And he
elevating
that
too.
Style. So numbers dropping in. I might have gone a little bit excessive on my call, but I'm going to say it's going to go into the very good range. How's that? Safe?
Yeah, for sure. For sure that's going to be a keeper for Taka Inoue. Plus, there's a lot of time. There's 16 minutes to go.
Yep, JR said something along there about he wants to surf the wave as like according to the wave. He wants to be on the best waves, and you let the wave dictate what he does, and he wants to show his best moves. And I think that's what JR has, that unique ability to sort of match those two, especially at a place like La Union where he knows this wave inside and out, back to front. He knows the bowl on the inside. He knows the out back point. He knows this wave, and he knows exactly what he's looking for. Yeah. And he's got confidence in the maneuvers that he can do. That
plus his experience traveling all over the world, seeing the best surfers. He's adapted to, or he saw how those guys are working so hard for to be on the world tour.
Absolutely. A missing link in this event this year is Kai Hamasi, who is also a great surfer.
I heard he was preparing to get married, or he was getting married or something.
Life gets in the way sometimes, which is super special. So if that's the case, congratulations, Kai. We do miss you here. A great inclusion to the Asian region. Made the world tour last year.
Correct.
And really, it's one of the guys that pushes JR in every heat, along with the guy out there in the moment.
Here you go. Taka, last wave, a 6.63.
Okay, heat is on. Perry is going to answer that one right now.
Here we go, Perry on a knife. 5 and a quick 10. Holding this. Nice, stylish turn.
Oh, that bottom carve into switch stance. Super interesting move. I'm not sure if his switch stance turns are as strong as his backhand or his natural stance, goofy. But it worked last heat, so he's obviously reacting to the judges' score, giving him a 7, assuming that they like that.
And they're rewarding it too.
Yeah, so that's what Perry's thinking now. So this will be maybe a little bit of a tester for him. It wasn't as good as his first wave, I don't think, but definitely had enough highlights on it, and he sort of went back to that same formula that got him the 7. So it'll be interesting to see where this number lands and then how he'll react on his next wave to that. But yeah, definitely not as great a wave as his first wave, so we'll see. I have been wrong before.
Yeah, so after this, we're gonna have 2 local boys in the last heat for today. Quarterfinal 4, we'll have John Kennedy and Jomari Bressa here. Surfer in red, last wave.
So straight to the nose, nice tight steps, 10 clearly on the nose, great drone angle here. This is where he does that bottom turn. As he drives out of that bottom turn, he switches it up. And he does it with a lot of style and a lot of stability. Here comes Tucker. Nice pump, and this is the sort of style that this guy has. Not many guys are pumping and getting the fins out.
Stretch 5.
Yeah, he's going to want to tighten that up.
Stretch 5.
He's going to swap boards by the looks of things, so he's signaling to the beach. We were just talking about him being on his sister's board. Oh, with a turn like that. He's going to get to the beach and he's going to do an equipment change now. So
Taka-san, let's go.
So for whatever reason, he's now going to swap up boards. Interesting.
Yeah, I think he might change into a more of a nose rider, I guess. Yeah, there you go. He's on a single fin now.
Yep, so what we were saying before, those bites on the side sort of help stability with turns.
Yeah.
But the conditions out there, now that the wind is sort of blowing more down wave, so to speak, so coming from the north and blowing across the point. This though, look at this pump that he does here. There's not many longboarders getting pumps like that in, and maybe that's why he wants to change now, because as he was on the nose, he felt that tail really wasn't what he wanted to be on the nose with, but that turn is why he's on that board, right?
Yeah, this kid's amazing.
Yeah, it's
surf anything. Here we go. Perry Ventura.
Oh
Beautiful.
my gosh.
Long nose ride there, 5 to a 10.
I can hear the cheers on the beach. His last wave, interestingly enough, a 5, 6, 7.
I mean, going against World Tour surfers, you will feel the nerves.
For sure.
You know, these guys have traveled all over the world, competed with world champions, and coming here in this small town, going against locals. Here we go, surfer in red.
This is the replay. So smooth the way he gets up. Really similar style surfers and builds physically, these two guys, but their approach is super different. Rico does things a bit more slower and more controlled, where Tucker is more, that hang 10, that elevation. That is as critical a nose ride as you can get. I heard the beach blowing up about this one, and I have a feeling the judges might also.
Wow.
What do you think, Wave, of the heat so far? Is that going to match Neary's 7? That was really nice surfing.
That was some critical nose rides. I would say one of the most critical nose rides we've seen all day. Wow.
So what you're saying, he's up against one of the world's best. And 11 or 14 in the water, I think Tucker rolled in it last time.
Yeah, I think 14.
Which is pretty incredible for someone like Perry.
Plus he's been there for a few years too.
Yeah, and Perry Ventura is out there now, not just matching it, a 6.83, so just shy of his first score, putting a pretty impressive total together at this stage, a 7 and a 6.83. Tucker is holding a 6.63 and a 4.50. What a heat.
Wow.
What a heat. And here we go. Look at this ride again. Go for it, Luke.
Here we go. Hang 5 on the outside and a 10. See how that board elevates?
Yeah, and he gets his second section is just beautiful. Keep your eyes on this nice close angle. Gets up, locks in, gets critical.
That is the money shot there. Wow. Look at that.
Still trimming.
Wow.
Still holding it together, and then back perfectly as that whitewash section comes down and around him. So great.
See, he didn't do too much on that wave.
Yeah.
He just, like what JR said, just surf what the wave's offering to you.
Yeah, let the wave dictate your moves and then do your moves to the best of your ability, which that's 101 if you're an aspiring longboarder out there trying to get into the competition, especially in any sort of division of surfing. Just let the wave dictate what you do, and then make sure you do what you do with confidence.
Yeah.
And that's the result, a 6.83. That wasn't a set wave, it was just the perfect runner.
Beautiful surfing by these two surfers. Be interesting to see what approach Taka is gonna do now, since he's using a more traditional nose ride longboard. For sure he's gonna stay longer, and he will be looking on those being on the nose longer and on the most critical part of the wave. So because he saw Perry was getting rewarded, he got rewarded with a 7 and a 6.83.
And that's a part of that experience that Tucker's bringing to the event like this, which the best thing is in a region like ours, it sort of rubs off on the other competitors. What JR's bringing to Jun, which he said in his last heat, like, he's not going to let his little brother win anything. But when his little brother beats him...
He did beat him in...
some national events?
Belair,
yeah.
WSL.
So when he beats him, he knows he's beat him fair and square, which
Yeah.
is epic, because JR is not going to let anybody win. There's Jo Marie Ebuiza.
Against surfer from La Union too, John Kennedy in red.
Nice board. Spray decals looking on point.
A Ross Concept surfboard there. 8 minutes left. Surfer in red with a 7.0 and a 6.83. Surfer in blue currently with a 6.63 and needs to change his 4.5 to a 7.2 to advance. Whoever wins this goes straight to the semifinals.
Yep, and that board change, that wave before Tucker's board change was a 3.27.
So whoever wins this goes against JR?
I don't know how it rules. I'd say so. That's my opinion, but I think it also works on seeding here, so I don't know. Thanks.
I think it's a knockout system. I think they're gonna...
Makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Which is another thing that you probably don't want. If I want to meet JR, I want it to be in a final.
Yeah.
Just
He's
law
still
of
the guy to
averages.
beat here.
Yeah, definitely. He's two-time champion of the point. Yeah.
2 times, yep.
Yep, so every time we've had this event here at the WSL QS level, JR has taken the title. So can he get his
It's
three-peat?
easier to count when he didn't win because there's lesser of those.
Exactly. Will this be JR's three-peat this year, or will someone knock the king from his castle?
Here we go, Taka on his nose rider. There you go, sitting comfortably on that nose. Nice, stylish turn. Waiting for this wave to build up. Another 5 and a 10. A 5 again, a 10. Holding this 5, holding it, holding it, holding it. Look how stable that board is compared to his board earlier.
What a change.
Wow, and a nice turn. Spicy.
Taka getting down. Judges are going to appreciate the finish. A little bit of work to get to the finish, but I do think they will appreciate the finish. Body language of Taka, I think you like that. There's the Inui crew. There's Mum taking notes. Sisters talking about it, I guess. Those two unfortunately matching up in a heat, but also the Esquivel brothers did exactly what they did on their own version.
Yeah, there's a seeding that they follow, and that's the most fair. That it
Yeah, absolutely. It's always a shame. As much as they hated surfing up against each other, I had a little discussion on the beach. It is business, as usual. As JR said, there's no friends, there's no brothers, there's no sisters. And generally, a sibling's going to feel worse for the other sibling than they feel better for themselves. So at the end of the day, there is an event here, and these guys are true professionals. 5 minutes and 30 seconds.
Here you go, a bit interesting what they give Surfer in Blue. We're going to start comparing for sure.
I like it that nose ride went through many sections. Critical. I think it might be close. Needing a 7.20.
Yeah, again.
Here comes some sets. The sets have been holding up really well at this time of day with this wind, so I think we'll see Perry swing on this.
Oh, look at that wave. Wow. Nice wave. Perry on a 5, holding it on the outside. And setting up again on this inside section. Holding it in a 10. Waiting for it. Nice drop knee. Yeah, lesser maneuvers than Surfer in Blue on Blue's last wave.
This wave hasn't offered as much, even as Perry's last few waves, so he hasn't had the ability to hold it. I have a feeling that it's not going to be one of Perry's best two. I don't think it'll go to his keeper range. Like I said, I'm more interested at this stage in what Blue's going to drop in, because I believe that was sniffing around that 7-point range. Was it the best wave of the heat? I think they'd have to look back at the 7.0 from Perry and even the 6.83 if they're going to compare it in that judge's tower, because...
Yeah, usually when you're in a lead like that,
Yep, so some numbers are starting to drop in. It looks like it possibly is going to fall under even Tucker's last wave.
They're probably most likely.
So a couple of the scores dropping in. One judge loving it a bit more, and he's dropped an exact same 6.83. So they've put that on par with Tucker's second wave. He's going to hear that. Still needing a 7.20. Tucker's going to be having to reevaluate and say, what do I need to do to get into the 7-point range?
Like while he was doing that maneuver, compared to Perry's, I would say his hands were moving too much, and maybe some of the judges think that he's getting out of balance, but that's just how he serves, and yeah, that's what he gets. But in Perry's situation, if he thinks he's not gonna better 6.83, he should already know and not catch like a wave that's not gonna change his score. I think that's the experience that JR has and Taka has over the less experienced surfers.
Absolutely, and now sitting out there with priority, like I said, Taka is going to be, he's going to bring it if he gets another chance. He knows now exactly what 6.83s look like because he's got two of them.
Yep.
He needs a 7.20, so
2 minutes and 20 seconds left. He has a lot of time.
He's not the sort of guy to go down wondering either, so it'll be probably a 7.5 or a 1.3 from Tucker, depending on how hard he goes at this next wave. So it's up to the ocean now to see, will Tucker get an opportunity to swing for that 7.20. He's repositioning himself a little bit further down the reef. Exciting.
Yeah, super exciting.
Once
The
again,
lone Japanese.
Tucker is the lone Japanese surfer. On the male side, on the women's side, the Japanese are dominating. The male side, something's happening in Japan surfing where the females are just exploding. They're doing so well. They are dominating shortboard and longboard.
Oh, there you go. I was wrong. He got a 7.07 on his last wave of red, so that increases his lead. Now Surfer in Blue needs a 7.44 with 1 minute and 20 seconds left.
We were both wrong on Perry's wave. That's
wow,
insane. I was more focused on Tucker's wave dropping in than
that's why we're here.
Perry was doing in the shadows, yeah. Which is
why
nice,
we're
though.
sitting here.
So yeah, even if Tucker had got that 7.2, that requirement would have bumped up to a 7.44 now. So, wow.
Wow, interesting.
Great news for La Union surfers. It's looking at this stage.
Could be an all
Let's
local final.
Let's not put commentator's curse on it. Yeah. But that said, there's a Wendell. Who else we got in there?
All the local boys, girlfriends, mothers, grandmas,
JR,
ex-girlfriends,
next girlfriends, a full batch down there.
Here we go.
28 seconds. Will Tucker Inui swing on one of these next 2 or 3 waves? He's letting that one go. I think it's about a 7 to 8 second period, or up to 10 seconds we got here.
Here we go.
He's going to have to go. There is no choice. Tucker Inui surfing for a 7.44. Take us through this wave, Luke.
Here we go. This is Taka's last chance. Setting it up. A bit of a fade. A nose ride. Staying there. And hang heel. And his leash just got caught up. Waiting for this to build up. And nice finish right there. Strong finish. The Surfer in Blue. And let's see if he gets another chance.
That may seal his fate.
Yeah, his body language, not.
He brung, and that was Tucker's style. He brought something new, which he brought that heels to the nose. He stepped it up, but he's got to know at this stage that wasn't.
He knows.
We're waiting for scores. I don't think the judges are going to take too long to sort of give them the shaky head on this one. Oh. A 4.5, a 4.0. Here comes John Kennedy. It was Perry Ventura. Sorry, the screen just stops on. Perry Ventura smiles from ear to nose. Wow. Perry Ventura going through, making it an all Philippines semi-final, even though we have a quarterfinal coming up next And well done, Taka Inui. Always amazing to watch you.
Portman.
Great all-rounder, just insane there. And look at that, that's what we want to see too. So we'll take a break and we'll be right back for quarterfinal number 4. Let's see who gets these semis.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union.
Welcome back to this La Union Pro QS 1000. I'm joined here with Luke Blendragoon and head of the Longboard Tour, Will Hayden-Smith.
And our last heat for today, surfer in red, John Kennedy, local boy, and Jo Marie Ebuesa in blue, another local boy.
What do you think, Will? How's action unfolding for you? There you are on camera. We don't get on camera, but as soon as you pop in, here we are.
No, it's so good to be here. I'm so stoked about how this event's been going so far. The level of the surfing's been incredibly high and the waves have been so good. Luke, you must be stoked about the level of the surfing in the Philippines at the moment.
Yeah, super stoked. Well, plus there's going to be an all-Filipino finals. So yeah, extra stoked for everyone, and all the local boys are gonna go crazy during the awarding tomorrow.
And so you've spent a lot of time surfing here, and tell us what the JR effect has been, seeing him get his spot on the world stage, and like what has that done to push and inspire the locals? And he's obviously gotten better in the last few years, and he's brought that back, and the whole level has gotten higher from what I can see.
Yeah, the effect we just don't feel it in La Union. It's in the whole Philippines.
Mm-hmm.
The amount of longboarding that has expanded, the amount of people that look up to JR, it's amazing, it's crazy, it's surprising, and it's exciting for older surfers like me, and of course John, who has helped us.
Speaking of the young surfers, let's get Camille down on the beach with Perry Ventura, because I'm sure he's super stoked to shout out what just happened down there in that heat. Down to you, Camille.
Yes, thank you very much. Not only is it an all-Filipino finals day tomorrow, it's an all-La Union finals day. And that's what the title of the event implies. This is the La Union International Pro after all. So congratulations, Perry. On to the semifinals, another tight battle out there. How did you do to remain calm and just perform your best out there?
So thank you so much. This is my first time to win in WSL, to move into semifinals. So my strategy there is focus and relax, and then no pressure, just enjoy the waves, enjoy the people out there, and then I'm so happy to win. Yeah.
Okay, so year after year, you are advancing in your career as a professional surfer. What kind of preparation did you get into to make it this far this year?
Preparation, it's like surfing, practice every day, and then eat good food, and then also a video analysis. So yeah.
Who are some of your surf coaches here in La Union?
Actually, for now, before it's Waxhead, it's coaching me, and then now, actually my kuya also it's coaching me, but no have a consistent coaching. But also Ian Sagwan is coaching me also. She asking me a good like step to go to the nose and then just relax, and then yeah.
Yes, all of that coaching has paid off, and you are here right now, your best career result yet. So yeah, what will you do today until semifinals tomorrow?
Yeah, today is keep practicing. So after this event, so I'm gonna go practice again for the semifinals. Yeah, so because I want to win this event. That's my goal. Yeah.
Right, let's wish Perry a very, very good luck for tomorrow. Thank you again. Do you want to shout out anyone before I let you go?
Yeah, shout out to my family because they're always supporting me. So now, nandun sila ngayon sa my side, nag-shout. Yes. So, and then also to my sponsor. So, thank you so much sa inyong lahat. Dahil sa inyo, nakakamit ko na yung pangarap ko na makasali dito sa WSL. And then also to my surfboard, like Zamora Surfboard. Thank you so much. And then that's it.
Okay, making dreams come true right here. Back to the live action.
Thank you, Camille, and thank you, Perry. We've had a few things unfolding while we're in the interviews. John Kennedy at the moment in the lead with a 5.83 and a 3.67. Jo Marie Ebuiza with one wave, a 3.43. We've been watching Jo Marie sort of start early and sort of build on his heats. A little bit of a slow start right now. Luke, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he would want to be on those set waves. I'm sure he's waiting. Here we go. First wave for Jo Marie in blue. Nice. 5 and a 10. He was holding it, waiting for this inside to build up. Still waiting. Unfortunately, just shuts down. And here's Surfer in red. Nice on 5 and a 10.
There's a big turn coming up here. I saw this in the side of the screen as we were talking before. A big sort of rail turn here. Not that one, maybe the next one. And I'm sure a lot of points, but a lot of nose work. Nice 10. Into a 5, and here's the turn, I believe. Nice on the tail. Super crisp, and then he followed with a drop knee turn where he got a little bit unhinged there, a little bit lost on the flow and the style there, but beautiful surfing. That's why he dropped that 5.0. So, Will, longboarding, what do you think? Are we going to get to the Olympics with all the work that's happening around the world?
Oh, well, I really hope so. I think you see a lot of other sports that are successful at the Olympics, and it opens the doors for more disciplines. You know, snowboarding started with 1 or 2 disciplines, and there's more than I can even count off the top of my head right now. So surfing I would love to see more disciplines in the Olympics, and I know that there's a lot of countries around the world that have worthy participants of putting it on the world stage, and I mean, look at what we're seeing here today in La Union. We're seeing incredible surfing, and just in case anyone was wondering why we're not going into the semis, like, even though it looks like there's some amazing waves, it's kind of been a little bit better every morning early, and we had the time, and so we'll come back tomorrow morning for the semis and the finals. And here goes our surfer in blue. Let's see if this one holds up.
Absolutely, and if it's going to hold up, it's going to be someone like Jo Marie who can pick them. Nice 10 there, a little bit stretched on the 5, but well held into that cutback. Nice little drawn out bottom turn combination for a nose tap, and he'll set up for another combination, waiting for this thing to hit the reef. Gets into the foam climb, little hung up, but once again, usually once we see Jo Marie clap, the scores reflect. He's not necessarily claiming it, but he is definitely aware of where his scores are landing, which shows his maturity. Look, let's go through this one.
Here we go. Hang 5, hang 10. See the board elevating. Here we go. He held onto this. Still holding, still there, still in the stretch 5, and a nice stylish turn. Nice bottom turn too. And another quick tap 5. And he's waiting for one more section here. And a nice quick float on the inside.
Nice reaction to get back up into the lip. What's the World Tour looking like this year, Will?
Yeah, it's a super exciting time for the World Longboard Tour. We've got a pretty similar tour to what we had last year, but we had great locations, so we're excited to head back to Huntington Beach at the US Open. We're going to Bells Beach. We're going to Surf Abu Dhabi, and
El Salvador.
Finishing off in El Salvador, for the finals. And, 3 main events plus finals it's pretty amazing compared to what we have had in the past. For a long time, when I first got involved with longboarding at the WSL, it was just one event a year.
Absolutely, and it is that Abu Dhabi wave pool. I love it on the longboard side of the fence because it really does. There's so much variation you can play with not just the lines but the nose walks, and when you have that canvas that you get to repaint, paint and repaint again, it sort of builds for a really good final.
Yeah, plus when they had the longboard in Abu Dhabi, it just shows the viewers that it's not always a serious wave. It could be a fun wave too. And I believe there's a few settings in there. It could go beginner and experience. So here we go. Surfer in blue currently has 7.47. This is his third wave. A little bit hung up there, and he's down.
So 7.67 for that last wave of Joe Marie, setting the standard. Like I said, when that guy claps, he knows he's getting a score. He knows he's done enough, and his sort of gauge of where the scale set is being so on point, and that's really helped him get to that next wave, get to that next score, and get exactly what he needs, which is a great maturity in Philippine surfing that is growing.
Yeah, the clap didn't really feel like a claim. It was more like he was stoked with himself that he actually put a ride together, because he hadn't to that point of the heat, and he was just stoked with himself. Let's go.
It's literally how he is. He knows he's congratulating himself. He's not claiming. He's just going, "Yeah, I know that's a score."
Yeah,
and pumping himself up, and then he took that one from about halfway out. With 12 and a half minutes, we're about halfway through the heat, so he knows he's got the time, and he wanted a little back up. I don't think that's going to go towards it. I think that's looking to fall under his first wave by 0.4. I finally got a call right.
Yeah, Joe Marie is one of those guys who's surfed this spot a lot, and on the flatter days, they go out night spearfishing. With JR, they have their phone in their plastic bag and goes spearfishing with JR and the boys. So if there's anyone to ask about the reefs out there.
And the topography of reef and setups and stuff like that can actually be super important. I guess this place changes, which we don't see with many reef breaks, with the sand that can fill in the point, because we're surrounded by sand, and the longshore drift and everything like that can change it. You said there's a lot of, as he goes again, Joe Marie staying busy. This is what we talked about earlier.
Yeah, he took this a little bit on the inside. Just getting busy, going back to the main critical part of the wave. And just another finish.
Yeah. What's your suggestion for him now, Luke? Should he get back out to the lineup, try to establish that priority?
Yeah, sit out the back, wait for the better sets, I would say.
It's a hard thing too. Some surfers are hard to coach, because what's probably the right thing for him to do right now, he's got the highest score of the heat by far. He probably should go and sit out and put pressure and get priority. But some surfers just want to surf. They just want to keep catching waves and feeling good and building momentum and getting a score. But yeah, you kind of, if he's going to get another excellent score and build on that, you probably want to get the best wave, which you do generally get with priority.
Absolutely, but this is quite a long point also. So if John Kennedy does get one of those waves, he's going to have a lot of time to get back into that priority spot. So he has, on a point this long, you've got a fair bit of breathing room. But that said, John Kennedy may swing on something that's a wrong choice and get that priority back before Joe Marie even gets close to the priority area. So
there you go. He got a 4.23. That's his second highest scoring wave. So that gives a little bit more pressure on the surfer in red, who now needs a 6.08.
Yep.
With 10 minutes on the clock. The wave looks really good.
Really, really good. Yeah, that wind's gone sort of, like, as I said, down shore now, so it's sort of running down the point. With them makes it a lot easier. The girls in the quarterfinal had a southerly wind blowing up, making those ribs on the wave a little bit trickier for them. Generally, a bit lighter frames. The ripples make it harder for the women to surf, but now the men have got the conditions of the wind swinging down shore again.
Yeah, from what I've discovered at this break in the last week or so, it can change hour to hour, not just like tide to tide or morning to afternoon. Like things can change really quickly here. So, but I've had so many comments and feedback about how amazing the waves look here, and people saying, what other waves are around the area? I haven't had as much time to explore as I would have liked, but I've heard a lot of good things about other fun waves around the area. And
yeah, there's the beach break there in the background.
Super fun. Even if you're a beginner, this is a great place to learn with all the surf schools. You can see just in that bottom corner on the back of screen, San Juan Surf Resort, which is Luke's resort, is in the corner there.
Yep.
Surf schools everywhere along here, not just surf experience, but they'll also get you coached and up to a level. And with a point in the beach break, you can sort of transition from beginner into that intermediate. And then there is a few sly reef slabs around too, Luke, in the right conditions.
Yeah, we have Kareel, a really long right-hand point break. On a good day, I would say it goes about 300 meters. And there's a few waves around between Kareel and this beach, and about 10 kilometers north, there's a few reef breaks and beach breaks too.
And for those of you who haven't been to the Philippines, you can tell from the interviews with our Filipino surfers and our Filipino commentators that they are some of the nicest people you'll ever meet in the world. Like, I'm actually loving every second I'm spending here, because you just feel so loved and welcomed, and they're excited for you to have the best experience in the Philippines.
Yeah, thanks for that, Will.
No, thank you. I'm stoked.
But it's that checklist. How are the people? How's the food? How is the scenery? And Philippines has this checklist, all three.
Yeah.
Everyone's felt super safe, super welcomed, super full. We don't do anything but eat and work, which is
buffet.
Yeah, buffet style. Here we go.
Extra rice. Here we go.
So Joe Marie under priority, jumping on this one from out the back. So John Kennedy sitting super patient, a little bit of a risk on this one. Joe Marie elevated, a magic critical hang 10, holding the 5 through the next section. If he can pull through this section, this may be another building score for Joe Marie. Let's see how he finishes this on the inside. Nice foam climb. Didn't give himself the round of applause, but I feel that's going to possibly throw away his 5.83. No, what's he on? A 4.23.
Yeah, his nose ride on that was critical, and he held super long, and then the board was elevating. That's the point. And shout out to the Escape.
There we are. You can see us waving from the top room there. Plenty of rooms too, so bring a friend, bring 20 friends. There's enough room in this hotel for all.
Yeah, thanks to Jerry and his wife for taking care of us, and the manager AC.
Thank you very much. There it is down there. You see the Red Bull tent area. We've got a massage table, some nice tents for the athletes, and here we go.
Here's John Kennedy. He probably sat for 10 minutes.
He sat for a long time, but hopefully with purpose. Nice hang 5-10 combination. Really strong on his turns, John Kennedy. It's one of his strengths, and he does use it well. Very varied surf. Third turn, that was more of a setup turn, hopefully to get to the nose for a bit of a walking. Needing a 6.08 with a score to drop for Joe Marie. I don't know, what do you think, Will? Let's put you on the line for a bit here.
Yeah.
I've made enough mistakes.
Put me in the tough position. Yeah, I'm not an incredible judge, but I think his surfing was really good there, but I don't think that was the ride that he would have wanted to wait 10 minutes for. I probably am guessing around his first score. I don't think it's going to be the 6.08 required.
Absolutely, and with 5 minutes and 45 seconds, the squeeze of pressure will start to mount on him now. Joe Marie's obviously going to find that patience that he was looking for before, get the priority, and then pick what he knows is going to be while playing the game with John Kennedy about which waves to keep him off.
Yep, but pressure is a privilege, and pressure makes diamonds, and all those fun things to say. So
it's not your first rodeo, Will.
Ty Sarati would like me throwing that out. He loves to say those things to us when we say someone's under pressure. So
yep. And a shout out to Ty Sarati and Bonnie McLeod for all the just the belief in these events, working with us and sort of growing and developing what's happening in Philippine surfing. WSL, we love the way you guys are branching out and and giving us attention basically a few years back. I'm going many years back. It was a little bit more exclusive for the Western world. So now that these events across Asia are spreading like wildfire, and the results are coming through, which is the visionary from the WSL to get things moving.
Yeah, Asia's really booming, which is really exciting to see. We've got like events in so many different nations, with, you know, Taiwan, Philippines, Indonesia, obviously, and recently we had an event in India, and we're always talking to our friends in Sri Lanka and China about trying to go back to those places. So this region is really booming, and there's a nice competitive tension, but also camaraderie between the Asian nations as well. Like when Bronson won the World Junior title the other day, all the Filipinos were right behind him, which was really cool to see.
The room, the athletes area that we had for the World Juniors was split. Asians on one side, Australians and Europeans on the other side, and it seems like it was a divided room. It was actually united by surfing, so it was actually super cool. The Asians were cheering for theirs, the Australian region was cheering for theirs, and then they had the Europeans with the Brazilian also, so it was epic.
Yeah, and I had some of those surfers say that was the best final they've ever seen, and I think we're going to see one of the best LQS finals ever tomorrow, because the level's been so high. I've been speaking with Tori Gilkison, the head judge, just about how elevated the level of this longboard QS is that we're at here in La Union.
Two-time world champion, by the way, Tori, right?
I think she's one WSL and one ISA, I believe.
Two-time world champion. We can give her that. No need to hold back.
And what was the last of our surfer in red?
5.43.
Yep, so he did better his score, now chasing a 6.62. Joe Marie dropped to 4.77, so he increased his, and with priority and this set and his knowledge.
Here we go, Joe Marie on a bigger wave. Straight to the nose, hang 5 and hang 10. Nice stylish turn by Joe Marie. Back to the nose, holding it more. Just making sure he finishes this wave, holding that rail. Waiting for this inside section to build up. And a nice floater on the inside.
There's the clap.
That one felt more like a claim to me, to be honest. He looked the judges square in the eye and gave that fist pump. I saw when it went down.
I think he got the feeling that he was getting rid of his backup score on that wave, and he's going to extend his lead, and with 2.5 minutes he's almost booking his spot in the semi-final.
This looks like a double up style wave, Luke. What do you think when you see these double ups hitting the thick part of the reef?
Yeah, it's going to break, like hugging the reef more. We'll see what surfer in red needs. A 6.62 as of now. Holding this hang 5 and a quick 10, and he's out of there.
Depending on how fast Joe Marie can get out and what these next few sets will do, that might have been a crucial error for John Kennedy. If Joe Marie can get out there and establish priority.
I think surfer in blue is going to increase his lead with that last wave.
Yeah, but you can see John Kennedy rushing for priority. I think he'll get it.
1 minute and 30 seconds.
It's going to be very important for him to be out there with priority, hoping an opportunity comes out. How are you dealing with the tide situation here, Will? Very strange.
Yeah, the tide is very confusing to me, having this being my first week here in La Union. But Luke's been giving some good advice. Some surfers prefer it on the low tide, some prefer it on the high.
But it's only one
tide.
Luke,
you're
a
high tide guy.
Yeah, high tide.
It's only one tide per day. It still plays with my brain.
Yeah, we're at the West Philippine Sea, so the tide isn't really that big compared to where you guys are from, Shargo.
6.07 for Joe Marie Ebewiza. Now a 7.91 for John Kennedy Martinez. Stress.
Now surfer in red needs a 7.91.
So he's going to
with priority and 40 seconds left.
He's going to need the wave of the heat. He's going to need to be up in JR Esquivel range. Can he do it? He's capable.
He's capable. He can do it.
Having a chat. Good friends, these two?
Yep.
25 seconds.
Yeah, there seems to be a lot of camaraderie down on the beach. Those surfers hugging each other and talking about each other's waves more than like storming off after they've lost or something, which is really cool to see. And that's that's unique to longboard communities all around the world. The
True.
longboard events compared to the shortboard events quite often feel more like the gathering of a community and a tribe, and if they see the most amazing surfing and it beats them, they're kind of like stoked on it, whereas a shortboarder could be pretty bummed out by that. Oh, see what I mean? They right on cue, they're high-fiving, shaking hands.
They heard you. They got a headset each, I think. There is our quarterfinal heat 4. Jo Marie Ebeweser rounding off our semi-finals. We're in for a massive finals day tomorrow, Will.
Yeah, we've only got 6 heats left to go in this event, which is, you know, probably 3 hours of surfing, and hopefully we can get it over the best part of the tide for the morning, and some clean, glassy conditions like we saw this morning. This morning looked so buttery and so beautiful, so fingers crossed La Union delivers for us again, which I'm not really doubting it will.
Absolutely not. So we have Japanese women dominating the semi-finals tomorrow and Philippine men.
Great.
What do you
Great
think, Luke?
setup for a final day of an Asian LQS, I imagine, yeah.
Yeah, I
It'll be
can't wait.
exciting tomorrow, for sure.
Absolutely. We're going to shoot down to a highlights reel for the package today. Thank you, Luke. Thank you, Will, for being in the booth. We'll sign out. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 8 a.m.
Thank you guys. Beach Marshal, you guys are awesome. James and Lauren. And of course, Stretch Lab. Please remember my face. I'll be down there later. And we thank the Lord for everything here in Melbourne. Glorify His name for all the things that have happened. Lord, we thank you for the waves today. We pray for blue waves. Lord, we thank you for our
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union.